Mighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I have received communication from Dr. Ragbi, MP, member for Kamuto Manzanilla, who has requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the member seeks is granted. Honorable members, as we are aware, one of our colleagues and a member of this distinguished House, a great daughter of the soil, Mrs. Lisa Morris Julian, tragically passed away on Monday, December 16, 2024, along with two of her beloved children. As we mourn their passing, we also honor the rich legacy Mrs. Morris Julian has left behind. I now invite the House to pay tribute to Mrs. Lisa Morris Julian. Member for Diego Martin West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Lisa Roxanne Morris Julian, the daughter of Anne Morris and the late Raymond Morris, who we buried not too long ago. She was the eldest daughter with 7 siblings and had been a mother, had been a married woman for 25 years. She was the mother of 2 sons and 2 daughters at her home. But outside of her home, she was mother to thousands of others. Madam Speaker, Lisa Morris Julian, in her short life, had a multifaceted career, mainly in the role of education, public service, and as you would know, Madam Speaker, in politics. She spent 14 years as a teacher on the establishment of the public education system. And that urge to be of service to a wider population took her into the political arena in 2013 when she was elected a councillor in the Arima district. That was the beginning of a noted and noticeable political career. She went on to be elected as the deputy mayor of Arima in 2015. And 1 year later, she was elected as the mayor of that royal borough, where she served for 2 consecutive terms. And by 2020, she lifted her sights to even broader service at the national level, where she was selected as the Member of Parliament in a general election in a successful campaign where in the end she was appointed a minister in the Ministry of Education on August 19th, 2020. Madam Speaker, Her broad interests were centered largely around youth development, environmental issues, and of course, education. During her term here in the Parliament, she was quiet but effective. As a teacher, she was also quiet but effective. As a mayor, she was more effective than being quiet. She was known to be a person who other persons got along with because she was of such a pleasant disposition. And anyone who knew her could not but notice how motherly she was and how comfortable and excited she was working for children of the nation in the Ministry of Education. But in this Parliament, she was never too busy to accept the assignments allocated to her. So she served as an active member of the Standing Finance Committee, the Committee on Land and Physical Infrastructure, the Joint Select Committee on Local Government Authorities, the Committee on Government Assurances, the Joint Select Committee on Miscellaneous Provisions, Local Government Reform Bill 2020, the Joint Select Committee on the Shipping Bill 2020, the Committee on Public Administration and Appropriations, the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and the House Committee. Madam Speaker, it was a tremendous shock to all of us to have received the news of her tragic passing under such horrendous circumstances. Because for many of us, she was a light that was getting brighter. She was a beacon to more people in this nation, holding out a promise that we could be better and that our better selves were ahead of us. Lisa's voice was a calming one. Lisa's intellect was one of reason. And in Parliament, where most things are dealt with moment by moment and of convenience, Lisa stood on principle. I would be the most surprised person to know that she had an enemy, or that any person could truthfully say that she was disagreeable. She was a gift to this Parliament. She was a gift to this nation. She was a gift to the community of Arima, and she was a gift to her family. But Madam Speaker, these gifts have an end date, and Lisa's end date came much too soon for the rest of us. As I stand here today to say these few words of tribute to her very valuable contribution that would have affected so many lives, all I can ask of those who knew her is to spread her story to others who didn't. And for those who did not know her, you've missed a citizen of the highest import. We in this house have lost a colleague that we all miss, and a colleague that we all can only be proud of. We join her family in mourning her passing. And if she was a gift from God, we can only accept that God has taken the best. May we acknowledge her contribution to the nation. May her family manage the burden placed on their shoulder, and may she rest in eternal peace.
Member for Point-a-Pear.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the opposition members of Parliament, we offer our sincere condolences to the loved ones, family, and many colleagues of the late Member of Parliament for Dabadi O'Meara, Lisa Morris Julian. Today we are all, regardless of the side of the political aisle we sit on, mourned the loss of a colleague and two of her beautiful children in the most heartbreaking of circumstances. Members on this side of the House have had the experience of working with the late honourable member throughout at different stages of her career. Some have worked with her in local government sphere alongside her. Some engaged with her in the education sector, where she spent a significant portion of her career. While many of us worked alongside her in the execution of our various parliamentary duties, at each level, she was passionate about her role. Today, we in the opposition acknowledge her commitment to public service, working her way up from the local government level to the parliamentary level. As all colleagues in this House can testify, a life in public service is never easy, as it requires resilience to protect what matters the most to you. It is clear that as a mother and as a wife, the late Lisa Morris Julian balanced public life, but ensured that she did all to preserve the love of her family. She did all to put her family first. To the very end, she upheld that duty, protecting her family to the very end. She demonstrated that the love of a mother knows no bounds and cannot be broken. If there is one message that we can take from this heartbreaking event, is regardless of public life, career, or position, your duty to family goes until the very end, no matter the circumstances. Today, this Parliament also mourns the loss of her two beautiful children, and no doubt, just as we are saddened by the death of our colleague, their friends and loved ones also bear a scar. Today, we offer our prayer for her husband, Darren, and his surviving children. We pray for healing and strength for them. In the midst of the sadness, we ask them to find comfort and hold their heads high in knowing their wife and mother served our nation. May her soul rest in peace. Amen.
Honourable members, when this House was adjourned on December 9th, 2024, I would never have imagined having to re-enter this chamber and be confronted by the empty desk that the late Mrs. Lisa Morris Julian, Member of Parliament for Dabadi Umera, once occupied. While we are all aware of our own mortality, the death of a friend, family member, or colleague always comes as a shock, reminding us of the fragile and unpredictable nature of life. Lisa Morris Julian served Trinidad and Tobago with sincerity and passion, humility and distinction. She joined this Parliament in 2020, bringing with her a wealth of experience as a dedicated public servant to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, with a distinguished career in local government. Coming from a family deeply rooted in service, she followed in the footsteps of her grandfather and served as the mayor of the borough of Armour for over 7 years before transitioning to her role as a parliamentary representative. Lisa Morris Julian gave of herself selflessly, sharing both her time and her expertise with a spirit of willingness, care, and love. The late member Morris Julian served admirably as a member of the Executive Committee of Trinidad and Tobago branch of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. She willingly answered the calls to participate in the various activities organized by the Parliament, and having completed those obligations, would often leave those events, although it would be late into the night, and return to address the concerns and needs of her constituents. Her advocacy extended beyond her constituency, as she worked to elevate the voices of the First Peoples. A proud descendant of the indigenous First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago, it was Lisa Morris Julian, the daughter of Armour, who made every effort to attend ceremonies hosted at the Red House to honor her heritage. And she would greet and walk with every representative in attendance. The late MP Maurice Julian's experience as a secondary school teacher deeply influenced her role as a parliamentarian. She was a dedicated and well-loved English, communications, and theatre arts teacher, and she regularly referenced anecdotes from her time spent at the Arima Central and Barataria South secondary schools. MP Maurice Julian displayed a devotion to the welfare of children, which was evident in all of her contributions. I consider it a fitting coincidence that her final contribution in this House was during a debate on the protection of our nation's children against bullying in schools throughout Trinidad and Tobago. It was during an official visit of a parliamentary delegation to the National Assembly of the People's Power of Cuba last August that I saw Lisa Maurice Julian, the teacher, in her true element. Her love for education was evident during a tour of the special school, Solidarity with Panama, as she interacted with both the teachers and the students. Member Maurice Julian was exceedingly impressed with the special needs educational facility and expressed her desire to pattern and emulate this model across the educational districts in Trinidad and Tobago. She said these profound words to the audience at that facility, which have stayed with me. And I quote, as a teacher, I know that in order to teach, you must first love, end quote. I am convinced that it was this love, a love for children, a love for people, and a love of service that fueled her tireless dedication to the service of her country and her constituency. I am certain members can also attest that very often that abiding love for her family, especially her children, made its way into many of her contributions in this House. While the general public may forget, members of Parliament are first and foremost human beings, often with families and children. Many parliamentarians themselves shield their families from the sometimes unwanted and unwarranted scrutiny that comes from being a person in public life. However, Lisa Maurice Julian kept her family at the forefront of everything that she did, even in this House. These words from her final contribution describe her best, and I quote, I am a mother of children. I was not always a member of Parliament. I was not always a politician, end quote. It was Lisa Maurice Julian, the mother, whose last moments involved a selfless act of courage and the natural sacrifice of motherhood. During the period of mourning, I've heard several persons recount how committed Member Maurice Julian had been to the upliftment of young persons, especially young women. We were fortunate at the Parliament to witness her dedication to empowering aspirant young parliamentarians firsthand. In September 2024, Member Maurice Julian was the featured speaker during the orientation session for the National Youth Parliament. And in November 2024, she represented women parliamentarians of Trinidad and Tobago at the first regional edition of the course for women electoral candidates. Each time, Lisa Maurice Julian, the mentor, engaged with the participants with an ease and comfort that I can only attribute to her genuine passion for mentorship and her deep commitment to empowering the next generation of leaders. We should all strive to emulate and maintain Mrs. Maurice Julian's high standards of excellence in service to our country. She was a true patriot, a gentle, humble soul with a dry sense of humor and an unassuming demeanor. Members, though we have been in weeks of mourning, it will not be easy for many of us to overcome this unexpected and inexplicable loss. As the late Member Maurice Julian was a practicing Roman Catholic, I can only offer the words of the Bible in Psalm 34:18 as comfort. For the Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. And do know that this day and each day we are to trust in the Lord with all our hearts and ultimate being, and do not lean on our own simplistic understandings. While tragedy is no respecter of persons, we are bound by a duty of life and love to continue to walk the path of truth and to be of good courage. To the life of a dear colleague, to many, a mentor, a friend, a wife, a teacher, a mother, and a daughter whom we'll all miss, I want to say thank you for your service, Mrs. Lisa Roxanne Morris-Julian. I take this opportunity to express my deepest condolences to the family once more, and I pray that Almighty grants them the strength needed to persevere. May they find comfort in the knowledge that the legacy of MP Morris-Julian's parliamentary service will live on. I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable members, I've directed the Clerk of the House to convey our condolences in writing to the family of the late Mrs. Lisa Morris-Julian. Honorable members, I wish to inform this House of the passing of the former Member of Parliament, Mr. William Bill Chaitan, who passed away in the month of December 2024. Mr. Chaitan served as the Member of Parliament for Point-à-Pierre and Minister in the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries during the 6th Republican Parliament from January to October 2001. I now invite honorable members to pay their respective tributes to Mr. Chaitan, Member for Digo Martin Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, I extend our heartfelt condolences on the passing of Mr. William Bihari Bill Chaitan, former Member of Parliament for Point-à-Pierre and Minister in the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. Born on June 6, 1946, Mr. Chaitan dedicated his life to service. In the December 2000 parliamentary elections, he was elected as a Member of Parliament for Point-à-Pierre under the banner of the United National Congress, and during his tenure, he also served as the Minister in the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, an appointment he received in January 2001. He further served as a member of the Public Accounts Committee. In addition to his political career, Mr. Chaitan was a geophysicist and co-authored the publication, A Gravity Investigation of the Pitch Lake of Trinidad and Tobago in 1991. A family man, Mr. Chaitan is survived by his wife Carol Ann and their 3 children. His legacy of service will be remembered by all who knew him and all he interacted with. We offer our prayers and support to his family and loved ones during this time of loss. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Madam. As a Member of Parliament for Point-à-Pierre, I offer sincere condolences on behalf of the opposition, on behalf of the United National Congress, as well as the constituents of Point-à-Pierre, to the loved ones of the late William Chaitan. Having served in our 6th Republican Parliament as a Member of Parliament for Point-à-Pierre, Mr. Chaitan was greatly admired by the people of Pointe-à-Pierre and at large by the people of Trinidad and Tobago. His dynamic intellect, his profound ability to engage issues from the community level to the boardroom, and his deep understanding of national development were the core issues that led to his appointment as a minister in the Ministry of Energy in 2001. While Mr. Chaitan served diligently, offering distinguished public service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, both as a member of this House of Representatives as well as a minister, his contributions went beyond the political dynamic. His work as a geophysicist offered value to our national educational and professional framework. Today, Madam Speaker, we acknowledge his national service and dedication to the people of Trinidad, especially the people of Pointe-à-Pierre. May his soul rest in peace. Amen.
Honorable members, I too would like to pay tribute to the late Mr. William Chaitan. Although his time in Parliament was relatively brief, Mr. Chaitan consistently demonstrated his acceptance of the demands of service. He gained a reputation as a highly engaged and well-informed member who actively contributed to the important work of the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Chaitan applied his expertise at the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, and later on as a private citizen, providing valuable insight and advice about various issues such as the care and consideration that ought to be taken when dredging waterways in Trinidad and Tobago. Based on a review of his participation in parliamentary debates, his contributions were insightful and valuable, enriching the discourse and contributing to the overall effectiveness of the legislative process. Every parliamentarian, regardless of the brevity of their service, must be celebrated and remembered for their contribution to shaping our democracy. The sacrifice, dedication, and commitment required to represent the voices of constituents create a lasting impact on the parliamentary process. We will therefore forever be grateful to Mr. William Chaitan for his contributions in this House and his public service to Trinidad and Tobago. I take this opportunity to express my deepest condolences to the family of Mr. William Chaitan, and I pray that the Almighty grants them the comfort and strength needed in this time of bereavement. I therefore now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Honorable members, I have directed the Clerk of the House to convey our condolences in writing to the family of the late Mr. William Chaitan. Honorable members, I have received correspondence from the Clerk of the National Assembly of the Parliament of Guyana, dated January 3rd, 2025, which states as follows. Dear Mrs. Anita George, the National Assembly of the Parliament of Guyana, at its 90th sitting on the 18th of December 2024, directed me to express deepest sympathy on the untimely passing of the Honorable Lisa Morris Julian MP, Minister in the Ministry of Education, and a distinguished member of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. This loss is not only a tragedy for her family and friends, but also the Parliament and the nation that she served with dedication and honor. We are informed that Mrs. Morris Julian was widely respected for outstanding qualities and steadfast commitment to public service. Her absence would undoubtedly be felt across the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago and beyond. During this difficult time, please convey the heartfelt condolences of the National Assembly of the Parliament of Guyana to her family, colleagues, and loved ones. May they find strength in the legacy of Mrs. Morris Julian has left behind, and in the countless lives she touched through her work as a parliamentarian. Please know that the thoughts and prayers of the National Assembly of Guyana are with you, the members of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and all those mourning this profound loss. Yours sincerely, Sherlock E. Isaacs, Clerk of the National Assembly of the Parliament of Guyana.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay paper number one, the statement of the President pursuant to Section 9(1) of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. 2. The Value-Added Tax Amendment to Schedule 2, Number 2, Order 2024. 3. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Port of Spain Corporation for the year ended September 30th, 2013. 4 to 5. The audited financial statements of Trinidad and Tobago Tourism Business Development Limited for the years ended December 31st, 2022 and 2023. 6 to 7. The audited financial statements of the University of Trinidad and Tobago for the years ended September 30th, 2022 and 2023. The administrative report of National Enterprises Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2023. 19. The Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters Amendment to Schedule 1, Order 2024. 20. The Value-Added Tax Amendment to Schedule 2, Order 2024. 21. The Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority Extension of Period Number 5, Order 2024. I beg to move that Paper 3 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and Papers 4 to 7 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee.
Honorable members, the question is that Paper 3 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and Papers 4 to 7 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lead the following papers, papers 9 to 11. The annual reports on the exercise of the functions and powers of the Ministry of Health for the fiscal years 2021, 2022, and 2023.
The Minister of Planning and Development.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the annual report of the Environmental Management Authority for the year 2023.
The Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the administrative report of the National Schools Dietary Services Limited for the fiscal year 2021-22. Thank you.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Public Administration, Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Minister of Finance, Minister of Trade and Industry, and the Minister of Works and Transport. Paper number 13, the annual report of the Ministry of Public Administration and Digital Transformation for the fiscal year 2020. Paper number 15, the annual administrative report of the East Port of Spain Development Company Limited for the year 2022 to 2023. Papers 16 and 17, the ministerial responses to the 16th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on an examination of the audited accounts, balance sheet, and other financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago National Petroleum Marketing Company Limited and its subsidiaries, NP, for the financial years 2018 and 2019, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's 16th report, 11th Parliament. These responses, Madam Speaker, are from the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries and the Ministry of Finance. Paper number 18, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Trade and Industry to the 17th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on an examination of the audited accounts, balance sheet, and other financial statements of the National Export Facilitation Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, Export TT, for the financial years 2017 and 2018, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's 28th report, 11th Parliament. Paper number 23, the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment to the 4th Schedule, Order 2024. Paper number 24, the annual report of the Statutory Authority Service Commission for the period January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the Companies Amendment Regulations 2024.
Committees.
The member for San Fernando East.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the following report. The third report of the Joint Select Committee on Foreign Affairs on an inquiry into the deepening existing tide and facilitating new linkages between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, 12th Parliament.
The member for Faris-Abad.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the following report. The 22nd report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of the Ministry of Digital Transformation on Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund and Infrastructure Development Fund for the financial year 2024, 12th Parliament.
Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
The member for Oropouche East.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of National Security. In light of serious concerns raised by the Prison Officers Association on the suitability of the Carrera Convict Prison and the Remand Prison in Golden Grove as designated detention centers pursuant to the Emergency Powers Regulations, will the Minister indicate what urgent works have been undertaken to repair and refurbish the named detention centers?
National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me state from the outset that on matters such as these, I take my timing, my guidance from the administration of the prison service as opposed to any other entity or individual. I have been informed by the administration of the prison service that the two facilities referred to in this urgent question are suitable for occupation as we speak. As a matter of fact, they are under occupation as we speak. But of course, repairs and refurbishment is always an ongoing process, and there are some items that have been identified for repair and refurbishment, and they are being addressed promptly. Thank you.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would the Minister care to comment on the statement by the General Secretary of the Prison Officers Association, Mr. Lester Logie, who stated that at the Golden Grove facility, now designated as a detention center, they have written to both the Minister and the Prime Minister indicating that there is no alarm, the roof is leaking, there is flooding at the facility, there is mold in some areas of the facility, and they have asked
for the Prime Minister and the Minister of National Security to address this. Would the Minister care to comment on those serious concerns raised by the Prison Officers Association?
Minister of National Security.
I have not been so advised by the administration of the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much. Would the Minister indicate the number of persons detained since December 30th at the start of the state of emergency?
Member for Oropouche East, I rule that question out of order in light of your original question responses. These are urgent questions.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers, personal explanation, introduction of bills. The National Emblem of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Questions for oral answer.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 6 questions for oral response. We will be answering all 6. There is 1 question for written response, and Madam Speaker, we have received that information and it will be distributed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 31 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, drainage, concrete and roadworks at Calcutta number 1 from the tunnel at Freeport to Calcutta number 2 junction have been approved for implementation under the PURE Program of Works for fiscal 2025. Invitation to tender for the projects are expected to go out by the end of February 2025. In the interim, in-house patching activities have been programmed to provide some relief to commuters within the area. Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Minister, taking into consideration there's over 1,000 potholes currently existing on this expanse of road, could you give us a timeline in terms of the dates when these projects will commence, as you just alluded to?
Madam?
Minister for Works and Transport.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I don't know if I need to read the answer again for him, but just to indicate that under the program, the PURE program, this work is programmed on the 2025 program, and the invitation to tender will go out by the end of February 2025. That is our timeline by itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 32 to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the required road restoration and drainage works from Calcutta Settlement Road number 2 from Freeport Police Station to Indarsingh Junction was recently brought to the attention of the Ministry and the Couva Tabaki Talparo Regional Corporation. Investigations were conducted by the Technical Department of the Municipal Corporation. Findings reveal that the existence of approximately 30% of the drainage on site, with 70% of drainage works are still required. Additionally, road rehabilitation works is needed for some, if not the entire roadway. The Municipal Corporation has estimated that the required drainage works will cost approximately $7 million, and the road rehabilitation works will cost approximately $3.6 million. The Kuva Tabaki Talparo Regional Corporation has made a recommendation for the ministry to source the funding and resources needed for the project due to the nature of works required and the cost associated with undertaking the works. It should be noted that the municipal corporation cannot carry out the works of this magnitude under its existing 2025 allocation, since its 2025 allocation has already been assigned to other projects based on its submissions for the 2025 budget. Accordingly, the ministry is of the view that this project should be executed by the Rural Development Company with funding sourced by the Ministry of Finance. It is anticipated that following the engineering, investigation, and design stages, tenders can be invited in or around June 2025, with the expectation that construction work will commence in the second half of calendar 2025. Thank you.
Member for Kuva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, based on your comprehensive statement, can you give, because you said that this will commence in the second half of the calendar year. Now, I have taken note of your statements and I'm very guarded. Will this commence before the next general elections or after the general election?
Member, I will not allow that question. That question is out of order. Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 33 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the collapsed bridge located at St. John Branch Trace, Avocat, falls under the purview of the Siparia Borough Corporation. As usual, the Ministry of Works and Transport stands ready to provide any technical assistance that the Borough Corporation may request. Thank you.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 34 to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for the question. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government was informed of the landslip at the Shore of Peace cremation by the Siparia Borough Corporation in April 2024. Accordingly, in May 2024, the Ministry's engineering unit assessed the site location to determine the scope of work and cost of restorative works required. The Ministry's preliminary assessment confirmed that the landslip was extensive and repair works estimated to cost approximately $26 million. Due to the estimated cost to undertake restorative work at this site and the fact that the Borough Corporation does not have the funding in fiscal 2025 to implement same, the Ministry referred the project to the Rural Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago. In November 2024, the RDC, that company, submitted its estimate for the landslip repair work, and the project was thoroughly investigated, scoped, and costed. The RDC's estimate for the project was $20.5 million, and after review by the Ministry, the RDC was given approval to invite tenders for the project in December 2024. Upon evaluation of tenders, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government will approach the Ministry of Finance for loan financing for this project, since it is not catered for in the 2025 estimates of expenditure. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it is expected that the construction works can indeed commence in 2025.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that response, Minister. In view of the impending collapse of a structure at the site and the usage of the site on a daily basis by hundreds of citizens, can you perhaps give a time frame as to when you expect this work to begin?
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government has had its eyes on the Shore of Peace for quite some time. Indeed, the member will recall that on the funeral of the cremation of the late Honourable Bastio Pandey, the Siparia Borough Corporation had not done any works to update the site. The Ministry went in and did all of those works, ensuring that it has maintained its operational position. We've indeed been assisting and picking up the burden where the corporation, now borough, has failed to do so. With that in mind, we scoped and we costed, and we've prepared, and there are cautionary tapes and other aspects there. The key is that the procurement cycle must be observed. So we've already done the costing, as I've indicated in the answer earlier. The tenders have come back. We have indeed approached the Ministry of Finance already on funding for the RDC, as that has already been taken to the Cabinet. That is to be managed, and we will get to the works with immediacy. But I want to remind that the Borough Corporation has failed consistently to execute its works at that site, and that the Ministry has been stepping in to ensure that it continues to work.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 34 to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. Question number 35 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Phase 1 of sectional road rehabilitation along the Monziri-Delai Road, beginning at Sparrow Junction, has been approved for implementation on the Highways Division Program of Works for 2025. Tenders have been invited for this project.
Thank you for that response, Minister. Minister, in view of the fact that this is a very important artery to Faizabad from the highway, can you perhaps give a time frame when you expect that work will commence?
Madam Speaker, having said that the tenders have been invited, we do have the procurement regulations. And within the procurement regulations, there are certain specific time frames that has to be followed, where there's a tender period, an evaluation period, an award, and a standstill period. This takes us close to, at the end of the day, could take us as far as 40 days. But I give you the assurance that the project tenders have already been invited, and it's a road that we know has major connectivity issues in it. Thank you.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you again, Minister. Minister, can you indicate whether the scope of works include resurfacing, total resurfacing, or just spot patching as has been done before?
Minister.
Based on the information that I have, it's roadworks. Roadworks, in most instances, will entail sectional paving and road rebuilding where required. If it was patching, it would have said sectional patching. It says roadworks. Actually, it says even some drainage work has to go in as well. Thank you.
Member for Hoover South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 36 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very warmly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is no such policy.
Madam Speaker, could I ask the Minister then what would have guided the Minister in the Ministry of National Security at the 45th anniversary of MTS to tell the country that police work can be done by MTS officers?
Minister of National Security.
I have no recall of using those words.
Not you. I said the Minister in the Ministry.
I can't speak for anyone else.
To leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance, statement by ministers, personal explanation, introduction of bills, the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Bill 2025 in the name of the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stage of the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Bill 2025 be taken later in the proceedings. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Public business, government business, motions.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is enacted by Section 8(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that the President may from time to time make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists. And whereas the President has by proclamation made on the 30th day of December 2024 declared that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And whereas it is enacted by Section 9(1) of the Constitution that within 3 days of the making of the proclamation, the President shall deliver to the Speaker for presentation to the House of Representatives a statement setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based, and a date shall be fixed for a debate on this statement as soon as practicable, but in any event, not later than 15 days from the date of the proclamation. And whereas on the 31st day of December 2024, the President delivered to the Speaker for presentation to the House of Representatives a statement setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House take note of the statement by the President under Section 9(1) of the Constitution, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. Madam Speaker, that requirement has been fulfilled by the correspondence to you of the President. It now falls to the House by this motion to take note of the President's response and to treat with it. Madam Speaker, I will be brief because I do not think that I need to hammer out to anyone in this House or in this nation that we have a serious state of continuing violent criminal actions in our country, and it has been so for quite some time. Anyone who is familiar with Trinidad and Tobago for the last 20 years or more would have been observing the existence in our society of a relatively small number of people when compared to the overall population who, on occasion, sometimes with great frequency, resort to violence to treat with their circumstance, or violence as a way of life. And over the years, Madam Speaker, the persons who have been so disposed have improved their ability to disturb the national psyche by some of the most horrendous violent acts. In recent years, Madam Speaker, we have seen persons conducting violence resulting in murders rising from 100, and it was, I think, when we had the Keith Noel era, when it was believed that the number of violent crimes resulting in murders was unbearable, that the number that year was, I think, was 136.
That was Noel's death.
I think it was
Noel's death was
Keith Noel's 136.
136.
Right. So when the 136 person had been killed, the nation rose up at the instigation of some citizens that this was too much for us to bear. Keith Noel 136. That became a political issue, and in fact the organizer of Keith Noel 136 got himself elected to Parliament to put an end to violent crime in Trinidad and Tobago. But Madam Speaker, no such simplicity exists in the society where persons see opportunity for profit or revenge on a daily basis, and all they seem to have done, Madam Speaker, is to improve their killing machine and their ability to kill more. Because government come, government go, minister come, minister go. What we have seen from this element in our society is a growth from Keith Noel 136 to the year of a state of emergency. I think that was 2011, where 350 odd persons were killed. And it has continued and continued to the point where in 2023, over 600 persons were murdered in this society. And we thought that was a record-breaking arrangement which to contemplate or repeat was too much, given the amount of effort, resources, dollars, policemen, security services, information gatherers, promotions around, and of course the concerns of the citizen for safety and security. We thought that all the effort we would have put out would have seen some reduction Madam Speaker, come 2024, and it's as if the violent criminal element decided that if you want that, we will show you what we can do. Madam Speaker, it is not uncommon in this society to wake up and be informed of a new kind of crime, a new way of hurt, a new way of killing people, and you ask, what were these people thinking? What respect do they have for human life? Whether it is a pensioner whose home was invaded to be killed by some person who is able-bodied and who one would expect in a normal society will go out and look for a job and feed himself, or a child, or a person going to work. It has turned out, Madam Speaker, where initially we thought that this was a Laventille thing because the crimes were committed in Laventille, and therefore if we isolate Laventille, in fact one member of this House had reported to his leader that the way to solve the crime in this country was to castrate the males in Laventille. We had gone as far as that. But over time we have seen that violent streak, that violence as a public health issue was not a Laventille thing. It was a Trinidad and Tobago societal problem, Madam Speaker. So when as we were ending the year in 2024, and there were so many voices speaking up, pointing out what was happening, and how as a nation, of course, the Prime Minister would have failed and the country would have, that's one way of putting it. But the bottom line is, the society has been under attack from a criminal element which we have not been able to suppress. And that does not say that we have not been making considerable efforts, Madam Speaker. When you look at the resources that we have directed to this problem, you ask yourself, had we been able to escape this, what could we have done with the billions that we have directed to secure ourselves? And what is more painful, it appears as though the more we spend on it, the more the criminals find opportunities to expand their enterprise. Because, Madam Speaker, violent crime, murder, and its associated conduct is now a commercial business enterprise in our country. At the community level, there are intelligent persons and not so intelligent persons committing commercial acts for benefit through criminal conduct, recruiting youngsters, male and female, parent and cousins, recruiting them into criminal enterprises in the household, making it more and more difficult for the law enforcement officers to cope with the rush of instances and the heartlessness of some of the criminal actions. Madam Speaker, I know my colleagues in the political arena see opportunity to condemn in this, but that don't change the price of cocoa. It don't change the price that what we are facing is not what we've been accustomed to. We have rules and regulations in this country, some cemented in our constitution, that are geared towards normal citizens and normal behavior with a normal component of deviance from that, only to discover that those arrangements are not sufficiently creating concerns for those who see crime as a way of life, as opportunity, and who see law-abiding citizens unarmed and exposed as victims of opportunity. Madam Speaker, that is Trinidad and Tobago in 2025. So when at the end of the year, we see a continuation of a situation where persons who take that decision to commit crime are now so comfortable with their power, where they believe that the rest of society is afraid of them, that they can do it with impunity in full public view. And Madam Speaker, having broken so many laws with the assistance of so many people, because in many instances to break those laws and to arm themselves, they have to have assistance. And whether the assistance is with corrupt customs officers, corrupt police officers, corrupt this, corrupt that, but they manage to get themselves armed. And of course, Madam Speaker, they arm themselves in recent times with better killing machines. So when they have an event to conduct the killing, it's no longer killing of a person. It's an attempt to kill everybody within range. So we have quintuple murders, quadruple murders, triple murders, all of that, Madam Speaker, by people who believe that the societal control cannot bring them to heel and allow them to respect the rights of law-abiding citizens. Even as they get convicted and get into the prison has become part of the problem rather than part of the solution. And all we can do, Madam Speaker, is to continue to engage them, direct resources, and ensure that we have a commitment that law-abiding citizens must be protected from this element of criminality. Madam Speaker, this matter before us specifically, to which the President refers, I could speak to you as head of the National Security Council with the responsibility for the country's safety and security. Within the days approaching the end of December, Madam Speaker, after years and months of knowing and working against those who organize numbers of people in what is loosely called gangs, a term well known to this House, because it was in this House, Madam Speaker, that we spent hours and hours and hours trying to hammer out legislation under something called anti-gang legislation, because officers of state who had the responsibility to follow them were telling us how many gangs and how the growth of gangs in this country has gone about, and how school children and others are getting involved in this new modern criminal enterprise. The one of where to be disrespected by a certain person by looking in the wrong direction, the response is to kill you. To have something that they want in instant gratification, the response is to kill you. To have a business and not pay tax that they levy on you through fear is to kill you. That, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, is the summary of our society at this point in time. And that is why, Madam Speaker, as a government, I led a government to understand and a region to understand that crime is no longer a situation of opportunity where somebody passing and see a bag and will pick it up, or will in the dark of night will attack someone with the hope that nobody knows who did it. Madam Speaker, crime, violent crime, is now accepted in most quarters, especially at the level of CARICOM and international researching level. Crime as a public health issue, violent crime in this country is a public health issue, Madam Speaker. And those who organize groups as gangs, they don't care. They don't respect. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, they expect to benefit from the generosity of the law-abiding ones. And that is why there's this strong feeling, Madam Speaker, that the rules that we have made and the laws that we have made and the enforcement levels are not sufficiently rigorous to treat with the harshness and the cruelty of the criminal in our society. But they have power. They believe they can engage the law enforcement officers in shootouts. And sometimes, Madam Speaker, they kill law enforcement officers. And sometimes law enforcement officers are forced to defend themselves by killing them. Madam Speaker, that is not a good epitaph of our society. But that's what it is. Because we cannot for 1 minute say that we would give up on this fight, or that we can't win this fight. So when officers are in the police station, it has come to my attention in some districts, some instances, police officers whose job it is to protect us and to secure us in some districts at night are so afraid of the criminals that they close the police station door, turn off the light, and be inside there hoping that the criminals don't come at them. That happens. Madam Speaker, it's not supposed to happen, but it happens. And Madam Speaker, the criminals come in front of the police station, choose it. I'm not speaking to you, I know you're happy with it. Madam Speaker, I'm speaking to you. Madam Speaker, when citizens identifying themselves as lawbreakers choose their place of attack to be in front of a major police station inside the city and to carry out an attack using the most sophisticated killing weapons, it tells you, Madam Speaker, that they have no regard for law enforcement in our society. And they benefit from the fact that the law is as protective of them as they are not as protective of us. So that happened. We saw the outrage, Madam Speaker. We saw the outrage. And the population was equally outraged. But Madam Speaker, because this criminal element that's going on in our society is commercial enterprise, some of them attempting to hold territory, to claim districts, to label districts and to operate it as their fiefdom. They have to protect and then retaliate. So just as to be expected, when this outrage took place at the Besson Street police station, within a matter of hours, more murder and mayhem was planned and executed. And the next event was a shooting in Fitzgerald, where 5 people were killed, 4 on the scene and 1 in the hospital. Or was the other way around? But all of them 5 dead. It's 4 on the scene and 1 in the hospital in one killing incident. And the weapon of choice, Madam Speaker, in these situations are assault weapons designed not to maim or to stop, but make sure to kill. High quality, high caliber weapons. So, Madam Speaker, at the level of the National Security Council, after that second shooting, where we now have 5 people dead, and 2 shootings, 1 in front of the police station, 1 in a back street in Fitzgerald, information reaching us is that those engaged in that kind of activity now speaking of themselves being at war, and nobody would back down in that war, and they will call in their associates, who we know are spread all over the country, as far as Tobago, as far as Cedros, in central Trinidad, in San Fernando, in San Grande, in Diego Martin, because they are at war. My enemy has attacked me. I have lost soldiers, and we are at war. Madam Speaker, when that information comes to the National Security Council, that this is what is happening over and above the normal, too frequent murder for profit, murder with robbery, murder with home invasion. This is now organized battle. Madam Speaker, even though this government had been reluctant to have a state of emergency, largely because we believe that we must minimize the effect of the misbehavior of this few on the lives of the law-abiding. So while a number of persons advising the government would say, have a state of emergency, it is not a panacea. There are things that during a state of emergency you can do, where some people can't do because the law would have been modified to give us new conditions and terms of engagement. But, Madam Speaker, we were always mindful that a state of emergency, as we have known in the past, we've had one in 1970, 1990, 2011, and then we had the COVID, non-violent state of emergency. But we know what a state of emergency can do to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. And we were hoping that we would not get to the point where we would disrupt the day-to-day lives of our people more than the criminals are disrupting it, and that we would not threaten the society's economic well-being, especially, Madam Speaker, especially the activity of small and medium-sized businesses, many of which operating on margins that are very narrow, very small, just on the edge. And if they lose the ability to perform their business, usually in the twilight or darkness, when they do entertainment, when they do other things, even people moving to go from place to place to conduct lawful work, a state of emergency could be quite disruptive to them. Getting transport, meeting people, being concerned about your subordinates being out. Madam Speaker, the environment of a state of emergency is not something that we believe that we should just jump into because it's available by coming to the House and doing what we're doing today. We also know that we want to attract outsiders into our country as part of our economy. Because the very idea of a state of emergency immediately is broadcast around the world that we are under a state of emergency. And many persons won't even bother to find out what exactly is involved in that, what exactly are they dealing with. But just the fact that state of emergency exists, it is unattractive to some people to think of us as a place that they want to be. So the government has been mindful that we can get on with our business, get on in crime fighting without a state of emergency, which in fact, the most that you have been accustomed to in a state of emergency is restricting movement. And of course, giving additional authority to law enforcement officers to operate without the delayed action of getting warrants in hot pursuit, and of course, the ability to detain certain offenders who may have been viewed to be part of the problem, acting on information before that information has gelled into concrete evidence. And of course, a very important part of a state of emergency is to raise the authority of Defense Force personnel to augment policing in the country. So, Madam Speaker, our fear has not gone unnoticed, because it's only 2 days ago there was a report coming from Tobago that as a result of us being under a state of emergency, 2 of the cruise lines have cancelled their visit to Tobago. Now, if you go to Tobago and drive through and walk through now, you won't see anything going on that says state of emergency, don't pass here. State of emergency, don't do that. But we have to declare the law in the way it has to be declared. It makes the news, and somebody at the headquarters say, well, we're not going to cruise to Tobago. And that is the kind of thing that we've been trying to avoid. And I don't know what else we've lost. I don't know who else was planning to make an investment in Trinidad and Tobago and say, well, that place looks unstable, and because it's under a state of emergency, we're not going to do it. That is what the criminals are costing us now, Madam Speaker. Over and above the millions we're spending in the courthouse every week, and the millions in the Privy Council in the event that they get convicted for murder. That's what they're costing us. It's not a free ride, you know. Every murder case in this country costs taxpayers millions of dollars, you know. And Madam Speaker, these criminals just don't care. Some of them believe they have a right because they're in Trinidad to be. It is my right, and I have endless rights, no responsibility, no regard. That when one person is killed, it affects thousands of persons because those persons are connected to other people. And it's not just the dead person in the coffin, it's all those who are responsible for loving and caring for them, who nurture them and bring them up. Murder is a broad infection. Madam Speaker, So when 5 persons are killed in one go from another gang, and the information comes to us from the police that their investigation and their interpretation is that this is gang warfare, where retaliation is almost certain to come. There's invitation for others to come and support, and it will just snowball. A kills B, B kills C, C kills D, and carry on with that. So the killing fields, according to them, is what it should be. At that point, Madam Speaker, the government, whatever reluctance we had with respect to a state of emergency, we had to intervene. The government had to intervene, and the government intervened, and we convinced the president that a state of public emergency exists. And for those who believe that it was not a public emergency because it didn't concern me, given the total disregard for human life and respect for the law-abiding citizens, just picture a scene where one of the targets of this gang or these gangs walking on the pavement that you were using, and they decide on that day that that is where the murder will be committed, where your wife or your child, and I'm not telling you anything new here, it has happened. I still remember vividly this woman leaving Santa Cruz. I think it was her husband's birthday, coming to town to buy some goodies to go back home and to give her husband a good birthday. End up on Charlotte Street. Nonsensical. Up to now, we cannot figure out what they're fighting over. Shoot out on Charlotte Street. And she was the one who got killed. After they fire off the weapons and they run away, police have to spend hours looking for them. I don't know if they found them, but there was a dead woman on the pavement with a husband home whose wife never came back. So all of us, every single one of us is at risk. Your child is going to school, shooting up the vehicle. They shoot up the vehicle. It has reached the stage now, Madam Speaker, where if you see a white panel van, you have to be careful, because it may be carrying the next set of killers who are on a mission to kill a particular person for a particular gang because they have a problem. Madam Speaker, I know there are some people who believe that this is easy to get rid of. But if it was so easy to get rid of, we would have gotten rid of it already. But instead, what we're seeing, the cancer is spreading. My fault, your fault, anybody's fault. The bottom line is, this is what is happening. And when we decide to have a state of emergency, we did take note of how could we have the additional powers for the defense force, the additional access for the police, going after the criminals who are seen to be the offenders, who would be detained without affecting, as far as we are able to, the general public. And that is why this state of emergency is different to the ones we had before. We make no restriction on the gathering of law-abiding citizens, because, Madam Speaker, had we done that, we would have been accused of all kinds of conspiracy theories to interfere with the election that is due in 2025. We didn't do that. We have no restrictions with respect to movement or association or conduct of meetings. We sought to narrate, Madam Speaker, narrate, to let it be laser focused on criminal activity as identified by the police. And with respect, Madam Speaker, to the removal of some of the facilities for criminal activity. I must tell you, Madam Speaker, I don't advise myself in law. I rely on the Attorney General and his office and lawyers who the state may hire. Madam Speaker, we hire senior counsel. The police has a group of lawyers to guide the police. The National Security Council has lawyers. One of the things that we did in this situation was to limit the access to bail, because the police is telling us that one of the problems they have is the speed of the revolving door, where a person who's identified as having committed an offense can get back to his business as quickly as the bail ink can be dried. But the state of emergency still maintains a possibility of bail being restricted. I don't want to talk about any specific instance here because it's all before the court, I will presume. But I must say, Madam Speaker, even in the management of this situation, where we get news of certain findings of the police, certain threats identified by persons who have in fact chosen lawbreaking, I am amazed that in a state of emergency, bail is still so easily available to people who are in fact the problem in this violent criminal society, in this crime wave. I'm amazed. Madam Speaker, we have not restricted the actions of law-abiding citizens. Detentions of persons would be based on police information about the risk and the threat and the behavior of citizens who threaten the society's safety and security. The law is well written. No government can use a state of emergency to shut down the rights of citizens indefinitely. As this section quotes, we're allowed to come here, Madam Speaker, and to take note of what the President has done. The other motion which is in front of us is geared to ask for an extension of what is happening under the state of emergency. So, Madam Speaker, I don't need it. Madam Speaker, what are we taking note of? We're taking note of the fact that the President has been convinced by the government that gang warfare had been imminent, gang warfare action had been taken, retaliation was the expected action, more deaths, more mayhem was to be expected, and therefore governmental authority had to intervene, if not to bring sobriety, but to bring some element of increased and improved law enforcement to the lawless. The President was convinced, Madam Speaker. The information didn't come to us from the priests, it didn't come to us from the teachers, it didn't come to us from the doctors, it came to us from the agency whose responsibility, who is charged with working towards our safety and security. And Madam Speaker, I could tell you, it is easy to dismiss the police work in this country, but it is as dangerous as anything else that goes on in Trinidad and Tobago, because the criminals have no respect for the uniform, the criminals have no respect for the officers, the criminals have no respect for the law, and they have no respect for the prison. And that is the assignment that we have as a government, to change that. Madam Speaker, we stay committed and we stay engaged. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the House take note of the statement by the President under Section 9(1) of the Constitution, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just take this opportunity as we reconvene in this new year to wish all of you, all members, members of staff, Madam Speaker, and of course our citizens and residents throughout the land, to wish you success, safety for a very blessed, peaceful 2025. And I rise in response to the Honourable Prime Minister on this motion. And I dare say this may be the last time I will do so in this chamber, given the member's soon to be his abdication from office as Prime Minister. Indeed, I read today, Madam, as I say farewell words to my honourable colleague, I read today that the seat for Diego Martin West, which the honourable member holds, is now going to be contested by Minister Amy Brown.
Remember, let's just remember the standing orders, and let's abide by the standing orders. No crosstalk. If people have to talk in hushed tones, and let's try to respect each other. Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I wish the honourable member well for his upcoming retirement. And I trust that the days ahead, the honourable member will reflect on the sorry paths he's brought our nation with the murder rate, the economy, and in every sector, a state of collapse. I move along, Madam. In January of last year, we are January 25, in January 2024, the Prime Minister responded to a call I then made in January 2021 and others for calling a state of emergency in our country. That was 1 year ago. Fast forward a year later, where over 625 persons were murdered in 2024, and we started 2025, and thus far, even with the state of emergency, my last reporting appears to be about 11 or 12 persons have been murdered during the state of emergency. So the Prime Minister regales us with all these numbers and how bad the crime situation is. 1 year later, Madam Speaker, riding out into the sunset with a multi-million-dollar retirement deal at the expense of taxpayers, the Minister now Prime Minister comes to tell us now, in effect, he's admitting that he has failed. They have failed. They have failed. And what caused you to wake up? The 625 murdered in last year? The over nearly 5,000 persons we murdered under their watch? That today, at the beginning of this year, on your last legs, as it were, on the eve of your retirement, that you come here to tell us how bad it is. And what do? Buff the criminals, buff the law enforcement officers, buff the customs officers, buff everybody, but do not take responsibility. That the first duty of a government is to keep its citizens safe and secure. That's your first duty. Because if no one is alive, if no one is safe and secure, then there's no need for education, there's no need for roads, there's no need for hospitals. First primary duty of any government is to keep its citizens safe. So here we are. The Prime Minister said, the opposition, in effect, he's saying now, the government is now saying that we were right. When we called for the state of emergency a year ago, I said, you know how many lives could have been saved out of the 625 murdered, plus 11 more. And now I wish, as I say, even with this drastic measure, how has it performed? Did we get any sense of that? We've been told how bad it is, Being told somebody got shot and killed outside Besson Street Police Station. Some others got killed at, Prisca Lands, I think if I correctly pronounce it. And that's what woke you up. All year long, for all these years, did not wake up to say, let's try something else, let's do something. Now, as on the eve of your retirement, you finally decide, let's drop the state of emergency. We need something drastic. But what troubles me, up to this point, yes, SOE, there's nothing, no plans, no policies or programs post-SOE, which I guess may be the next motion. Let's not anticipate that. So I think this is, in my respectful view, a dereliction of duty on the part of the government, of their sacred duty to look after, keep citizens safe and secure. So I deal now, Madam, with your leave, of course, with the first motion, which is that we must now take note of the statement by the President under Section 9(1) of the Constitution, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. Interestingly, the Honourable Prime Minister not once referred to that statement. So perhaps for those who do not get to read our pieces of paper here, I would want to spend a moment to see and put on the record what is the statement of the President, which is what we are debating at the moment, to take note of the statement. What did Her Excellency tell us? And this is what Her Excellency shared with this Parliament It was laid today, I think, as paper number 1 on the order paper. And this is what Her Excellency shared. Pursuant upon her duty as set out in the Constitution, that where a statement, a declaration of a public emergency is made, the President must give a statement setting out the specific grounds on which that proclamation is made. So this is what is the statement that we are being asked to take note of. I will not go through the entire thing, but the highlights. On Monday, December 30, 2024, being satisfied that a public emergency had arisen as the result of the occurrence of action that has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety, I make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists. Excellency continues, set out hereunder the specific grounds on which my decision to issue that proclamation was based. This statement is made pursuant to Section 9(1) of the Constitution, which provides, inter alia, within 3 days of the making of the proclamation, the President shall deliver to the Speaker of presentation to the House a statement setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare existence of a state of public emergency was based. On December 30, 2024, I was informed by the Cabinet that in Trinidad and Tobago there had been 61 homicides for the month of December 2024 and approximately 623 homicides so far for the year, and that additionally, over the past 14 days, there had been an increase in the number of violent crimes leading to the death of individuals via the use of illegal firearms, and in particular, firearms of high caliber, including but not limited to automatic firearms, which have led to over 20 homicides in the past 7 days. Excellency continues, Cabinet further informed, within the last 48 hours, prior to December 30, 2024, the following 2 serious criminal activities involving the use of illegal high-power firearms took place, which endangered the public safety. Cabinet informed that these were only 2 highlighted examples of serious criminal activity that is endangering public safety in this country on an extensive scale. So here we are, after 600 plus murders, on that day just before what we say New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, the Cabinet decided, look, too much is too much. Why then? Is it that only because it was like one gang fighting another gang? Was it done to protect the gang members? Or was it done to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago? Because that specific ground that we are given, and the Prime Minister in his contribution earlier did refer to what happened at Bessel Street outside and what happened in Prisca Lands, and that was like maybe the last bomb to fly off and say, hey, we have to get serious and do something. Her Excellency informs us that the further Cabinet informed that the first of the 2 serious activities occurred on December 28, 2024 at approximately 3:50 p.m. when there was an attempt outside the Bessel Street Police Station to take the life of Calvin Lee, a person with a criminal record and a suspected leader of criminal gangs operating in the Port of Spain area. As Calvin Lee left the stated station, several men armed with automatic firearms ran towards him and started shooting. 1 person was killed, and several 5.56 caliber shells were recovered on the scene, confirming the use of high-powered automatic weapons. Further, Cabinet informed the second of the 2 serious criminal activities occurred on the night of December 29, when 6 persons were shot at Prisca Lands. 4 persons dying at the Port of Spain General Hospital. Madam Speaker, again, when I listened to the press conference on Monday the 30th, which was attended by and presented by the Honourable Member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, the Honourable Minister Stuart, and may I congratulate you on your anointment as the next Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I wish you good luck, but I will not be voting for you. I'll tell you that very clearly. And also in that was the Minister of National Security, I think Lavendale.
He was on the way out.
Lavendale Russell, he's also on the way out, so we'll have to at some point say goodbye. I listened to that, and it seemed to me that the ministers were contradicting each other. Now, the statement, I've read parts of it, madam, the statement to say what are the specific grounds for calling this state of emergency at this point in time. And the two ministers appear to be contradicting themselves. One minister said, went through all the statistics on the horrendous crime numbers and so on. And the other minister said, no, this is about reprisals, gangs and reprisals. Not all these hundreds of people murdered this year, or last year or the year before. It's about the reprisals by the gangs that woke them up to come to Maria. And then again, the Minister of National will come back. He said, no, look at these stats. And Minister Port-of-Spain North at the end had to come back and say, this is about reprisals, gang activity and reprisals. So which one is real? Honorable Prime Minister came to give us again all the statistics, all the crimes, all the murders that have taken place. So I don't see this statement from the President being in sync with what we've been told from the Honorable Prime Minister today, from Minister of National Security, and then Acting AG, Minister Stuart Young. So, Madam Speaker, these are some of the things. Now, the question really arises, and we have precedent in this country. There is a decision of the Court of Appeal in the case of brought about the 2011 SOE, a Court of Appeal decision, Madam, one moment. And in that decision, what fell to be determined as whether the proclamation of the state of emergency then was legal and in keeping with the Constitution and so on. And there was a serious intention and explanation to define what is meant by a state of emergency. And that Court of Appeal decision, Madam, is now under review by the Privy Council. So there was a the High Court decision, which was an appeal, went up to the Court of Appeal, and it's in the case of Earl Eli and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, between Ashmead Mohammed and the AG, Civil Appeal Number S005 of 2018, continues between Dominic Pitilal and the AG. So this decision was handed down, Madam Speaker, January 11, 2024, just about a year, well, today is what, the 13th. Just about a year ago, this decision was handed down. And in that matter, Madam, what fell to be determined by the Court of Appeal, and which will probably rise again, because others have already sent pre-action letters and so on to question this particular proclamation and state of emergency. What fell to be decided, amongst other matters, inter alia, was what is the meaning on the section, relevant section of the Constitution, which I think is 8.1c. One moment. Yeah. 8 Constitution, section 8, 2c. 2c. Subject to this section, for the purposes of this chapter, the President may from time to time make a proclamation declaring a state of public emergency exists. 2. A proclamation made by the President under subsection 1 shall not be effective unless it contains a declaration that the President is satisfied, and in A, talks about public emergency because of a state of war, B, public emergency as a result of earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, or outbreak of pestilence. And we remember the SOE for COVID a couple of years ago. But this time, we're working under 8.2c. Declare the public emergency because action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or deprive the community of any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. The applicable words here is that whatever is threatened, immediately threatened, on such an extensive scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And the case spent a lot of time on trying to determine what was meant by public safety. Because if these things set into the statement of the Honorable Her Excellency the President, if these things do not apply, then you cannot trigger that 8.1c to have a state of emergency. So the statement of Her Excellency, the comments made by Port-of-Spain North, St. Anne's West, and the comments made by Laventille West, those two ministers on that day, contradicted each other. So what is the real factor? What it is that convinced the President that a state of emergency, public safety was threatened? And in that case that I just referenced, at paragraph 35, the court said, there is really no difficulty, in my view, as to the understanding of section 8.2c, as is clear from its wording. It refers to action taken or immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. Continues at paragraph 36. A submission is made by the appellants that the trial judge, in deciding whether the circumstances constitute a state of public emergency within section 8.2c, should have considered only the statement of the President. And the court did not do so, madam. In this matter, the court went on to look at the statements made by ministers, made by persons sitting here, made by the Honourable Prime Minister. All the statements were taken together. And I have a concern, given the contradictory statements that have been made, as to landing us and triggering section 8.1c. I have a concern that this may very well lead to the courts striking down this state of emergency. And I'll be very happy to hear the learned colleagues on the other side share some time and their understanding of what this is about and where we will go as we go forward. As I say, that Court of Appeal decision is under review on appeal to the Privy Council. It's gone, but it has not yet been listed. And the learning therein would be very instructive for all of us as we go forward. Now, Madam Speaker, states of emergency are not new to us. As we approach this one, as are we within a state of emergency, November 1961, there was pre-election violence with the PNM and the DLP, state of emergency declared. March 1965, the Industrial Stabilization Act and the arrest of CLR James, state of emergency. April 1970, the Black Power uprising, state of emergency. October 1971, industrial tensions, the Badger oil strikes after opposition boycott and the PNM winning the election by a landslide in 1971. June 1977, BWIA postal workers strike. The Prime Minister at the time fired all the pilots and declared a state of emergency. July 1990, attempted coup in Trinidad and Tobago. August 95, House Speaker placed under arrest. This was a one-woman state of emergency. House Speaker placed under arrest. And so over the years, there have been others, 1995. We come fast forward to 2011, state of emergency in 2011, and given the statement then of the President and the statements of Minister then John Sandy and others and of myself, the President made the statement as required by Section 9, and it was brought to Parliament, it was debated here. And those on the other side were adamant, as they are up to the 30th, no state of emergency, never, ever, ever, ever. And it is today they have capitulated and said and done exactly what we have been saying. Exactly what we have been saying. And then, of course, we have COVID 2020. So there we are. Statement of the President, which we are debating today. And I'm saying, with due respect to the government, we really need to do something. It is really, really horrendous. As I say, almost 5,000 persons have been murdered in this country under the watch of the present government, from since 2015 up to now. Up to now.
This morning.
Up to this morning, in the middle of a state of emergency, someone murdered. This morning, it continues unabated. So will it be that this proclamation and this declaration will be too little, too late? After a decade, madam, last year being deemed the worst in our country's history of bloodletting and murders in our country, crime rate, we must ask the government to tell the country why now. Why did you do this now and not last year when we called for it? And before that, why not? Honourable Prime Minister did attempt to answer that query which is coming from other persons, not just us here, by saying, well, they didn't want to shut down the economy, and they didn't want small business to suffer. But why didn't you think about the over 5,000 people who have been murdered and their families? Prime Minister laughed about the Keith Noel Committee and what was it called, the 136 Committee. Prime Minister, one life lost to murder is one life too much. much. And now from that 136 then in that year prior to 2010, we are now in 2025 with almost 5,000 persons have been murdered by criminals after a decade, culminating in 2024. Worst in our history. You remember, Madam Speaker, an article published January 16th, Gail Alexander in The Guardian of January 16, 2024. The headline, Kamla wants a state of emergency to fight crime. Yes, ma'am.
Member, Leader of the Opposition, while you're quoting the article, you have to make it compliant with the standing orders. Okay? So remember, yes?
Myself as the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, Leader of the Opposition. I can't use my own name. I thank you for the guidance. So, Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, SC, Member of Parliament for Siparia. Next Prime Minister. Wants state of emergency to fight crime. It's the only thing that worked. And then in the article, what is needed now, I quote, amongst all the other suggestions in the fight against crime, it's a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago, says opposition leader. Quote, everything else has been tried and tested. She added, well, the member added among her points during last night's UNC anti-crime town hall meeting at the Eric Williams Auditorium, La Jolla Complex, St. Joseph, said, while many condemned her government for implementing a state of emergency in 2011, it addressed the crime problem at the time. Yes, we got a lot of pong for it, but you know what happened? The crime went down. It worked in TNT. So I ask you to consider that as we go forward for these crime talks, and we'll have further discussion, it's not something the opposition can do. It is something that is really definitely needed at this time if we are to feel safe. Madam Speaker, that was the response then. What was the response of the others from the other side? And here it is, CNC3. Quote, Prime Minister Dr. Rowley yesterday dismissed opposition leader Kamla Persad-Bissessar's call for a state of emergency to deal with the rising crime situation, saying his government does not believe it is a feasible approach to the issue. Speaking during a post-cab media briefing, Prime Minister Rowley said government did not believe an SOE is TT's best option due to the number of downsides, and the government didn't want to do anything to disturb economic recovery it's working towards. And that article, Madam, published in Loop News TT as well, January 18, reporter Bina Mahes, headline, PM slams opposition call for state of emergency, and this is what is reported. Prime Minister Rowley has chastised...
Just leave out the names. So the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, and Member Superior, Member for Digo Martin West.
Thank you, Madam.
Yes?
Not calling yours a toll Digo Martin Northeast. You will be long gone. You will be long gone.
The Auditor General call yours.
Prime Minister has chastised the opposition's call to implement a state of emergency as a measure to deal with the current increase in criminal activities. He further accused, and the Honourable Prime Minister further accused the UNC of trying to play politics with their secession. So, Madam Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who opposed a state of emergency after 625 and counting, then comes with this. This is the reality we've faced, and in that last week of the year, so many have lost their lives. The question arises then, why now? I ask again, and I hope in the winding up, the Honourable Prime Minister will be good enough to share with us. Why now? Is it because we are just on the cusp of an election, on the verge of an election? Is it they've now woken up to understand what is taking place? 10 years almost of failure, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I initially responded to this by saying it was an act of political gimmickry. Eve of an election. At the eve of an election, everything else has failed. And there has been so much public criticism, Madam Speaker, not just from us in the opposition, questioning the effectiveness and motives behind this SOE. If we look at newspaper headlines, I'll just share a few, Madam, with your leave. Express, January 13, 2025, 2 detention centers unfit, prison officers concerned over the SOE facilities. My colleague from Old East raised it a short while ago, and I'm sure we'll hear more about that. And this is where there's those in the prison service expressing concern about what's happening. Now, these are the people who are being charged and not charged, but detained, and they've been put into these facilities. They say 2 of those are unfit. So what do we expect? A jailbreak? Some massive jailbreak as the criminal elements go through the roof that is leaking and the alarms that are not working. What will happen there? I quote from that article, serious concerns have been raised by the membership of the Prison Officers Association over the designation of 2 of the 4 prison facilities by National Security Minister as detention centers to house those held under the Emergency Powers Regulation. General Secretary of the Association, Lester Logie, said the officers were in no way pleased.
Member for Superior, just by way, and you did it quite frankly by saying, look, what we're looking here is at the statement, and you put it into the Hansard. So I'm cautioning you with respect to the direction you're going. Let's get back to where you fully anchored us previously.
I'm guided, Madam.
As you said, there's another motion, and let's don't anticipate that. I think let's keep within this.
Time. Yes, Madam Speaker. So, at the moment, there's a state of emergency in effect. Law enforcement is operated under that state of emergency, and therefore, they were given powers under the state of emergency to do certain things. One of which is to detain people. And what do you do with them? You have to put them somewhere. And if the facilities cannot house them properly, then something is seriously wrong. And attention should be paid to that. That's as far as I'll go with that, Madam, but there are serious concerns about what is happening there. Now, there's public skepticism.
Now, was you stop?
Yeah.
Okay, you have 3 minutes of your original speaking time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes, if you wish, to complete your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will certainly take the time indicated. Now, there's a lot of skepticism, Madam, about this SOE because of the failure of years of plans, ghost crime plans put forward by the government. Widespread condemnation, skepticism, not because people do not think it is necessary or justified, but because the government has engaged in so many other plans and policies shared to fight the crime, until now saying, well, this is the way to go. There's a track record, woeful, consistent, disastrous failure, over $50 billion spent, Madam, so far, and I think about $66 billion spent on $50 billion in national security. And therefore, what to do? Since 2015, government established a dangerous, questionable track record, multi-billion-dollar ghost plan. So is this going to be another one of the kind with no real success? The Prime Minister has a habit of commissioning very expensive, vague crime plans every time there's a public outcry over crime headlines, and then we never hear about them again. My checks have shown that since this government took office, the Prime Minister has commissioned at least 5 sets of crime plans, all of which have never seen the light of day. All of which. Remember when the government marked the end of their first year in office, they announced they planned to spend US $17.5 million. That was TT, $117 million on what? Intelligence gathering and equipment to help fight crime. Whatever became of that plan, and the over $100 million of taxpayers' dollars, they have never told the country. 2 years later, 2017, crime was getting worse, and the government hosted a lavish event at the Hilton, Trinidad, to launch a national crime prevention program, a new anti-crime initiative. They then said that they would operate under the direction of an interministerial committee headed by the Minister of National Security with participation from the Office of the Prime Minister. Fast forward again. All of these. They promised then to operationalize a DNA bank, re-engineer the national CCTV network, quicken the pace of evidence gathering, introduce electronic monitoring braces. And what about the jammers in the prisons? Are these operating at all? These Honourable Prime Minister didn't mention prison officers. And my response, I say, what about the jammers? Grabbers, the grabbers, which will grab whatever is incoming or outgoing. We have had no feedback on these. The monitoring bracelets, the re-engineering of CCTV, and they were really serious concerns. I know the member for Orput East again had very serious concerns about those CCTV things, and I guess we will hear some more at another time. What happened with all these plans? July 2020, the government appointed a committee to examine and establish the causes of disquiet and dissatisfaction among disenfranchised communities throughout the country, known as hotspots. That was headed by Mr. Anthony Watkins and including Minister Gadsby Dolly. To date, there has been no report laid in Parliament. That was 2020. No, fast forward 4+ years, no report laid in Parliament or presented in any manner. We don't know how much money was spent what the recommendations were. If a report was ever produced, that report is now gathering dust. July 22, let's fast forward. They appointed a committee to start treating with crime and violence as a public health issue. Today again, the other Prime Minister talked about a public health issue, treating crime as a public health issue. Apart from those nice sounding words, what has happened? What plans, what policies, what projects have been undertaken to deal with the crime? That was 2022. The Prime Minister then told the country that that would involve the Ministry of National Security, the TTPS, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, the Ministry of Education, and the THA. What has happened since then with this public health issue and crime that the Prime Minister again speaks to today? And then there was an expensive CARICOM forum later on this. $3.4 million spent on the high. Where is the report? Where is the report? What has been implemented? Again, as crime as a public health issue, Prime Minister speaks about that again today, has the temerity to come to talk about something that was dead in the water from day one, never took flight, never implemented, no reports, and nothing done. Fast forward to the end of the year then, 625 and counting dead. January 2024 again, Prime Minister Rowley announced a $100 million crime plan. $100 million crime plan. And promised to direct Finance Minister, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, to allocate $100 million to be spent by the Trinidad Defence Force in certain communities where development is stymied by crime. What happened with this? Where did it go? Now we have a useless, toothless dog of a state of emergency in the last few months of this government. Taxpayers' dollars to fund the papi showing, the women's fancies of a useless failed government trying to do PR when people are being killed and terrorized in record numbers. So we can't believe anything they say. We cannot believe that this SOE will have the effect. Indeed, many of the SOEs that have been called by the government, this government, P&M governments, has been for political purposes. I had mentioned some before, and I will not go through all those again. So here we are again, as I say, on the eve of an election. And they use, once again, this measure that they've resisted throughout their 9+ years. And Minister Hinds, member for Laventille West, Minister of National Security, he admits a state of emergency is useless, madam. He admits that. If we go by the words of this failed Minister of National Security, member for Laventille East Morpha, the government also does not expect this SOE to have any impact. I quote the words of the member, Laventille West, uttered, as quoted in a Guardian article published 19 January 24 by Shane Superville, headline. Hinds to, well, that's my name, so I'll just say the member for Sparrow. Hinds to, yours truly.
For that, so you'll have to say member for Diego Martin, member for Laventille West. Yes?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. I quote the words of the member for Laventille West, quoted in The Guardian, published 19 January 2024, Minister of Laventille West, says SOEs don't get to the root of crime. This is the Minister, Lavington West, present member of National Security, then member of National Security. This is his conviction. This is his firm belief, which he uttered in the public space. I quote, National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hinds has fired back at the opposition leader's calls for a state of emergency to tackle crime, arguing that such responses do not produce meaningful long-term changes. Continues. The minister disagreed with the suggestion, noting that such strategies did not get to the root cause of the violence. What has changed today? Continuing. Responding to recent comparisons with Jamaica's own SOEs in certain parishes to clamp down on criminals, the minister said this does not have a long-term effect, noting that murders continue in Jamaica even in the midst of the lockdowns. So no wonder there's some, I think the public simply doesn't believe anything that this government says anymore. And the only way we can deal with this problem is to call the elections now and let's vote them out of office. I thank you very much.
The Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. To address the statement of Her Excellency the President dated the 30th of December, duly delivered to this House, Madam Speaker, on the 31st of December, 2024. In obedience to Section 9(1) of our Constitution, Madam Speaker, we assemble today to take note of that statement by proclamation issued on the 30th of December, declared then that there existed specific grounds on which Her Excellency declared the existence of a state of public emergency and to engage in a debate with respect to that statement. Madam Speaker, it is incumbent on us very scrupulously to examine Her Excellency's statement and the grounds set out in that statement by reason of the mandate of Section 9(1) of the Constitution. And as we do that, I want to emphasize that the proclamation of the state of emergency and the statement of Her Excellency, which is before this House, was made on the advice of the Cabinet. I will say more on that, but permit me as I introduce that point to advise the members of this House and the listening and viewing public that Cabinet's decision, duly ratified, to advise Her Excellency to declare a state of emergency was taken at 1 a.m. on the morning of the 30th of December, 2024. This is relevant, Madam Speaker, so that the members of the listening and viewing public might understand the seriousness of the work undertaken then and which this House must undertake now as we assemble here to debate this statement. We are not to engage in the debate today in scurrilous asides and histrionics of things past. We are to look at the statement in the debate that Section 9(1) mandates us to engage in, so that this House of honorable members might affirm or not the decision of Her Excellency as evidenced by her statement. So if we look at paragraph 3 of the statement, this is what the statement begins with. And I quote, "On December 30th, 2024, I was informed by Cabinet that in Trinidad and Tobago there had been 61 homicides for the month of December 2024, and approximately 623 homicides so far for the year, and that additionally, over the past 14 days, there had been an increase in the number of violent crimes leading to the death of individuals via the use of illegal firearms, and in particular, firearms of high caliber, including but not limited to automatic firearms, which have led to over 20 homicides in the past 7 days. I pause to emphasize that at the 30th of December 2024, Her Excellency, by this statement, advises this House that there were 20 homicides in the 7 days immediately preceding the 30th of December 2024. So let us forget the histrionics of referring to what the Honourable Member of Laventille East may or may not have said a year ago. Let us concentrate on the circumstances of what occurred at the 30th of December to prompt the proclamation of that state of emergency. Her Excellency continues, quote, Cabinet further informed that within the last 48 hours, prior to December 30th, 2024, the following 2 serious criminal activities involving the use of illegal, high-powered firearms took place which endangered the public safety. Her Excellency next goes into detail on these 2 serious criminal activities, emphasizing that Cabinet informed that these were only 2 highlighted examples of the serious criminal activity that was endangering the public safety of the country on an extensive scale. And after detailing those 2 highlighted examples, Her Excellency continues to advise this House, quote, Cabinet informed that arising out of these 2 incidents, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service informed the Minister of National Security that intelligence suggested that the latter shooting which took place, and I interpose to remind, the Honourable Prime Minister mentioned it, 5 out of 6 people were shot dead on the 29th of December 2024. Her Excellency says this was a reprisal shooting and killings for the earlier incident where an attempt was made on the life of Calvin Lee. The intelligence of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service informed the Minister of National Security, who in turn informed the National Security Council that the criminal gangs in East Port of Spain, Lavalton, environs, and throughout Trinidad and Tobago were likely to immediately increase their brazen acts of violence in reprisal shootings on a scale so extensive that it threatens persons and will endanger public safety. Cabinet further informed that the National Security Council, in the circumstances, found it necessary to advise me, through the Honourable Prime Minister, to declare that a public emergency exists. Her Excellency concludes her statement by stating that, quote, having considered the information provided and given the above premises, I was satisfied that action had been taken or is immediately taken by persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety to the extent that warranted the declaration of a state of public emergency. So, Madam Speaker, Her Excellency clearly records that throughout her statement, her proclamation of the 30th of December 2024 was made on the advice of the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is set out clearly, a proclamation dated the 30th of December. Section 75(1) of our Constitution, Madam Speaker, and I remind us by reading it, states, there shall be a cabinet for Trinidad and Tobago, which shall have the general direction and control of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and shall be collectively responsible, therefore, to Parliament. In the debate on which we are embarked today in this House, it is apposite that we remind ourselves of the constitutional mandate, function, and role of the Cabinet as pronounced on by our courts. We are fortunate to have the benefit of 2 recently decided cases, one of which the Honourable Leader of the Opposition chose to read from selectively and to misread, which have put beyond doubt that our courts, and I submit respectfully, no less this House, must respect the decision of the Cabinet which informed Her Excellency's decision recorded in her statement. The decisions in those 2 cases were delivered respectively on the 11th of January 2024, Madam Speaker, and on the 19th of December 2024. And with your leave, I will address them separately. The first January 2024 decision is the very carefully articulated and erudite judgment of Mr. Justice Alan Mendonça, retired, speaking for the full Court of Appeal of Trinidad and Tobago, comprised of himself, Mr. Justice of Appeal Prakash Musai, and Mr. Justice of Appeal James Abood. This is the case, Civil Appeal number S003 of 2018 and S004 of 2018, Earl Ellie and Ashmead Mohammed against the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. It runs, Madam Speaker, to 65 pages and consists of 133 paragraphs. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition chose to read selectively from 2 of the paragraphs of that case to make a submission that has no basis in law. When I was a young man and I had just started practicing, and I was in enthusiasm, impressed by a statement made by a judge in a case, and I chose to quote it, I always remember the judge would say to me, and I won't call their names now, but they were wise judges, Mr. Armour, read on. Read on. Because what you've just quoted needs to be understood in the context of what follows or what prefaced it. So we don't, as purported senior counsel, claim to read from judicial authorities, read selectively, and mislead this Honourable House. In that judgment of Ellie, I'll call it Ellie for short, it involved more than one appellant, Ellie and Ashmead Mohammed, but for brevity I will call it the Ellie decision. In that judgment, we start at paragraph 20. The Leader of the Opposition started at paragraph 35. Paragraph 20, the Court of Appeal tells us that the question, and I'm reading from the last 4 lines, the question that faced the trial judge on this issue was whether the circumstances at the time of the proclamation met the description of a public emergency within the meaning of Section 8(2)(c) of the Constitution. So when we are reading Her Excellency's statement today, we are not concerned with what may or may not have been said by other members of Parliament, whether on this side of the House or on the other side in January 2022 or preceding. We are concerned with what is in the statement at the time of the proclamation. The proclamation is dated the 30th of December, and Her Excellency's statement is dated the 31st of December 2024. So we must read it and we must ruminate on that statement. That's my first point that comes from paragraph 20, which the Leader of the Opposition did not read, of the judgment of Ellie. And then let us go to paragraphs 35 and 36. Paragraph 35, from which the Leader of the Opposition read, says, there is really no difficulty in my view, this is Justice of Appeal Mendonça, as to the understanding of Section 8(2)(c). As is clear from its wording, it refers to action taken or immediately threatened by any person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. Certainly, you look to the statement of Her Excellency to see what activated her mind on the advice of the Cabinet at the time of the statement. And then paragraph 36, from which the Leader of the Opposition read, says, as noted earlier, a submission was made by the appellants that the trial judge, in deciding whether the circumstances constituted a state of public emergency within Section 8(2)(c), should have considered only the statement of the President. She was wrong to take into account the statement of the Prime Minister and the evidence of Sandy. I do not agree. And the opposition leader, the Honourable Opposition Leader, chose to pause there to say, therefore, that it is not just the statement of the President that we must consider here. We must consider things said by the Honourable Member for Siparia many years ago and the Member for the Government, the National Security Minister, last year. But the context of this judgment is that, first of all, it was a matter in court in which persons had sworn affidavits. So in its totality, The judge had to be looking at the totality of all of the evidence before him. The trial judge, Madam Justice Dean Armour, she's now President of the Court of Appeal of the Turks and Caicos Islands, and the Court of Appeal who were reviewing her statement. You have to look at the totality of all of the statements that were made at the material time. But that does not mean that you ignore or disabuse yourself of the statement made by Her Excellency the President, which is what we are looking at now. And if the Honorable Leader of the Opposition had gone on to read paragraph 40, this is what the Court of Appeal says. The President does not have to explain why the ordinary powers of the criminal justice system and the police were inadequate, etc. As previously mentioned, his task is to provide a statement as required by Section 9(1) of the Constitution, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of emergency was based. He did that. And in this case, Her Excellency, Madam Christine Kangaloo, has made a statement which she has put before this House, dated the 31st of December 2024. She's done that, and that is what we must look at. And I take you, Madam Speaker, to the very important parts of the judgment of Mr. Justice Mendonça, which are relevant to the earlier point I made then, and that is the value and the significance of the fact that the President, Her Excellency the President, is acting on the advice of the Cabinet. This is what Mr. Justice of Appeal says at paragraph 44 of the judgment. Beg your pardon, not 44, 47. He says at paragraph 47, I have mentioned that Section 8(2)(c) requires an assessment of the risk or the likelihood to the endangerment of public safety. As the trial judge noted, with which I agree, great weight is to be given to the judgment of the executive. And he goes on to quote from a decision of the House of Lords in the case of Secretary of State for the Home Department and Raymond, reported at 2003, 1 Appeal Cases 153 at paragraph 62, which reads in these terms: in matters of national security, the cost of failure can be high. This seems to me to underline the need for the judicial arm of government to respect the decision of the ministers on the question of what constitutes a threat to national security. It is not only that the executive has access to special information and expertise in these matters, it is also that such decisions with serious potential results for the community require a legitimacy which can be conferred only by entrusting them to persons responsible to the community through the democratic process. That is to say, the persons elected to govern the country. That is the significance of the Cabinet under Section 75 of our Constitution advising Her Excellency at 1 a.m. on the morning of the 30th of December of the facts and circumstances which prompted Her Excellency in her discretion to proclaim the existence of a period of national emergency, and why we are today to look scrupulously at what she says in that statement to appreciate why, therefore, we should endorse that statement and affirm it for the validity that it brings to the moment. The Leader of the Opposition didn't read that passage. We must be true to our oaths as members of the inner bar, whatever one may want to do or say as politicians serving other interests. If you are reading from a judgment, read the judgment properly. And it's not the first time I've had to regret that travesty. The second case, Madam Speaker, which is equally relevant on the issue of the role of the cabinet, albeit in a different fact scenario, is the more recently decided case of the Privy Council, 19 December 2024, of Ravi Balgobin Maraj and the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. Members will recall that this decision is a decision brought by an appellant, the self-proclaimed so-called activist Maraj, represented by Anand Ram Logan, who lost his challenge to Her Excellency the President's extension of the term of office of the present Commissioner of Police, Mrs. Erla Christopher. In the judgment of the Board of the Privy Council, having held in unequivocal terms that there was nothing unconstitutional nor unlawful in the decision of the President to extend the term of the office of the Commissioner, Lady Simla of the Privy Council at paragraph 53 pointed to the powers conferred by sections 7 and 8 of the Constitution, quote, exercisable by the President in a state of emergency, as further examples of those provisions in the Constitution which allow for the advice of the Cabinet to the President and for appropriate deference being accorded to the Cabinet, and therefore for appropriate respect being accorded to the decision of the President based on that advice. So that it is not enough for us to stand here and do a disservice to what is said by the President in her statement, to read selectively from a judgment, to speak in scurrilous terms, to suggest, and I thought for a moment I had not heard correctly, to suggest that in the quotation of Her Excellency that says that there were two gangs in particular who were at war with each other and there were going to be reprisal attacks, to suggest that this cabinet is somehow or the other one protecting one gang as against another is irresponsible in the extreme. And it goes against all of the law that has been handed down and the draftsmen of our Constitution who have drafted our Constitution to say you are elected according to prescribed terms and you would pay obeisance to the fact that the cabinet is the government duly elected, and you pay respect to the section of the Constitution that mandates what we are to do here. Look at the statement and take it on its terms. Madam Speaker, the foundation of any democracy lies in the safety and the security of its people. And when public order is threatened, it can create an environment where fear thrives, trust is eroded, and the rule of law falters. Public order necessarily requires, and this is the thrust of the Constitution, requires trust in our government to govern, trust in the rule of law, and trust that your government will act swiftly and decisively to protect the citizens of this country. And that is what was done on the morning of the 30th of December 2024, when the Cabinet took the decision to advise Her Excellency of circumstances existing within its knowledge, brought to it as a matter of national security. We've heard the Honorable Prime Minister today tell you, as chairman of the National Security Council, he is the repository of information, and the Raymond case tells us that must be respected. It comes in a quality of information that you do not second guess. The courts defer to that. This House, with respect, unless compelling evidence to the contrary is shown, not scurrilous remarks, must also respect that. Otherwise, we make little and we make a fool of our Constitution and of the oaths we take in this honorable House and in the other place to uphold the Constitution. The declaration, Madam Speaker, of a state of emergency is never a casual choice. It is a measure of last resort undertaken only after all other avenues have been explored. So if a year ago there was no sufficient basis for a state of emergency, so be it. But if at the 30th of December, the circumstances of reprisal gang killings on an extensive scale were threatened, and the information that comes to the Cabinet persuades the Cabinet to take that information to Her Excellency, and she tells us in her statement after due consideration, she is satisfied, according to the tenets of Section 8(2)(c), that circumstances exist for calling a state of emergency, then that is what we have to look at, that is what we have to scrutinize, and that is what we must respect. We are confronted with criminals whose brazenness knows no bounds, wanton disregard for life, limb, who are going into our schools and taking hold of our children in the schools and turning them into criminals. And we have to take recognition of that, and we have to take the measures, as extreme as they may be at a particular point in time, to address it, to redress it, and to bring it under control. Madam Speaker, there is a measure of proportionality. That is for the other debate. I won't get into that just yet. But there is a measure of proportionality that is now accepted in constitutional law, that notwithstanding the fact that there are rights and freedoms guaranteed by our Constitution, there is a proportionate decision-making process that governments have to subscribe to when they balance the risk and the benefits of the actions that they are about to take. And therefore, Madam Speaker, against the background of everything that I have said, in closing, on the basis of what has already been said by the Honorable Prime Minister, and on the basis of the statement before you, dated the 30th of December, I beg to support the move that the proclamation be endorsed and that this House vote appropriately. Thank you very much.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, given the comprehensive discourse of the Attorney General, I would hardly be expected to improve on that. But I simply want to say, Madam Speaker, since we are engaging in the debate, that my colleague from Siparia made some comments which ought not to go unchallenged. Because it is easy to be critical, but there has to be logic. My colleague made reference to the fact that I, as Prime Minister, for the period that I've been in office, I am responsible for, what, 4,000 deaths or 5,000 deaths? Yeah, okay. But if one takes that statement logically, then I would say that the member for Siparia is responsible for 2,435 deaths. Because during her term of office, that is what happened. We lost 2,435 people. But the member went on to say that we have a state of emergency, and it was said that we should have had it before, and lives would have been saved. That is conjecture. Because nobody knows exactly what life would have been saved. And when you look at the numbers, it didn't put an end to the behavior of the criminals. The state of emergency of 2011 did not put an end to the behavior of the criminals. Because the previous year, in 2010, there were 474 murders and rising. It was the curve of criminality, the curve of violence, the curve of violent crime, the curve of murders have been going up. And then when the 2011 instance in Arima took place, and the government of the day decided that the response to it should be a state of emergency, nobody was saying that that would put an end to criminal intent, criminal planning, criminal execution in this country. But by the nature of that emergency, that year, the number of murders dropped to 379, a state of emergency. And then the emergency expired, I think it went until December or thereabouts. It went on for about 6 months. But immediately after that, Madam Speaker, what do we have? Government had all the answers about emergency. And the following year it was 407. The following year it was 403. The following year it was 420. So when my friend from Siparia left office, that year there were 420 murders. And the difference between 420 and 400 and 600 is a lot. It's 200 more people. But 400 is in fact a lot as well. So to come here and pretend that I would have done this and I know that, and we have been struggling with this as a nation, and that seemed, when I made that comment, that seemed to have offended my colleague. But then my colleague took issue with interpretation of a press conference held by the two ministers, one the Minister of National Security, the other the Attorney General, at the time when we were facing this retaliatory environment in which gang warfare had broken out in East Port of Spain, with calls to invite other people around the country to join in defense of certain people. Madam Speaker, I don't agree with the statement by the member of Siparia that the ministers were contradicting one another. The acting Attorney General gave clear explanation of the law under which the emergency came in and what the emergency would apply to and not apply to for the public benefit. There was clear descriptions. And the Minister of National Security gave a perspective of the upward trend of the killings that were taking place and the use of a particular type of weapon which, if used and when used, would multiply. It is easy, Madam Speaker, to say that the number of killings is 600 and to disparage the effort. But one ought for a very fleeting moment to consider what would the number have been if the initiatives taken and the action taken had not been taken. It could easily have been far worse because the criminals have no upper limit to the number of people that they intend to kill. And that's a singular point I'm making. We have got significant benefit by seeking to restrain them. We haven't brought it to zero because they have been resisting good order. But when the member from Siparia is picking that nitpicking arrangement to say two ministers were there and they were contradicting each other and they could go, the matter could go to court, and brings me to the point that the member must know what she's talking about. With her experience, Madam Speaker, let us pay careful attention, as we have done with this emergency. But I simply want to say that my colleague from Siparia is just blowing hard, knowing that as I speak to you now, I don't even think we have finished paying the millions to people who have sued the state for a state of emergency declared under her stewardship. Senior counsellor she is. That emergency, of which she's an expert, of 2011, resulted in a number of people using the rights of the Constitution, which all of us have, criminal and all, to go to the court and complain. And in this instance of 2011, they complained that they were arrested without reason. And of course, the court wanted to hear about this. What my colleague from Siparia should tell this House and to tell the nation is that the government, in seeking to convince the court that there was good reason for those persons being detained in an emergency, and that there was a good reason for a state of emergency being declared by the then president. As the government sought to do that, the member for San Fernando East then was the Attorney General, San Fernando West, asking our colleague from Siparia and another one from somewhere else. He's from Golden Grove. Anyway, these members were asked to answer the question on behalf of the taxpayer. What was the reason for the state of emergency in 2011? And Madam Speaker, with all that fulmination and interpretation here today and senior counseling today, would you believe that the member for Siparia flatly refused to answer the question? Flatly refused to go on affidavit to defend taxpayers in the court for the action of her government led by her, resulting in millions of dollars being paid to people. People who her government thought should have been detained for public safety. And then coming here today and fulminating like that, frothing at her mouth, rocking left and right about an emergency which has removed the possibilities of that being successful. I have no doubt that there are people who will challenge the government's actions, because the criminals have been challenging the walls of the prison, they've been challenging the law, they're challenging the court, and they will continue to challenge and looking for a loophole to get out. And then you have a question asked, why did you declare an emergency in 2011? No answer from the Prime Minister and the then Attorney General, and of course the court has no choice but to rule in favor of the criminals and pay them millions of dollars. Madam Speaker, my friend from Siparia is playing smart with foolishness, playing hurt when there's no hurt to be had, playing rectifier when she can rectify nothing, playing interested when she's not interested. It's all about trying to make it as difficult as possible. And of course, she's an expert in denigrating people. Madam Speaker, today is a simple, straightforward matter. To come here and say that when gangs are threatening to shoot indiscriminately as they do, kill indiscriminately as they do, with weapons that can penetrate the wall of the average house of this country and across motor cars, on streets and in police stations, in front police stations, and we act to stop them from behaving like that, we be accused of declaring an emergency to protect the criminals from one. That, Madam Speaker, is an offensive statement, and I reject it out of hand. I don't even want to say it's politics, because that is bad politics. It's just a matter of trying to fool people, hoping that the population will hear that and somehow would see salvation in her efforts. Madam Speaker, it's not salvation, it's lack of cooperation. So I will spend no more of my time trying to convince this country we've got a problem. We have a problem. And I'll spend no more of my time trying to convince my colleagues on the other side, do your duty and stand up and face the criminals and stop mollycoddling them in your ranks. Madam Speaker, this is a serious matter, and it's not going to go away by just pointing fingers at people and at one another. The criminals know as long as we're doing that, they have the edge. They know that. They know as long as we see them as victims, they have the edge. And they have no sympathy for us, the law-abiding. So today, in this motion, we are required to take note of the President of the Republic being convinced that on that situation of December 30th and the days ahead, God alone knows what would have happened if we hadn't intervened. So I can't tell you how many lives have been saved, but I know that on that occasion, the government took the action to give the police and the defense force additional leeway. Madam Speaker, I don't want to tell you the difficulty some police officers have in getting a warrant to go after people who they believe should be apprehended in quick order. When you're taking 2 and 3 days to get a warrant, by the time you get it, and worse, some people give the criminals a heads up that somebody coming to get a warrant for you. That's our society. We remove that or largely eliminate it so the police can move quickly on information to protect the public, the innocent public. And in many instances, people who are endangering others, sometimes without regard for their own lives. Because when you engage armed police officers in a firefight with weapons, lives can be lost on both sides. But there are some people who don't care. But we in the government, we have to care for every single life in this country. So, Madam Speaker, I've said enough. As leader of the government, in support of the President's decision, and on that basis, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the House take note of the statement by the President under Section 9(1) of the Constitution, setting out the specific grounds on which the decision to declare the existence of a state of public emergency was based. All in favor say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, number 2. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is enacted by Section 8(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that the President may from time to time make a proclamation declaring that a public emergency exists, and whereas the President has by proclamation made on the 30th day of December 2024 declared that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and whereas it is enacted by Section 9(2) of the Constitution that a proclamation made by the President for the purposes of and in accordance with Section 8 shall has, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 15 days, and whereas it is enacted by Section 10(1) of the Constitution that before its expiration, the proclamation may be extended from time to time by resolution supported by a simple majority vote of the House of Representatives. So, however, that no extension exceeds 3 months, and the extension do not in the aggregate exceed 6 months. And whereas it is necessary and expedient that the proclamation made by the President on the 30th day of December 2024, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, should be extended for a further period not exceeding 3 months. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the proclamation made by the President on the 30th day of December 2024, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, be extended for a further period of 3 months. Madam Speaker, I stand in support of this motion as a continuation of what has been said in support of the action that the government has taken, that the nation is taking. Madam Speaker, I know that there's some disagreement in the population as to whether there should be a state of emergency. Some people is of the view, some people are of the view that there should not be a state of emergency. One, it's a waste of time, but by the same token, there are others who believe that the emergency as declared should have been declared before, and there are others who believe, Madam Speaker, that it will help in fighting the crime. These are all points of view expressed by various components of our national population. But as a government, I always say that government's decisions are never single-line items. They are always options. And sometimes something which is an option on Monday is not a good option on Friday. It all depends on the circumstances. My colleague from Superior spent a lot of time quoting herself for whatever that was worth. There's a word for that, you know. And she spent a lot of time quoting, taking a position that the Prime Minister said that I would never declare a state of emergency. Madam Speaker, I never said any such thing. I've always said that it is not an option that we would pursue at this time. As simple as that. Because the option was always available to do it. But then looking at it in the round, one determined whether on this occasion it is the best. I could tell you, Madam Speaker, the business community has always felt that you'd get better law enforcement under firmer rules of some kind of state of emergency. There are other people who believe, Madam Speaker, that a state of emergency poses a threat to the law-abiding by the law enforcement officers. But one has to balance it. How many law enforcement officers of the 7,000 are lawless? How many criminals are committing to be lawful? So, Madam Speaker, when the decision is made, we have to look at it in a balanced way. And it is not that because we declare a state of emergency, that the planning and execution of murder will end. So to say that we are in a state of emergency and they kill somebody, that is not the best way to look at it, Madam Speaker. Is whether the runaway criminal effects have been checked in part, if not in whole. My colleague may enter the debate and give us some numbers to see whether in fact there has been any amelioration in the behavior of the violent few. And if there has been, then one can only assume that it has been as a result of the action that we have taken. And if that is so, Madam Speaker, we may want to take that action for a bit longer. It is too early, Madam Speaker, to say that it has been successful, so we close the door after 15 days. We believe that we put our officers out there to do more. We've given them additional support from the Defense Force. We're covering more ground. We're spending more time interrogating suspects. We're spending more time and need to spend more time converting information to evidence. And we are in fact spending time, hopefully, detaining the deadly to reduce their ability to rain death and destruction on the innocent and the law-abiding. Madam Speaker, we need more time to have this intervention impact upon the circumstances which caused us to be here, which caused us to declare the emergency, which caused the President to be convinced that the time has come, the situation warrants it, and we are under a state of emergency, and that state of emergency and the powers that we have given to our officers should be maintained for a while longer. And Madam Speaker, on that basis, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the proclamation made by the President on the 30th day of December 2024, declaring that a state of emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, be extended for a further period of 3 months. Member for Barrett-Harris-Salmon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me take the opportunity to wish you a Happy New Year and my colleagues on both sides of the House. Madam Speaker, before I begin my substantive contribution on this motion, I just want to express my deepest condolences to the family of Kumari Baksh, an attorney at law, my colleague, a person who was in law school with me, who was brutally murdered at her Komoto residence together with her loving husband while the state of emergency was in effect. Madam Speaker, I had to read an article in the newspaper where the member for Laventil West, the outgoing member for Laventil West, the failed Minister of National Security, Madam Speaker, attempting yesterday, on the eve of this debate, to go in the public space to defend the continuation of this SOE by saying criminals are on the run. Madam Speaker, I agree with him. The criminals are running amok in this country. They are taking over this country because the government has let go of the reins. This state of emergency, Madam Speaker, they themselves, most of them in the cabinet, well, we know there are two cabinets now, 11 and 9, Madam Speaker, but that cabinet was not even aware that a state of emergency was going to be proclaimed on the morning of the 30th of December. Madam Speaker, we learned of the state of emergency because of a media release coming out of the office of the Prime Minister, not the presidential proclamation by way of legal notice. And what is important is this. The evening before this state of emergency was announced on the Monday, there was a big line in Tobago at the Prime Minister's residence in Tobago, Madam Speaker. Big line. Several persons were invited, Madam Speaker. I don't know if it's PNF bigwigs or not. But, Madam Speaker, a couple hours later, they then find this information, hey, we need to call a state of emergency. Madam Speaker, this state of emergency was not well thought out, it was not planned properly, and it is not being executed properly, and they are only, Madam Speaker, serving to waste the people of Trinidad and Tobago's time. And I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker, again. When this state of emergency was announced to the country by the Acting Attorney General and the Minister of National Security, there were no regulations proclaimed. Why is that important? The police and law enforcement need to understand the powers that they have. A state of emergency can be proclaimed, yes, but in order to determine the parameters, the powers of law enforcement, Madam Speaker, you must have regulations. The regulations did not come until very late on Monday night. So the criminals were running up and down this country, no regulations, two ministers in the morning on TV telling the country we have a state of emergency, and the police just as confused because they did not know what powers they have and what powers they did not have. And then they come to this parliament to justify and tell us that, listen, there's reprisal killing because of the statistics, inconsistent messaging, and then come here to defend the state of emergency when they may not have had a proper basis for the declaration of the state of emergency, Madam Speaker. They come, the Prime Minister says that the President is convinced. I heard him a short while ago saying that the President was convinced. Madam Speaker, let's clear up that, because that is very important. There's no need to convince the President. This is a rubber stamping exercise. Madam Speaker.
Remember, we're not dealing with the first motion now, eh? Okay? We're on to the extension, so we're not dealing with the first motion. So just be guided how you're going forward.
So, Madam Speaker, and I just want to go back to the recital of this motion where it says, whereas it is enacted by Section 8(1) of the Constitution, that the President may from time to time make a proclamation declaring a state of public emergency exists. So, Madam Speaker, I had to go back to the Hansard of the 2nd of September 2011. The member for Diego Martin, West then leader of opposition. He said this, we are here in this motion to treat with the statement of the President. And I dare say the President's statement is in fact a synopsis of what the government told him. So let us not make any interpretation that these are the President's assessments based on information that he gathered on his own.
As I told you, we're not dealing with this statement. That debate is gone. Let's deal with this. Okay, what you just read there confirmed what I anticipated. So.
Thank you very much, Madam, and I think the point has already been made, Madam Speaker, that statement that the Prime Minister made earlier on is absolutely wrong.
I warned you twice. We're on to a different debate.
Under this particular state of emergency, there are certain regulations that will be continued for this period of 3 months. Several regulations were made and proclaimed by the government. And we have the Emergency Powers Regulation 2024. Then we have, Madam Speaker, the Emergency Regulations Amendment, and I'll get to that. And then we have the emergency powers, the detention of persons, discipline and place of detention directions, 2025. So we have three pieces or three legal instruments that were so far proclaimed or made public through legal notice by the government. And Madam Speaker, let's assess firstly the regulations. These regulations that are called the Emergency Powers Regulation 2024 really are a copy and paste of the exact same regulations from 2011. So every time they come to chastise the state of emergency of 2011, they are using almost the identical regulations from the 2011 state of emergency. So this is hypocrisy at its highest. Madam Speaker, and they are so bad at drafting legislation, Madam Speaker. In 2011, an error was made where the fines for the offences were left out. You know they made the same error because they copy and paste bad? No. Madam Speaker, they had to come a little later to fix the error now and have an Emergency Powers Amendment Regulation 2024 to tell people, well, if you breach your regulation, this is the offence and this is the fine, this is the term of imprisonment. Madam Speaker, they can't even copyright. They can't even copyright. And they're asking the people of Trinidad and Tobago to trust them. I heard the Prime Minister says he reposes confidence in the Attorney General to provide legal advice. I don't know if he might have another AG sometime soon. He might have another AG sometime soon. And this time was the acting AG, soon to be Prime Minister, I believe, anointed Prime Minister. And Madam Speaker, let's go through some of these regulations, because this is very important to have a correct assessment of what these regulations are here for, what the powers of the police officers are, what, Madam Speaker, what law enforcement can in fact do and they can't do. So I want to go through some of those particular provisions as outlined in the Emergency Powers Regulation of 2024. And Madam Speaker, when you read Regulation 3, it really outlines, gives the foundation, the basis for further further regulations to be promulgated through the Constitution by virtue of Section 8 and 9. And it talks about all sorts of things such as possession of guns and ammunition, power to stop and search, forfeiture and disposal of firearms, ammunition, explosives by the court, searches, arrest without warrants, detention without charge, preventative detention, restriction on bail, restriction on the right to apply for habeas corpus, joint army and police enforcement. So, Madam Speaker, let's go to the first one I want to look at, and that's Regulation 8. And Regulation 8 in the Emergency Powers Regulation says this, and I want to read it into the record, because these were not part of the Parliament's record. These are what were outlined through legal notice. And Regulation 8 says, subject to the provisions of Regulation 11, any person who, without lawful authority, the burden of proof as to lawful authority laying upon him, purchases, acquires, or has in his possession any firearm, ammunition, or explosive, is guilty of an offense. Okay, that's fine. So the emergency regulations is basically telling you, if you are in possession of a firearm or ammunition, you have committed an offense. Madam Speaker, do you know there's existing law under Section 6 of the Firearms Act that already makes it a criminal offense to be in possession of guns and ammunition? So what brand new power you're giving the police here? What brand new power you're giving here, Madam Speaker? It is already in existing legislation. And what is even more comical, Madam Speaker, is this. Under the emergency regulations, if you are convicted pursuant to the emergency regulations, the fine is $100,000 and imprisonment to a term of 5 years. Madam Speaker, you know if you are convicted under the Firearms Act on a first offense, the fine is $500,000 and imprisonment to 15 years. It is a harsher, more serious penalty to charge, convict, prosecute under the Firearms Act rather than these emergency powers regulation. And it is exactly the same offense. Possession of firearm and the burden of proof shifts onto the person who is in possession. Already there, Section 6 of the Firearms Act. So what new is the government doing here with a state of emergency? Let's go to Regulation 9, Madam Speaker. Regulation 9 gives the police the power to stop and search any person on the street or public place who he reasonably suspects of having in his possession firearm, ammunition, or explosive. Further, it gives the police officer the power to seize and detain any firearm, ammunition, or explosive found. Well, Madam Speaker, this sounds like a serious matter. Police could stop, search, and seize you if they suspect that you have a firearm or ammunition and that is unlawful. Madam Speaker, this could also be found in Section 27 of the Firearms Act. No. And Section 27 says, where the police has reasonable cause to suspect that any person is carrying a firearm, ammunition, or pepper spray in a public place, contrary to any provisions of this Act, the police officer may search that person and may seize and retain any firearm, ammunition, or pepper spray carried by that person until such time as legal proceedings against that person for any offense in relation to such firearm, ammunition, or pepper spray are finally determined and may without warrant arrest such person. Exact power. The exact power is found in the existing legislation that is now promulgated by the regulations under this Emergency Powers 2024, Madam Speaker. Forfeit and disposal by the court. Regulation 10, emergency regulations. It provides the court to order the disposal and forfeiture of firearm, ammunition, or explosive found. Section 38 of the Firearms Act, equivalent section, says that any firearm or ammunition or pepper spray seized and detained under this Act may be retained for as long as is necessary for the purpose of any examination, investigation, inquiries, or legal proceedings, and subject to Section 10, a judge or magistrate may, upon application in such proceedings, direct such firearm or ammunition or pepper spray to be forfeited or otherwise disposed as he considers just. Madam Speaker, what is new? What is new, Madam Speaker? These are already existing laws in place that are now copied into emergency powers regulation. So you have a state of emergency, no curfew. You have a state of emergency without a gun amnesty, but you have the exact same powers that the police already has under existing law. It absolutely makes no sense. It is political gimmickry. It is PR to the highest level when it comes to national security because they want people in an election year to feel as though that they're doing something about crime when they have failed after 9 consecutive years. Madam Speaker, they have failed after 9 consecutive years. Regulation 13, this deals with the police power now to search premises and vehicles. Regulation 13 provides for a police officer to enter premises or stop and search any vehicle in a public place or not if he suspects that the person has in his possession a firearm, ammunition, or explosive. Now, Madam Speaker, under the Firearms Act, Section 29, a police officer already has the power to stop and search any vehicle for firearms. It says this: a police officer in uniform may stop any vehicle for the purpose of ascertaining whether any firearm or ammunition is being conveyed therein and may search without warrant such vehicle, the driver thereof, and any person conveyed therein. This is what the Firearms Act says, and the emergency regulation says the exact same thing. The police could stop any car, even without a state of emergency, if they suspect that car and the persons being conveyed in the car has an illegal firearm and or ammunition. Admittedly, Madam Speaker, the Act or the current law does not allow the police to go into a private premises without a warrant. Admittedly, the powers under the state of emergency gives them that power. But, Madam Speaker, they can go with a warrant. This government comes, beat their chest. We have fixed the criminal justice system. We are doing so well. We proclaimed AJIPA. They have boasted so much that they get rid of 15,000 cases from the magistrate's court. Well, I thought they could have gotten a warrant in a couple hours. When they come here to boast about how well the criminal justice system is doing, then the Prime Minister tells us, well, you just have to wait about 2 days for a warrant. How does the Prime Minister know that? How does the Prime Minister know that? So, Madam Speaker, You have processes, but it is a lazy approach that they are adopting. It is simple. If a police officer, law enforcement, already has intelligence, already has evidence, already has a basis, it is a low evidential threshold to convince a judicial officer, be it a master of the High Court, in order to issue a warrant. And that also protects the state and it protects the accused. Because if anybody brings a claim against the state, they can say this was a lawfully issued warrant by a judicial officer of the High Court. So when they come to say, Madam Speaker, that police can just bounce in people's house, that is not so. The police must have some level of reasonable cause. You can't just go in somebody's house in a state of emergency. You must have a reasonable belief. You must have reasonable suspicion. You can't just go in anybody's house. And that is why, Madam Speaker, if they are instructing, or any authority under the government or law enforcement is instructing people to go in people's house without reasonable justification, cause, or suspicion, Madam Speaker, you can end up in the courthouse and the state will have to pay big, big money. This is a democracy. This is a democracy, Madam Speaker. This is a democracy. Arrest without warrant, Regulation 14, Madam Speaker. Regulation 14 of the Emergency Powers Regulation gives the police the power to arrest a person in a manner prejudicial to public safety or public order. That's a wide power now being given to the police under the regulations. And the person can be detained for inquiries without charge in the first instance for 48 hours. And then if they require further time, they can go up to 7 days, Madam Speaker. Well, this sounds like the police could get time to do some work, detain the person, investigate, make the relevant inquiries. Madam Speaker, when you read Section 16 of the Anti-Gang Act of 2021, which the United National Congress opposition supported, it allows a police officer without warrant to detain for a period not exceeding 48 hours, where he has reasonable cause to believe that a person has committed or is committing or about to commit or has interfered with an investigation of an offense under the Act without charging him for the offense. So it is the exact same power that is found in Section 16 of the Anti-Gang Act, where the police can arrest for 48 hours without warrant a person suspected of criminal conduct in the manner of offenses under the Anti-Gang Act. Being a gang leader, being a gang member, committing gang-related offenses such as murder, possession of firearm, drugs, ammunition, Madam Speaker. So there is no new power. And what is even more important is when you read further Section 16.5 and subsection 16.6, Madam Speaker, it says that if you want to go beyond that 48 hours, you can go by a judge to get a 7-day extension. But it is a lazy approach that they are adopting here, Madam Speaker. Lazy approach. So basically, the Emergency Powers Regulation and the existing law is really the same thing. It's really the same thing. Preventative detention, Madam Speaker. Preventative detention is something that the minister has power to do. The minister will order that this person be detained, and that person will have detention, Madam Speaker, for a lengthy period. They are denied bail, of course, they are denied the right to habeas corpus. But there's still a due process built in it, because there's a tribunal set up where the state will have to justify the continued detention of any person. So what this really is, Madam Speaker, is a temporary suppression of crime. When the state of emergency is over, what you think is going to happen? When all them gang members and gang leaders out on the street, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? Madam Speaker, I want to give you one example. The newspaper has reported that a gang leader or alleged gang leader, the one who triggered this entire state of emergency, Calvin Lee, it's in the president's statement, he's under house arrest. Madam Speaker, police outside his house whole day, giving him police protection 24/7. When the state of emergency is over, what's going to happen? When 6 Dan, I think he's called 6 Dan, or Tyson, when 6 Dan or Tyson house arrest is over, what happens? Because this state of emergency is not going to be in effect for over 6 months. Madam Speaker, we are going to even cause a more aggravated situation. You have to deal with the root causes of crime. This is a plaster. This is a plaster on an open wound, Madam Speaker. An open wound. So while this state of emergency is happening in Trinidad and Tobago, do you know that the borders are still open? Do you know the Coast Guard has collapsed under this government? The Prime Minister and the member for Laventil West, they will come to talk about OPVs. That is since 2011. We purchased over 12 Damon vessels, Madam Speaker, that they have run down. Imagine, Madam Speaker, that the Coast Guard complaining for diesel and fuel to put in vessels. Right now, there are no vessels. They have to send them to Suriname. I believe the member for Port of Spain, North, St. Anne's West had to face a motion of privilege in this House, Madam Speaker, for statements made with respect to the maintenance of Damon vessels in the past. Madam Speaker, so these are problems, Madam Speaker, that they have mismanaged all assets and apparatus of national security. And I want to really understand, and I hope one of them in the government explains this to the country, that you have a alleged gang leader under house arrest. You know he's a gang leader, according to you. It's in the president's statement. There's evidence. There's intelligence. There's a law that says if you are a gang leader, you are committing an offense. Why is that person not charged or prosecuted? Is this political gimmickry that you're engaged in? What is this about? Because you can't just lock up people for 3 months and say, well, we do well. What they are trying to do, Madam Speaker, is suppress crime for this very short period, just so that they can go on a political campaign and mount a platform to say, we have dealt with crime. But the people will reject them at the polls because they will see right through. They will see right through the political gimmickry of this state of emergency. They're not serious about fighting crime, Madam Speaker. Had they been serious about fighting crime, they would not have been fighting themselves for the leadership of the PNM. Had they been serious about crime, they spent an entire week fighting who will be the Prime Minister rather than sitting with the intelligence agencies to determine the way forward in order to lock up, prosecute these criminals and throw them behind bars. You have prisons in this country, Madam Speaker. We are hearing from the Prison Officers Association that there are 4 designated prisons according to the regulations, and you have no place to put these persons that you're detaining. What about the safety of the prison officers? They could not even deal with the current prison population. Imagine when you are going to now anticipate a further increase and rapid increase of the prison population because of detentions under the state of emergency. They have put nothing in place, Madam Speaker. This is all, according to the member for Siparia, political gimmickry. This is political gimmickry. So you want 3 months to do what? This is part of their general elections campaign, Madam Speaker. It is all part of their general elections campaign. Because the police, they are still complaining about no vehicles. Imagine when we came late last year in the budget to deal with the budget for the TTPS, we were told in the PSIP documents that were printed by the government and circulated, not a single police vehicle was acquired by the police service for fiscal year 2023 to 2024. The Minister of National Security admitted that the police service could not, in fact, recruit the 1,000 recruits that they beat their desk about when the Minister of Finance announced it in the budget. So you have the same level of manpower in the police service. You have lack of resources, increased power now, Madam Speaker, lack of investigation. We have the SSA in this country in charge of intelligence, in charge of intelligence gathering. Legislation was passed in this parliament to widen the scope and power of intercepting communication, Madam Speaker. But what this government has done is weaponize the SSA against political opponents rather than the criminals, Madam Speaker, where the intelligence is supposed to be guarded against. Then I heard the Prime Minister talk about corrupt police officers and killing machines that the criminals have in their possession. We don't manufacture firearms here. How the firearms got here? It is because of your mismanagement of the borders that firearms continuously to flow in. So at the end of the day, it is your responsibility to ensure that the borders were locked down to prevent these killing machines, according to you, from coming into the hands of criminals here, Madam Speaker. And then complain about the cost of justice, that we spend in millions of dollars every day in the courthouse, about your government indicated that you all fix the criminal justice system with this AJIPA. So tell us about the successes of AJIPA. Tell us how well it is doing. We are supposed to have a well-functioning, speedy, effective, but fair criminal justice system. But we promise on this side, Madam Speaker, that when the United National Congress returns to government in 2025, the member for Siparia indicated that the Ministry of National Security will be disaggregated into the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Defense in order to have a more laser-focused attempt and attention towards crime fighting and the criminal justice system. We indicated our plans. Madam Speaker. And then the Prime Minister...
That's 3 more minutes of original time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation, if you wish.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, I will.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. And I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that under Regulation 17, which talks about the refusal of bail in certain circumstances under the emergency regulations, there is a Bail Amendment Act 2023, again, that was supported by the United National Congress opposition, Madam Speaker, that where a person is charged with an offense of possession of firearm and ammunition with a pending charge or commits an offense with the use of a firearm can be denied bail for a period of up to 180 days or up to 1 year. We supported that. We supported over 35 pieces of crime-fighting legislation in this House. And in fact, we assisted the government in filing amendments so that we have better law to deal with these criminals. So you have the law, but they have failed in management. They have failed in ideas, they have failed in plans, and they have failed in competence. And the last one, Madam Speaker, is this. The Defense Force, under the regulations, are now given powers similar to that of police officers. There was a particular bill that was brought in 2013 called the Miscellaneous Provisions Defense and Police Complaints Bill 2013. And the member for Diego Martin West, then leader of the opposition, had this to say. Rowley said, Madam Speaker, Diego Martin West said the government has come with a one-clause bill to create what? Soldier police. He said PNM said, no way. You know, Madam Speaker, in 2024, they now have soldier police under the state of emergency. They are the same ones, Madam Speaker, who condemn soldier police, condemn the soldiers for having police power, and today give the Defense Force similar powers of the police service, Madam Speaker. That is the height of hypocrisy in this country, Madam Speaker. That is the height of hypocrisy. So don't come here and try to shift responsibility and say, we have a problem. You caused the problem. You are the cause of the problem. And then I heard the Prime Minister said that the member for Siparia did not want to go into affidavit to justify the last state of emergency in 2011. There was a public statement laid in this Parliament, debated for 3 whole days, Madam Speaker, with respect to the reasons for the 2011 state of emergency. So we reject that submission by the Prime Minister. We reject it. That is a matter of public record. That is a matter of public record. And Madam Speaker, as I wind up my contribution, I just want to leave by quoting again, Madam Speaker, a particular issue with respect to the Islamic missionary guilds, and some Muslim brothers sent a letter to the Minister of National Security on the 5th of January 2025, where they have alleged that they have faced issues of discrimination at the Piako International Airport. And we call for that investigation. I think that letter is with the Minister of National Security. And Madam Speaker, as I close this contribution, I just want to quote from a CNC3 article dated the 7th of January 2014. In the 7 p.m. news, the People's National Movement says it has an overnight plan to fix the police service and crime on a whole. Madam Speaker, it has been 9 years and they have destroyed every single thing when it comes to national security. We on this side, Madam Speaker, will stand on the side of democracy. We'll stand on the side of justice, Madam Speaker. We'll stand on the side of accountability, Madam Speaker. And we reject the submissions made by the member for Diego Martin West and the Prime Minister. And I thank you very much.
Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is fitting at the outset to just remind the population through you of the seriousness of the declaration of a state of emergency. We have had within recent times states of emergency that have affected us in the last few decades, in the 1990, 2011, and for those who are around, in 1970 as well. When one looks at the regulations, the emergency power regulations of 1990, and does a side-by-side comparison with the emergency power regulations of 2011, there is absolutely no difference. When you compare it to the regulations, the emergency power regulations of 2024, as I will do for the population, because this population deserves the truth, they will see a very committed and calculated difference between the regulations. But the first point I'd like to make, Madam Speaker, is a state of emergency is declared as a last resort, as referred to by the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin West. And this government has told the population it is only after long and hard due consideration, exploring other options, but then being faced by a critical amount of intelligence in a very short period of time, on the evening of the 29th of December.
We're debating the second motion, not the declaration, which was the first motion. So this is now the motion about extending for 3 months. 48-1.
Continue. If the member for Sipario is here for the start of a member's contribution, she would have heard him malign the timeline that I need to get to with respect to the regulations. And the population owes it because the member for Sipario, nor anyone on that side was there when the very serious decision was taken on the advice of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Services Intelligence to the Minister of National Security, who brought it to the National Security Council, who then brought it to the Prime Minister and members of the Cabinet for this important decision to be made. The first point is a state of emergency, and every law student and every layperson knows, suspends one's constitutional rights. So to listen to a member of the bar, the member from Barataria Sawan, mislead or attempt to mislead the population by saying there is no difference between the emergency power regulations and existing law is completely false. It starts off on the basis of the suspension of constitutional rights. Correct. The second point to be made is when the decision was taken by the Cabinet on the wee hours of the morning, just after midnight, on the 30th of December, from the night of the 29th, having gotten the briefing from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. The next thing that has to happen in terms of process is a cabinet note needed to be prepared, a draft proclamation needed to be prepared, and that is presented to Her Excellency the President after the cabinet members approved it. That got to Her Excellency at 1:37 a.m. on the morning of the 30th, 1:37 a.m., whether events were taking place in Tobago the night before or not. Fortunately for this country, Madam Speaker, what we had was a sober Prime Minister who was able to lead the Cabinet.
Madam Speaker, 48-1, please. 48-1.
But I am almost certain that I heard something being said about Tobago and so on. This is in response to that.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam Speaker, if we were having a debate that was focused on what is best for Trinidad and Tobago, I would not have to get involved in correcting the record. But it would be most unfortunate and it would be a dereliction of my duty not to correct the record, because I sat here and listened in amazement to the thumping of desks when the member for Barataria-Sawa spoke with delight in his voice about certain prime ministerial activities that took place the evening before in appreciation at the end of year that had been planned for weeks in advance. But this is a government that can move on its feet. This is a government that can process information and take serious decisions to protect the population. This is a government that was able to get a cabinet note done, a cabinet approved, and Her Excellency the President to then consider what was put before her that forms the basis of the decision to declare a state of emergency. So fast forward now, that takes place at 1:37. Her Excellency's office responded to the government with a proclamation at 2:30 that morning. Immediately thereafter, the Honourable Minister of National Security provided that proclamation to the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defence Staff, after having been advised by both the Prime Minister, the Chairman of National Security Council, and the Honourable Minister of National Security, as part of his duties, that this was in the pipeline. So prepare yourselves to action. The police service was called to meeting at 4 a.m. that morning. Things were put in place. The wheels were moving at those wee hours of the morning. It was just after 8:30 that morning that the office of the Prime Minister told the population a state of emergency has been declared. So to hear the member for Barataria-Sawa talk about the office of the President has nothing left to do. Constitutionally, the office of the President did what she's supposed to do. She had a 3-day period to provide Madam Speaker with a statement as to the reasons for the state of emergency. She did it immediately. Her Excellency the President provided it to the Speaker on the 31st of December. Absolutely no fault with the process. To stop hysteria, to stop people panicking, to stop the population wondering what the state of emergency is called for, the office of the Prime Minister at 8:30 that morning said, stand by for the Honourable Minister of National Security and the Acting Attorney General. They will address the population at 10 o'clock. Things are happening. They behave as though you can just produce regulations immediately. Well, Madam Speaker, this government, I am pleased to tell the population, does not act in that manner. And to come and say here, knowing fully well, because the member for Barataria-Sawa is not someone who cannot read, he must have done a comparison between the 2011 regulations and the 2024 regulations, and to come here and try to mislead the population that is a simple cut and paste is absolutely untrue. But the 1990 regulations and the 2011 regulations, which I have in my hand, Madam Speaker, are a copy. But let me tell you what the government had to do. We had to give serious consideration to how this state of emergency is going to affect the law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Because this state of emergency, and I will repeat it here as I said, on the 30th of December, is focused on the criminal element and the criminals who are affecting the lives of the population of Trinidad and Tobago. This state of emergency is targeted at those elements, targeted at the elements that unfortunately have access to high-caliber weapons and unfortunately have been committing the most heinous acts on law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. So we were forced to act, and we did. So at 10 a.m. that morning, the Honourable Member for Laventille West and myself faced the population and were able to provide the population with what would be coming in the regulations. We were able to say immediately no curfew. And I remind the population, because I was a practicing attorney in 2011, looking at how the then government bungled a state of emergency, looking and seeing how the reasons for the state of emergency changed within hours, changed from it being a number of heinous murders committed in a short period of time, and a few days later it was all of a sudden a threat to the government, and then all of a sudden an assassination plot on the Honorable Prime Minister at the time, all of which subsequently looked at by courts. There was substantial evidence lacking. So we did things properly. At 10 o'clock that morning, we addressed the population. We said there will be no curfew because by then there had been serious consideration since...
Going back to the...
No, but yeah, as I said, this is in response to unplanned, unprepared, something to those things were made by the member. And to me, this is in response, direct response to what was being said.
Thank you very much. You see, Madam Speaker.
A minute, I'm always happy to see love being shared, but let's not share it here.
Much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the population has been observing for long enough to know that when salient points of truth are being made that hurt the arguments on the other side, this is the modus operandi. Try to interrupt. So take note as we all get ready to make the types of decisions as to how we will govern this country going forward. At 10 a.m. that morning, in direct response to what we heard from the member for Barataria-Sawa, making heinous applications as to what was being done, and this was being bungled as the copy and paste. It is untrue. So we were able to say no curfew because we considered that there should not be a disruption to the lives of law-abiding citizens. When you compare the regulations of 2024 to 2011, let me tell the population, seeing that they've been told that it was a copy and paste, this government decided not to affect your rights to meetings, not to affect your rights to have gatherings, not to affect your rights to have public marches, which was done in 2011. The state of emergency power regulations in 2011 restricted our rights to do all of those things. There was absolutely no need to do it. So if there was a political intention, that is the type of behavior you would have seen on the other side. But we did not do it because this state of emergency, we were clear from the outset, is focused on the criminal element and targeting the criminal element. So now one gets to the regulations of the 2014 Emergency Power Regulations 2024. And seeing after those things were carved out, we did not restrict the rights of persons to say anything as had happened in 2011. There were restrictions on what people could say. We do not have that here. It is targeted on arms, ammunition, explosives, and the likes. And to say that it is no different to the existing legislation, again, is untrue, because when someone reads the regulations, you will see, in accordance with emergency powers where we're suspending certain constitutional rights, the regulations are providing for the police to have wider, quicker use of powers, the search and stop, search and seize, without warrants. How could you say, well, you could go for a warrant? Another point that was raised by the member for Barataria-Sawa is, how does the Prime Minister know is taking on occasion a warrant to get 2 days to get a warrant in certain circumstances? It is because the National Security Council meets on a regular basis, and in part of our meetings, it is with the heads of the police service, the defense force, intelligence services, the prisons, etc. No. So they bring forward to us a responsible government issues that they're having. The issues aren't only about certain resources. The issues very often about what is happening in the criminal justice system. And the government asks, well, how may we be able to improve that? And we know, because we have been told, that there are occasions where persons go for a warrant, the documents lodged for the warrant are before the criminal justice system, and all of a sudden, the person who may be the subject of the warrant is alerted, and therefore by the time the warrant is approved, it is of no effect. This state of emergency via these emergency power regulations allows the police to move quickly and move immediately, and that is what is taking place. So I am asking the population, read the regulations if you would like, but you are seeing, you know that the regulations based on the suspension of certain constitutional rights is to provide the police with the powers to do things that under ordinary circumstances they would not be able to. So first of all, it is completely untrue that this is a copy and paste of 2011. I heard the ridiculous submission. If it is a copy and paste of 2011, why didn't you amend the regulations in 2011 which did not have any fine or any penalty? So to hear the member for Barataria-Sawa say, oh, you copy and paste, and then you had to correct. But you had the opportunity when you had it, and you had us under curfew, etc. in 2011, and you did nothing. Immediately, because it is a work in progress, we were able, based on legal advice and discussion, an amendment came less than 24 hours to ensure that that potential loophole was closed. Whereas, unfortunately, the taxpayers are still paying for the ill effects, the lack of thought of the 2011 state of emergency. The case that has been referred to and quoted is what guided as well these regulations. Again, the failures of 2011.
Correct.
Talking about in 2011 an error made with no fines. But we amended that, we fixed it, and then jokingly to say, but misleading the population, you can't even copyright. It is because it didn't exist in 2011. All you did is follow 1990. 1990 was a very different time to 2011. 1990, if you looked out of the Red House, you would have seen Port of Spain on fire. They were dealing with crowds, they were dealing with looting. So why is it in 2011? Why is it in 2011 that error was made? It was not amended. So here we are, 2024. Again, we were very careful to carve out the unnecessary restrictions in the 2024 emergency power regulations. The member for Barataria-Sawa went to Regulation 8 and said it already exists in legislation. Regulation 8 is the regulation dealing with the unlawful possession of firearms, ammunition, or explosive. It grounds the police's ability under these emergency power regulations to go and stop and search. If they could use the normal powers, we wouldn't need a state of emergency. They are allowed to stop and search, and the burden of a person having to prove that the firearm is illegal has turned under the emergency regulations. It is not for the state to prove it's illegal. The burden is now under the person who is found with the illegal firearm. We have shifted the presumption of innocence and removed it, so there is a presumption of guilt under the regulations. So to have someone called to the bar, the member for Barataria-Sawa, mislead willingly and intentionally the population and then say that will be good governance, it is a reminder of what risk we, the citizens, face. God forbid, in an upcoming election, anyone should choose to vote for a UNC government. Our rights were trampled in 2011. We are still paying as citizens for the wrongs of 2011.
48, one please. I didn't know that it was the UNC election business and so on.
Yeah. Please continue.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Speaker, it is completely untrue, and it's unfortunate that the attempts are continuing to mislead the population as to the powers under these emergency power regulations 2024. So Regulation 8 talks about any person without lawful authority, the burden of proof as to lawful authority laying upon him. That means I'm overhearing the member for Siparia tell the member for Urupuch East, tap him up. So, Madam Speaker.
I heard.
Please get back to the extension.
debate now, man. You're all over the place. All of these things were said in the debate. The regulations were extensively dealt with by the member. Let's get serious.
Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, to say that the existing Firearms Act provides the offences is completely untrue. As I've just read, Regulation 8, which deals with unlawful possession, starts by shifting the burden, starts by removing the presumption of innocence. And it says, if you are found with an unlawful, any person who without lawful authority, the burden of proof as to lawful authority laying upon him, purchases, acquires, or has in his possession any firearm, ammunition, or explosive, is guilty of an offense. Any first-year law student studying criminal law knows that is vastly different. It has reversed the whole burden, which is contrary to sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution on entrenched rights, which is what the regulations in a state of emergency do. So don't come here as you normally do and attempt to mislead the population. We then go on. In the criticism of the regulations to say that these are already covered by existing law. It is not true. A person, Regulation 8.2, a person who consorts with or is found in the company of another person who without lawful authority has in his possession any firearm, ammunition, or explosive in circumstances which raise a reasonable presumption that he intends or is about to act or has recently acted with such other person in a manner prejudicial to public order or public safety commits an offense. That is not an offense under the Firearms Act. This is now being linked to and grounded in a manner prejudicial to public order or public safety, which is what Section 8 of the Constitution talks about, is a necessary ingredient for a state of emergency. So a careful reading and understanding of the regulations immediately point out to the population, we are in different times. The laws that persons rely on outside of a state of emergency are not the ones that the police are acting under here. This government didn't cry about assassination attempt and cry about, this government said this state of emergency is focused on criminal elements that the intelligence suggests and had been carried out. Reprisal killings were going to take place with heavy artillery, heavy assault weapons, high-velocity weapons. And then it goes on to talk about the prosecution of offense under this regulation and sets out a different procedure to what exists under the Firearms Act. You go on to Regulation 9, the power to stop and search for firearms. Again, Madam Speaker, the member for Barataria-Sawa tried to tell the population, but police have this power. They could stop and search. But we have again spelled out in the emergency power regulations very different circumstances that now empower them to do it. Subject to provisions of Regulation 16, a police officer may stop and search any person whom he finds in any street or other public place and reasonably suspects of having any firearm, ammunition, or explosive in his possession, contrary to Regulation 8, or of having committed or being about to commit any other offense prejudicial to public safety and order. That broadens the police's power of stop and search. And again is targeted for firearms, but gives them the opportunity, because somebody may be going to commit an act, somebody may be going to tell the criminal gang, this is where the firearm stash is, and they don't have the firearm on them. But the police and the intelligence services may have intercepted the conversation and know that Mr. X or Miss X is going to tell the gang where to find the firearms. The police now have the power under this regulation to deal with them, which they don't regularly have. So don't attempt to mislead the population. Again, it goes on. Any police officer acting under Sub-Regulation 1 may seize and detain any firearm, ammunition, explosive, or other article found in the person's possession, custody, or control, and in respect of which or in connection with which he has reasonable grounds for suspecting any offense referred to in that subregulation has been or is about to be committed. Firearms are not the only things that are used in the committal of crime. There are instances where persons are taking burner phones in between gangs for communication. The police can't just stop you and take your phone like that unless they have some evidence of or some more than reasonable suspicion. But this power now allows them to do so. So don't come here and try to restrict the ability of the police in very limited circumstances under a last resort state of emergency from being given the powers to do what they need to do to make all of us law-abiding citizens that bit safer. Don't come here and mislead the population or attempt to do so. These powers do not exist in the existing legislation, the Firearms Act, the Anti-Gang Act, etc. I've dealt with how does the Prime Minister know how long it takes to get a warrant. Again, it makes me wonder what type of Prime Minister will be provided. Because on this side, we have a Prime Minister who is in touch. We have a Prime Minister who is connected. We have a Prime Minister who National Security Council constantly are providing information to for decisions to be taken. And that will continue. Unlike what may happen, God out of people's thoughts. Then the next point that was made, and this one was particularly offensive. So then we go on to Regulation 13, which I'll come back to, which is searches, and I'll show how, again, is different from the existing law. This one in particular, the power of arrest. And the Honourable Member for Barataria-Sawa said, hey, hold on, you have the power now to hold somebody for 48 hours. True. And then you could go to a judge for an extension under the anti-gang legislation. But you can't go to a judge that's to judge these regulations and the power of arrest. Give the power to a police officer not below the rank of assistant superintendent to have somebody detained for an additional up to 7 days after the expiry of the 48 hours. Again, you can see the benefit of this power. There was reference to something.
Honourable Member, you have 3 more minutes of ordinary time left. You're entitled to additional 15 minutes to complete your presentation if you so wish. Yes? Okay.
Very much, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, the police are now given the following power under Regulation 14. Notwithstanding any rule of law to the contrary. So it starts off on that basis. Again, this is the language one would expect in a state of emergency. For those on the other side who have law degrees, who may have practicing certificates, let me assist. Notwithstanding any rule of law to the contrary, a police officer may arrest without warrant any person whom he suspects has acted or is acting or is about to act in a manner prejudicial to public safety or to public order, or to have committed or is committing or about to commit an offense against these regulations. So it is very specific. And such police officer may take steps necessary, take such steps and use such force as may appear to him to be necessary for effecting the arrest or preventing the escape of such person. It has expanded the powers. It has said that even though there are laws to the contrary, the police can do this. And then it goes on, no person, this is subregulation 3, no person shall be detained under the powers conferred by this regulation for a period exceeding 48 hours. Again, if one goes back, you will see in the copy and paste of 1990 to 2011, it was 24 hours. This government consciously said, hey, hold on, why did they go with 24 hours in 2011 when the law was already 48 hours? At that time, it was arguably 72. So this government, in its efficient, competent manner, made it mirror the existing law of 48 hours. There is no copy and paste. And then we go on to say, except with the authority of a magistrate or police officer not below the rank of assistant superintendent, on either or whose direction such person may be detained for such further period not exceeding 7 days, etc. So it gives a police officer of the rank of not lower than senior superintendent who is overseeing the exercise to say, okay, you may continue to detain for 7 days. Let me stick a pin there and deal with one of the issues raised by the previous speaker, where he referred to a specific person, an alleged gang leader, being released and being under protection at home, and this ridiculous proposition that this government would do anything to protect the criminal element. I want to remind the population, as I heard that submission, my mind went back to the construction of a police post where you had senior government ministers in 2015 and 2014 going with a convicted gang leader, giving him the contract to construct a police post. And that is there on the record, the member for Oropuch East and a senator in the other place. That is the behavior. So maybe they're trying to import or to put onto this government, which we reject, any protection of criminal elements. Whereas the clear record reflects who is the government for the short period of 5 years when they were in power, openly and brazenly did that with the construction of a police post of all things. It goes on, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, going back to the Regulation 13, which talks about searches, where police are given additional powers, where your constitutional rights are suspended to search, notwithstanding any rule of law to the contrary. So again, it starts with the provision that is a drafting provision recognized in law, that is a suspension of the law. Notwithstanding any rule of law to the contrary, a police officer may, without a warrant, and with or without assistance, and with the use of force if necessary, enter and search any premises, or B, stop and search any vessel, vehicle, or individual, whether in a public place or not, if he suspects that any evidence of the commission of an offense against Regulation 8 or 12 is likely to be found on such premises, etc. This does not exist in the current law. And also what it is doing, it is suspending the protection that we, the citizens, have under the current law. And that is why it starts by saying, notwithstanding any rule of law to the contrary. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the point has been made. These regulations, these emergency power regulations, were carefully thought of, carefully drafted. There was one amendment, which was the correction of a potential loophole by ensuring there's a fine and a penalty. The fine and the penalty do not match what is in existence in the Firearms Act for a number of reasons. That was the advice of the CPC, that was the advice of senior counsel, because of course these regulations provide for wider powers of the police. Greater powers of the police, because we are in a state of emergency. Another unfortunate statement that was made that had to have been an intentional statement, but unfortunately it is not true. So it is an untruth. When I say unfortunately, that once again there is a blatant attempt to mislead the population, is when the previous speaker said this government has weaponized the SSA against political opponents. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I reject that. That has not happened under this government. This government has done the exact opposite. We have dismantled no security apparatus. We have actually increased and bettered the use of camera technology for facial recognition, as opposed to dismantling it at the airports, etc. And there has been absolutely no weaponization of the intelligence services by this government. and there will not be by a PNM government. But it worries me. It worries me as a citizen, because those on the other side have a particular way where they dog whistle, and they put out their intentions as to what they intend to do. So again, I question, where would that come from? Is that in their shoo-shoo backroom conversations about what it is they intend to do? Population, be aware. Listen carefully. These things are not said lightly by those on the other side. The UNC had come with a previous piece of legislation in the 2010 to 2015 period where they wanted to give soldiers permanent powers, permanent policing powers. All of the literature, all of the policy says that is a very, very dangerous thing to do. So when they referred to the then leader of the opposition, the honourable member for Diego Martin West, rejecting that, that continues to be this government's position. So to come and say that under a state of emergency, giving the Defence Force personnel extraordinary powers akin to the police service, as has been done for a limited period of time, that equates to permanency, we reject that. We are saying give the police service, give the Defence Force the powers that they're being given under the state of emergency for an extension up to the 3-month period. The reasons have been listed by the Honourable Member for Diego Martin West. The importance of this exercise. I have spent some time going through some of the regulations that provide the police with these additional powers, giving them the additional opportunity, not being burdened by the normal constraints of the law. And they are not to be abusing it, and they have not done so. Unfortunately, the regulations provide a constitutional tribunal that has 3 silk sitting on the panel, 3 silk formulate that tribunal, that if they think their detention rights are being affected in any way, they can go to the tribunal. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to enter the debate, and unfortunately, once again, being charged with the task of not allowing the population to be misled by, again, the normal insulting type of language, again, the personalized attacks. Even as I was speaking here, to listen to the member for Oropuch East and the derogatory statements that he's making on something they know to be an absolute untruth, throwing it at me as though that will bother me in any way. But there's shaking in his boots. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I assure the population the state of emergency was declared after very careful consideration, based on proper intelligence that unfortunately we saw being borne out right in front of us with the killing of 5 people in a reprisal killing. So this is not akin to what has happened previously with make-believe instances, nor are you seeing the repression of certain citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, which we had seen previously, and I remind Trinidad and Tobago about that. They got an opportunity and they went crazy, arresting thousands of people in a profiling type manner. The last thing I'll say, and I listened to this one today, and I heard the member for Barataria
We
Sawa.
have 3 more minutes.
Thank you. I heard the member for Barataria Sawa refer to it about there being not the prisons, the Carrera and up at Golden Grove that have been declared detention centers are not sufficient. This government did what a responsible government does. It is utilizing existing prison infrastructure. This was not utilized, as was happened in 2011, as an opportunity for those on the other side to go and buy for $230 million a facility at the burden of the taxpayers, a warehouse, to then call it a detention center. So again, use that in your comparison as we come closer to that period to make choices as to the proper use of a state of emergency. And history, I am sure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will come to our defense and will show that this was a properly called state of emergency that should be extended for 3 months. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Oropuchis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to rise and contribute on this very important matter. And thank you to the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, for anticipating my presentation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to begin by indicating that it was over 400 years ago that the playwright William Shakespeare alerted us to the member for Port of Spain North when he said in the play Macbeth, he said, "Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing."
Member,
I was unquote.
There's a word that you use there. I would just like you to retract that word, and then no problem with your code, but that particular word.
A word from William Shakespeare.
But you are using it now.
Okay, I retract the word idiot. I suspect you are.
You don't
okay.
need to.
All right, I retract that word. Yeah. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was reminded of that quote for the last 45 minutes or so, because the member for Port of Spain North has this tendency to elaborate in a dramatic, loud manner with the belief that sound and fury will signify something. And we may convince somebody because we, rant a bit. It was very interesting that when the member for Port of Spain North was speaking, we looked and we took account. There were 11, exactly 11 elected members on his side, including himself, who chose to remain to listen to the sound and fury. I am reliably informed that the rest of the members are enjoying a refreshing cup of tea elsewhere, which clearly would have had a
Again, member, I'll just give you time to move on. Yeah, no
I will move on. The member for San Fernando West clearly wants a cup of tea as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to speak on a couple of matters relating to the extension of the state of emergency for which we are here now. You see, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I deliberately, willfully, did not intervene in an earlier debate because that debate had to do with one matter. And I was very clear that I wanted to intervene on this matter concerning the extension. And in the earlier debate, the member for Siparia was detailed, comprehensive, expansive in dealing with the statement. Really, there was nothing to add. And we dare not subtract. So there was no need to intervene. Now, at this moment, there is a need to intervene and respond to several matters raised by both the Digomartin West, the leader of the government, and the member for Digomartin North, St. Anne's West. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member said that a state of emergency is a last resort. The state of emergency may be a last resort, but it is not a final resort. You may believe it is a last resort, but it cannot be a final resort. The final resort is where you have reached. You must now lift yourself, put your hands in the air and say, we are finished, we are done, and declare declare the general elections. Dissolve the parliament and call a general elections is where you have reached. Because today, you have come to the parliament to ask for 3 months extension of a state of emergency. They have great doubt and controversy and dispute over what led you to a state of emergency, but that is not the debate now. I think that is not the debate. The debate is for an extension. According to the law, and the member for Barataria Sawa, I want to take this opportunity to commend him on that presentation, a powerful presentation. At some time, you know, we were glued, listening to him, looking at him, listening and learning. He made fundamental points that the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West wanted to misinterpret, to mislead. The member for Barataria Sawa is very clear, and he was very clear, that the state of emergency entails suspension of constitutional rights. It must. That's by definition. But he made the point, in a nutshell, that all the powers that you are giving under the state of emergency, those powers and the particular fines and offences are found in the Firearms Act, an existing statute where the penalties are greater, more harsh, to use the term he used. That was his point. He understands constitutional rights. But you see, if you listen to the government, both the Prime Minister and Prime Minister-to-be, this really is kick down the door and take. Because the police have existing powers under existing law with reasonable suspicion to conduct police activities, to search people in their car and do this and do that. But the Prime Minister said, he said it here today, he said this problem is the warrant. This problem is that they don't have the power to just go in immediately into the house. They had information. We heard today from the government, in case we read it in the newspaper and we couldn't believe really whether it's true or not. It was a Sunday night in Tobago. Nothing is wrong. A Sunday night in Tobago is wonderful. A Sunday night in Tobago, that intelligence came to the government and the leader of government business, the leader of the government, that listen, something is going to happen. We have the intelligence. Something is going to happen. A gang war is erupting, and the gangs have certain high-powered, high-caliber weapons, unimaginable weapons, and they are going to unleash this reign of terror, and mayhem, and apart from killing gang members, innocent citizens could be killed. They got that information on the Sunday. They could not have had it the week before. Then they would had to meet and discuss it. And then at 1:30 or thereabout on a Monday morning, a.m., after the Sunday night, they had some sort of cabinet meeting. We don't know if it is in person. We don't know if it is on Zoom. If it is it was 11. I don't know the caucus for their cabinet. It was 11. We don't know the state of their mind at that hour. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me choose my words carefully. When we were growing up, we were told by those in the know, elders and so on, that at over 12 o'clock in the night, over 11 o'clock in the night, there are two groups of people who operate after that time in the public space, not in their homes and so on, in the public space, police and thief. I don't think any of my friends opposite are police. And the member for Degomartin Northeast told us about Gwens and Lagohu some time ago. So nobody, apart from a WPC, who really should go to Anand Ramlogan because she hasn't been promoted in about 20 years. So apart from that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me get back to this. The decision of the cabinet was made at 1:30 or thereabout in the morning, 1:30, 1:37. That decision was made. They had this intelligence about reprisal killing and so on, and they had the President's office and indeed Her Excellency as well. They may have invited her to take an espresso at that hour and stay awake because things are happening.
Again, member, be careful when you're identifying the president and the terms that you use also, please. Let's be cautious.
Okay. Mr. Deputy Chairman, the office of the president was on high alert at that hour because they were waiting for cabinet decision and so on, and a process which a member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West. I want to tell him, many of us have been in Tongue a long time and we have served in government. We know the process. So they made their decision and communicated through the office of the Prime Minister early in the morning at 8 a.m. Press conference would take place and so on. But the very minister from Port of Spain North was the acting attorney general, who was responsible for the regulations and then confessed later that we made a mistake with the regulations. We did not provide for penalties, fines, and so on. Having been acting attorney general at the moment and in charge of the regulations. Then confess. Well, that was the situation. We made an error. The member for Barataria Sawa also indicated that. So, Mr. Deputy Chairman, what is fascinating about this debate so far, Deputy Speaker, is that both leading speakers from the government have come to ask the Parliament, those of us on this side and of course their colleagues, to support an extension, but has not given us a scorecard, a report. What has happened in the last 14 days? Maybe a lot has happened, but tell us, because you are making a case for an extension. What has happened that you now tell us that we need 3 months more for more to happen? That is what you want. But there's an interesting trivia that I will also raise here, and I ask anyone to correct me, even on my legs to correct me, because I may not be always 100% right. I try to be, but not always. This is the first state of emergency to be called and effected in an election year. 1970 was not an election year. 1990 was not an election year. 1995, this arrest of the House Speaker was not an election year, although it had an election in that year. 96 was the election was due. And the year 2011 was not an election year. So I'm right, am I? Good. A state of emergency in the year of an election. And while the government will tell us that, well, you have the right for assembly and you can have meeting and have political meeting and so on, there is the suspension of constitutional rights, where a great majority of the citizens will be engaged. And there's a door opening here for abuse, where you can abuse political activists, political opponents, those in opposition, not necessarily political opposition, to a standing government, candidates in an election, because you have suspended constitutional rights, as they say. You can kick down the door and take. And you can go into anybody's homes now without warrant and all those type of protection in an election year. And this is a danger I wanted to point out today. This is the danger. Now, it's fair to say we mean well. Give us time. We mean well. We do well. Throughout all time and history, everybody mean well. I'm sure all the dictators of the past meant well when they start, and even meant well when they ended. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the risk here is that it is a state of emergency in a year of election, when people are mobilized in protest against a government. This government is the most unpopular in the history of this country. And the fact that your constitutional rights are suspended will present a conscious, maybe subconscious, but a conscious fear on the part of people to come out and protest against a government. It is not just holding up a banner or a placard in front of a ministry or in the pavement somewhere. It is that the police now has certain rights under the emergency powers. They have a certain leeway, to use that term they use. They have a leeway that they did not have before. So someone goes in front of Whitehall or somewhere and is protesting against government policy, and I'm just saying this as an example, against the Prime Minister taking an $87,000 pension for himself for the rest of his life and so on. Somebody's protesting that. Today, you can look at that person, the leaders of a march or demonstration, and say, okay, you have the right to demonstrate and so on. But tonight, we believe that you have arms, ammunition, and explosives in the home. You break down the door and you come in. That is an election year. That is the risk. And the point I'm making with that as well is that you have had 14 days. According to all the statements made by government, both in and outside the House, This matter had to do, in part, or maybe in large part, with this issue of reprisal killings, where intelligence tell you we know the actors. In fact, I'm told that 1 or 2 of the actors are under house arrest. Correct? Yeah. We know the actors. We have identified the weapons. We know the weapons. We know the actors. Huh? How in 14 days you cannot tell us if you have seized those weapons? You have had 14 days of knowing the actors, knowing the weapons, knowing what is going to happen, knowing who is going to do it, but in 14 days you cannot give us an account of what you have seized, who you have arrested, who you have detained, Madam Speaker. And you would think that the government would come and tell us, we have achieved so much so far. And yes, we have to continue because the risk is still there and we need 3 months further to do it. But they haven't done it yet. I don't know if I will now force somebody to look at that angle. Somebody who is known to be running away from water, running away from Akash, running away from everything. I don't know if I'll force them now to come with statistics and say, yes, we have seized this. But even with the statistics, and I've read in the newspapers as well some of the data, what is happening in the country? Yes, there are activities undertaken by the police all over the country and so on. But how much are reported to be activities related to that specific gang warfare that triggered the state of emergency? As opposed to a traffic violation at Debe Junction, somebody park light not working, as opposed to those matters. Where's the evidence, the data to tell you what has been done for the last 14 days? Where is it? None. But in the 14 days, we have had 11 murders and counting. 1 this morning. 12. So in a state of emergency where you expect to be heightened security and patrols and defense force in action, I have asked constituents and those persons outside of my constituency, I said, tell me something, have you seen increased patrols? Joint army police patrols anywhere? We're in a state of emergency. They say no. In fact, one person said, I think we're seeing more banditry-looking cars. Whatever that is, I don't know. The Prime Minister told us about panel van earlier, a white panel van and so on, but banditry-looking cars, but not police. So there is no heightened security in that sense during this state of emergency. So it is targeted, it is specific, it is to a particular group or 2 groups of gangs and so on, but we don't have a report on what has happened in 14 long days. 14. All we know is that we need more time. We need more time. And a state of emergency carries with it a certain responsibility to act quickly, get to the bottom of things quickly. Since this is specific, they are not saying that this state of emergency was triggered by the death, the brutal murder of Amina Mohammed. They're not saying that. They are not saying this was triggered by another home invasion somewhere where someone was killed. No. They're not saying it was triggered by the brutal murder of the attorney at law and her husband. No. They're saying this is reprisal killing. In a statement, persons are named. I don't know if that has happened before either. When statements to declare a state of emergency, names, actual citizens, I believe, names are there. That this is reprisal, this is the person, that is the person. So this is targeted. So you will think in 14 days you have your law enforcement community has responded to this crisis. And you don't need 3 months because we are not dealing with the whole of Trinidad and Tobago effectively.
Honourable Member, you have 3 minutes left of ordinary speaking time.
Excuse me?
You have 3 minutes left of ordinary. Yes? You're entitled to 15 more minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to look at my notes now. So Madam Speaker, they cannot give us an account of that time. Madam Speaker, an important point I want to raise here. During a state of emergency, you expect more patrols, you expect more manpower, human resources, equipment. We are told, and there are reports in the press, that the police is saying that they have absolutely no extra resources provided to the police. No extra resources have been provided during a state of emergency. And last year, this government promised to recruit 1,000 police officers, new recruits, so to speak. You know how much they recruited? 100. 900 less than promised. So you will not have the manpower. The SRPs are complaining that the last time they got salary, I believe, is in November last year. They got salary. They are owed certain allowances and so on, and they have not been incorporated into the TT properly as police officers. You have complaints from the SRP. You have complaints from police officers who are still awaiting back pay, I believe, over a year now. You have not recruited the 1,000 police officers. There's no equipment provided, extra equipment, resources to manage a state of emergency. And the member for Sama Barataria spoke about the collapse of our maritime security. When they started, we heard of Border Protection Agency. What about that? Where's it gone? Gone. We have heard, we heard about that. No word on that. So you have the illegal guns. You have less police officers than you need and what you promise. And you use a state of emergency in an election year where there's a clear special target. Now, had this been another government, a progressive government, you have intelligence, assuming the intelligence is correct, targeted at 2 gangs, targeted at a human being whose name you put on the statement. You move with the police and the army under your existing statute and laws, and you go. Okay, so we call a state of emergency because it's hard to get a warrant? That's the reason we got. You call a state of emergency because it's hard to get a warrant. So what happens when the state of emergency ends and it's still hard to get a warrant? Huh? And you could have presumably brought policy and law to deal with that problem if you believe that is such a grave problem, inhibiting the justice system, undermining attempts to deal with criminality, the warrant. But you call a state of emergency because you can't get a warrant. And you needed to suspend rights because you wanted really to operate without that. And in the context that you know who the persons are, you know the weapons, you know what they are going to do, but you can't do it in 14 days. You cannot accomplish that. Madam Speaker, we made the point already. It is a curfew-less state of emergency. So persons can move up and down. Presumably, you gave them 24 hours, I believe, without regulations, so that they can move their weapons, tip them off so they can use their move their weapons and so on. And in this abominable approach to dealing with crime, Madam Speaker, in this abominable approach to dealing with crime, they have not proposed any new policy, any new program, any new technology, anything new that will deal and dent and put a dent to crime. No solution. This is just kick down the door and take. Madam Speaker, this matter, I just want to come to, I raised it. This one, oh, good. Madam Speaker, we are being told by a letter, by a statement in the press today, in fact, a front page, I won't display, front page of the Trinidad Express, Madam Speaker, page 3 headline, 2 detention centers unfit. Madam Speaker, this is critical when you talk about extension of state of emergency, because it involves detaining persons. Arrest, detain, charge, and then you go through a process that is lengthy, conviction and so on. And we are being told by the Police Officers Association, Prison Officers Association, whose General Secretary, one Lester Logie, is telling us that they are not pleased with the designation of the Carrera Convict Prison and Remand Prison in Golden Grove as detention centers under the emergency power regulations. And why is it that they are not pleased? They are saying, Madam Speaker, that the Carrera Convict Prison is a unique prison, as we all know, surrounded by water. It has unique challenges that make it unfit for detainees to be there. Officers have issues with the conditions of the dormitory, which has almost collapsed. The dormitory facilities for prison officers They're saying that Carrera has collapsed. They are saying that the vessel that they use to go to and from that island facility is in need of urgent repairs. It should have been dry docked approximately 2 years ago. That's the vessel. They added that there is no visit area for detainees, and this poses a unique challenge in terms of security. It is possible that we would have to transport persons detained there to and from the mainland, the shore, for visits. So if someone has to meet their lawyer, a detainee has to meet their lawyer, you have to take them from the island, bring them back Shagarama somewhere and take them back on a vessel that may not be seaworthy. They are saying at the Golden Grove, Madam Speaker, we have to put this on the record. This is the General Secretary of the Prison Officers Association saying this. At that facility, there is no alarm. The roof is leaking. There is flooding at the facility. There is mold in some areas of the facility. And they have been writing to both the Minister of National Security and the Prime Minister on this matter over time. They're even saying that they suggested a commission of inquiry into a project there where repairs were done to a cost of $70 million to repair the facility, and the facility is nowhere ready to be opened. Madam Speaker, they would like the Minister and Prime Minister to look into this issue, but I don't think they will get any headway with that. To this day, the Prison Commissioner confirmed that none of the detainees were being held at any of the 4 facilities. Now, this is an interesting revelation, if it is correct, we are reading it. There are 4 facilities designated as detention centers under this power. The Prison Commissioner is saying that no detainee is being held at any of the 4. Where are they? Is there a secret detention center somewhere that they are housing detainees during this period? If they are not at any of the 4 designated centers, where are the detainees? That is the question we may ask. I remember coming in this parliament, not as a member. That's an interesting question now. In 14 days, have there been anyone detained under this power? And if they have been detained, where are the detainees? Where? Are they at Balize House? They have space there? I don't know. Where are they? So the question is that in 14 days, have you detained one human being under this power? And if you have detained anyone or any group of people, where are they? Are they at a ghost location that we don't know? Because the commissioner says that no one has been detained or actually housed there. Where exactly are they being held? And they can tell us. They can tell us because the law, the emergency powers, provide for detention centers as designated detention centers for the purpose of a state of emergency. Commissioner of Prison said nobody being housed there at all. Madam Speaker, the other matter raised by the member for Portesby North, St. Anne's West, and he touches these issues. The SSA, mentioned the SSA. The SSA, which is the heart of intelligence in this country, Strategic Services Agency, has been dismantled, dismembered under the guise of having a coup to remove the government. You all remember that? And they fired everybody. That was our next cabinet meeting at midnight. This country should be worried about these cabinet meetings that take place after 12 midnight. Huh? It happened on a weekend as well, a Saturday night, if I'm not mistaken. They flew down a gentleman from Washington, Saturday night, midnight, and day after, fired the director, 9 employees. Then a Sunday night, Monday morning, declared state of emergency. I am saying that we need to protect this country from their nocturnal hours, from what they are up to at those hours. What is wrong with a cabinet meeting 10 a.m. in the morning and 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon? What happened? You can't operate in sunlight? You can't operate during the course of business hours? That you have to fire SSA director because they were staging a coup. To this day, not one human being has been charged with any offense related to an attempt to overthrow the government of Trinidad and Tobago. None. And the intelligence community collapsed when they did that. They collapsed. And today they have intelligence, but I know the intelligence they have is from a unit in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service that they want to keep their hands on. And that was a conflict as well. So today, this country is without the statutory body, the agency that deals with intelligence, collapsed and gone. Madam Speaker, the CCTV cameras, they raised it. I didn't raise it at first. They raised it. From day one, 2015 to today, we have had this problem with CCTV cameras and coverage. And that is what's like pulling tooth, they say pulling teeth, so to speak, pulling teeth. That it is so hard. Madam Speaker, it is hard to get from them any information on how many cameras are up, how much repaired, the coverage. All we know is when an incident takes place and you ask the police say, okay, I'm very sorry, but those 6 cameras around that scene, they are not working. That's all you know. When you ask the police, do you have footage? In hit-and-run accidents in this country, it happens all the time. You feel, in a way, comforted that you see cameras up on the posts. And when you go to the police, they say, okay, all we have to do is retrieve that. They say, okay, I want to tell you, those cameras are not working. But if you know the neighbor next to the post and they have a CCTV, they could give us. That's what happened now. Today, this society is policing itself almost. Do you know there are chat groups now called Crime Watch and thing? Citizens of this country are into chat groups called Crime Watch and Crime this and Crime that. Citizens watch and so on. They have to watch themselves. Because under this administration, Madam Speaker, this entire business of national security has collapsed. It has collapsed. And they came up, I don't want to repeat, they came with all type of ideas of $100 million for veteran soldiers and retirees, $15 million, I think, for a cricketing icon to do some program. They came with all of these programs, hired $3.4 million, 2-day crime talks. And today's state of emergency, Madam Speaker, state of emergency is what they come with. And what do? They buff up the criminal. Their strategy in dealing with crime is to buff up criminal. As if the criminal is sitting down somewhere listening and say, oh, no, you sound like my grandfather and my father and my tanty, so I will refrain from killing anyone. They buff up the police. They buff up public servants. Something happened? Well, the public servants put the clause inside to remove people's pension. The public servant interfere with some matter in the Legal Affairs Ministry. Still on the order paper. They haven't removed any clause to deny persons their pension. Madam Speaker, on the state of emergency regulations I'm coming to now, Madam Speaker, the society is under siege. In a period like this, Madam Speaker, we cannot continue anymore with a situation where our rights have been deprived. And the government has taken, by law they can, 14 days or so to deal with a specific problem relating to gangs. Madam Speaker, this government did not come today and tell us that gang warfare is the serious matter that they are dealing with. They now have new technology. The Minister of National Security was playing with 5 drones or something recently. He got as a donation from the US Embassy, I believe. We had technology when we were there. You know, they continue to harp in their speeches about 2010, 2015. They harp a lot about that. Today, they copy this and the state of emergency and who got locked up. I want to remind them, as a member for Barataria Sawa reminded us, the government of the day and politicians and ministers don't lock up people. It's police do that. So if there is the case where police may have used their power in a manner that is not within the law, the police did that, not the minister, the prime minister, the government. And the police may still be, today, in a position where they can abuse the state of emergency powers. I have heard ministers saying, so far, we have not heard any complaints. So far, we have not heard any complaints. That don't mean that you don't have an abuse at this time. You want to hear the complaints, you will get complaints. And if you extend for 3 months, you will get more complaints, particularly at a time like this. Madam Speaker, this was a knee-jerk reaction from the government. gimmickry because they face an election and a hostile electorate. We have never come across this before in life. A hostile electorate. And they want to show that they are doing something. That the murder rate may dip slightly by 5 human beings per month or something like that. You would think in a state of emergency in the first 14 days, you have had no murders. Or 1 maybe, or 2 or something. But look at the type of murders you are having. An attorney at law gunned down after delivering a sermon in church, in the churchyard. Home invasion murders, gang-related murders. Double and triple in a state of emergency, which means this cannot and is not working. It is not working. While you should be coming with new policy initiatives, new technology, new process for warrant, anything like that that's keeping you back, you ought not to be denying citizens their constitutional rights in an election year under the guise of dealing with one gang leader and the next gang leader. You ought not to be doing that. The Prime Minister gave an example of an innocent woman who was killed in Port of Spain. And that, because of that, we must have a state of emergency. Innocent people can die. That's correct, they can die. But in a society that has a heavy police presence, patrols, proper intelligence, you will prevent murder, you will prevent killing, you will prevent gang war as well. If the police do their job. Today we heard the Prime Minister, I'm hoping that we heard him wrong, talking about police station now where policemen just take off the lights. So when you go to the police station, the lights off, you think nobody there. That was uttered, was it? I wasn't dreaming that. Okay, that was uttered that. So today, the same government that brought a commissioner of police and 3 deputy commissioners of police complaining about the management of the commissioner and the deputy commissioners of police. When they impose the leadership of the police on us. So if they're taking out light and they're taking out water and they're taking off painting and so on, who's to blame? It is the management. There was a minister appointed. As soon as they appoint a new minister, they said his job is to be police service, manage police service. I didn't know he could do it, but that is his position. Today the Prime Minister complaining, policemen taking off the lights so they don't bother them in the night with complaints and reports and so on. It speaks to their incompetence. It speaks to their mismanagement. It speaks to their failure. And nothing will change that. They thought their recent soap opera, an episode in a soap opera, would take public attention because they were able to capture the front page 2-3 days and so on. They thought the recent soap opera would have the population forget about murder, about crime, about poverty, about unemployment and everything else. And it will not work. So, Madam Speaker, this is a warning to the government, all of them, all. The problem is not only with Diego Martin West. The problem is really with all. So whether you arrange the seating on the top deck of the Titanic or not, the Titanic has a destiny. It has a place to go. So rearranging the seating is irrelevant. It is all. And eventually they will feel the anger of the population on this matter. And if at today's day, because we all know, in fact, there's a point that I was trying to remember as well. We all know that January, I don't know why, I mean, I myself cannot pinpoint, scientifically or intuitively, the reason. But January has always had this high murder rate historically. When the year starts, it has been like that for several years. We knew that. And if in a state of emergency, 11 persons are murdered in 13 days, that means your state of emergency is useless. It's useless. As someone told me, state of emergency means criminals still organizing everything. They're still organizing everything, state of emergency. It hasn't changed. Because we have the data. I think the member for Barataria also had the data. If he had more time, he would have told you the data. When you look at serious crimes as well, not just murder, serious crimes, break-in, robbery, and so on. Huh? 5 missing persons in 14 days or so, 13 days. Because that was last week. 5 missing persons in the first 7 or 8 days. It hasn't changed. So the state of emergency is not working. And I want to end by indicating that the specific targets, because we are hearing this term, that this thing has to do with is a targeted approach to the criminal element, who we know, if you cannot deal with them in 14 days, you cannot deal with them in 14 months. You will not deal with them. And therefore, it is very difficult, Madam Speaker, for us on this side to contemplate. It is very difficult for us on this side, Madam Speaker, to contemplate giving this critical support to the government on this matter. But we will listen to government members, and we are here to be convinced otherwise in the event that the ministers who follow and spokesmen who follow may have some more revelations or some more very strong and persuasive arguments. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Minister of National Security.
Madam Speaker, I am rueful at the fact that I must spend some of my precious time responding to the member for Oropouche East, but I owe it to the people of Trinidad and Tobago to do that, and I shall so do. Madam Speaker, the member very facetiously and as a comedian would do, he performed here this afternoon to much applause and desk stamping from his colleagues. And he identified that this state of emergency is the first in Trinidad and Tobago's history in an election year. I want to tell him that we have outlined the reasons, the very serious reasons why we approached Her Excellency, and Her Excellency found justification in that approach, and of course, issued the declaration of a state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, Her Excellency would have observed, like sensible people would, that sections 7, 8, and 9 of the Constitution, which deals with emergency powers, make absolutely no mention of anything about elections. No reference to elections at all. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, it was the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, who in his contribution, and Oropouche East was sitting there while the member spoke, who pointed out that unlike the 2011 State of Emergency Powers regulations, our in 2024 does not include provisions to restrict political activity. He pointed out that unlike the regulations that they issued when they initiated a state of emergency in 2011, meetings are still permitted. Today, we did not affect that. And we had the option too. We did not interfere with the right to public marches. We did not affect the rights to processions. We did not. We specifically did not interfere with the right to free speech, which they had. Everything they did, we did not do. And it is here before us. They made illegal under their regulations a person who calls together or assists in the holding or calling together any meeting, any public meeting. We did not interfere with that or public marches. We expressly left those things out, Madam Speaker. I just want to go through a couple more so that he will probably better understand. We had no prohibition on the holding of meetings and marches, as I said. Right? We interfered with none of that. And yet the member gets up here to tell us that suspiciously we are having a state of emergency in an election year. The member went on to speak about detainees and detention center. And I heard the member for Siparia and his colleagues chorusing behind him, asking, where are they? Where are they? I was the member of the Senate who, at the end of the state of emergency that they hosted in 2011, I was an opposition senator. And about 2 days before the expiration of that state of emergency, I looked across the floor at the then Minister of National Security, Senator John Sandy, as he then was, and said, look here, the emergency has gone, and you have not arrested one person under emergency powers. Not one. Not even the 8 people who, well, in fact, when I told him so, he looked at me in a bumfuzzled kind of manner. They all looked stunned. And by the next day, they went and picked up 8 people and feigned some assassination plot against the member for Siparia, tried to get the member for Dago Martin West involved in the Kankatang. And wisely, he did not. They went through the entire state of emergency and did not arrest one person on detention powers. When I pointed that out, they went and picked up 8 people. And the case that the member for Siparia shamelessly referred to today, that Eli case, is precisely the case where the Court of Appeal dealt with that matter. And as reminded by the member for Dago Martin West here today, caused the taxpayers exposure to pay damages to every one of those appellants. The member gets up and quote from the case here today, and will do it again. She says, the member for Siparia, no? Right? Where are the real silks? They're asking where are the detainees, I'm asking where are the real silks? Madam Speaker, I am to inform this House that we have identified several persons, and at least one, from my knowledge, has been the subject of the detention powers of these regulations. Thus far. And of course, from the jump, we indicated this government, taking this governmental action, we indicated from the very start that we wanted to ensure that we target the criminal elements, so said by the member from Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, and Dago Martin earlier today in another debate. And we wanted the population to carry about their normal activities because we had the experience, we as government had the experience of COVID-19 and what emergency powers and curfews did to the people, their social living, the economy. We haven't recovered from those as yet. We still have cases of children here who were not properly schooled and or socialized during the COVID-19 experience, and the sociologists and the educationists trying to work them out of the effects of that. So we were very clear that these regulations, this state of emergency, is only for them who have criminal cocoa in the sun. And if you have criminal cocoa in the sun, you have to look out for criminal police rain. For police rain. Madam Speaker, the member for St. Anne's West, Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, was criticized in this House here today about the regulations. I am happy to tell you, when, as he explained, the decision to approach Her Excellency was taken by 2 on the 30th, the morning of the 30th. By 2:30 p.m., I'm able to say in truth, the regulations were ready, the government had done, he had done, the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West had done his part as Attorney General and sent it off to the printers through the office of the CPC. And therefore, the declaration and the regulations, legal notices number 239 and 240 were issued later that evening. Prompt and sober work. And he should be commended and applauded rather than condemned, castigated, and criticized. I heard the member for Old East talk about the SSA has collapsed. Everything collapsed as far as they're concerned. Madam Speaker, a lot of the intelligence that is driving the work that is taking place to protect the people of Trinidad and Tobago in this state of emergency, with these emergency powers, is led by the SSA. The SSA has a director today, it has deputy directors, and it has a host of officers working for it as per normal. And as Minister of National Security, I'm very proud of the fact that we found a problem there, we dealt with it as a government could, and we leave the balance to the police and the courthouse. We dealt with it, and we put situations in place to have it run as normal, operationally as normal, and that is happening today. Collapse what? As for CCTV cameras, it is the very SSA that established or implemented or put up 2,500 state-of-the-art cameras within recent months. And I heard the member for Urupuchia shamelessly tell this House, and it's on the record, I must attend to it, that they can't get answers as to how many cameras and how many working. Madam Speaker, you will recall, not bringing you into the debate, I have come to this House, I've gone to the Senate to answer those questions on a multiplicity of occasions. Some questions asked by the member for Barataria San Juan. What is wrong with my friends on the other side? But this is serious business. The member even not foolishly, that is unparliamentary. The member for Orupuchi told us that we had expensive crime talks in April, on the 17th and 18th of April in 2023, and nothing has come of it. What is wrong with my friends? That was an engagement led by the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin West. He encouraged his other CARICOM leaders to come to the Hyatt, proposed to them, and they all accepted in a declaration on behalf of the region that we approach crime and violence as a public health concern, a la COVID-19. That team agreed and engaged in diplomatic conversations with the United States. They went and saw President Biden in California, spoke to him. He undertook to do certain things in light of that call for a declaration or a war on guns by these very CARICOM leaders from that same Hyatt engagement. A decision was taken to join Mexico in an action against firearms dealers in the United States. And Trinidad and Tobago was one of those who joined in on behalf of the people of the Caribbean. Out of those talks, the Crime and Gun Intelligence Unit, now situated in Port of Spain, populated by officers from Barbados, Antigua, Bahamas, St. Vincent, St. Kitts, Trinidad and Tobago, they are all here in Port of Spain, sharing intelligence and working on behalf of the region's people, because they understood from the Hyatt that we all have a common problem of guns coming in from North America, leading to the crises we have here today. And of course, those talks and the urgings of the CARICOM leaders, led by Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, the member for Diego Martin West, the United States passed what they call the Bipartisan Safer Communities Law, making movement of guns from one state to the other without more a federal offense, because they shared with us the understanding that where you have restrictions for buying guns in the United States, as some states do, a few of them, people would buy guns in those states and take them to other states, including the likes of Miami, for closer shipment through the Caribbean. And since then, the United States told us they appointed a special prosecutor to prosecute those kinds of offenses. And over 500 people have since been prosecuted, including a number of Trinidadians who go in the United States and see it fit to buy automatic weapons without scrutiny and problems there and export it to their friends and family and the criminal courts in Trinidad and Tobago. All of that came out of the Hyatt talks. And our work continues. We saw the need to have this state of emergency declared, and we have done so. I heard the member say it ain't working. Let me share with the member. Just get ahead a little bit here. First of all, the member for Siparia, I'm not surprised at her cheering at ignorance, because she too is without a full understanding of a lot of stuff that happens around her, and a leader of the opposition, former Prime Minister, ought to understand. The same judgment she read from, the member for Siparia, I am now quoting from an element of it, Madam Speaker. Quoting, where Mr. Justice of Appeal Mendonça, in his address of the issues in front of him, at paragraph 15, well, let me say paragraph 17, is in that judgment quoting a statement made by the member for Siparia before the declaration of the 2011 state of emergency. And hear what the court took notice that the member said. The situation, I'm quoting, the situation cannot continue like this without a response commensurate with the wanton acts of violence and lawlessness. It must be a response as well that will halt the current spike in gang activity and crime in general in the shortest possible time. The member for Siparia goes on, the judge is quoting her, after much deliberation with the National Security Council and members of the cabinet, it has been agreed that the government consider the imposition of a limited state of emergency in hotspots.
What was that?
Good question. What is that?
What is that?
Yeah, that's so they can't leave.
They considered at that time, one, maliciously I suspect. Okay, I withdraw that. Inexplicably then.
Unjustifiably too.
And unjustifiably in the event. Unjustifiably. That this was a Laventil problem. And they were quite prepared, if it were possible, if the member wasn't so ignorant of the Constitution and the law, to declare a limited state of emergency for Laventil and environs alone. It was the member for Siparia speaking and calling it at that late stage a limited state of emergency in hotspots.
So they can't move down the road, they can't go San Fernando.
The member went on to say, the limited state of emergency will allow us to achieve a number of things in relation to crime reduction, which would not be prudent for me to disclose in advance of the action taken. But I understand why she wouldn't want to disclose it, the member for Siparia. He said inexplicable. This government took the position, well, and the member goes on, I don't want to waste too much more time on that, but the member went on to talk about a burden on the people. We ensured on this occasion that there is no burden on the law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And we focus on the criminals. As I say, if you have criminal cocoa in the sun, you have to look out for police rain, nothing else. But the member did not even understand that you cannot have a limited state of emergency in Trinidad and Tobago, unlike Jamaica, which has laws that provide for limited states of emergency in this parish or in that parish and in the other. And by the way, Madam Speaker, just mentioning Jamaica, they have had for 2024, I observe, and collaborating with my counterpart, the Minister of National Security in that island, They have had virtually ongoing states of emergencies for the entire year in Jamaica, almost. Moving from parish to parish, trying to achieve peace and, according to Bob Marley, safety for the people of Jamaica. There's another Caribbean country, well, there is a Caribbean country, that so far year to date has had 34 murders by today, the 13th of January. A 30% increase year to date. In Trinidad and Tobago, we in 2023 had 577 murders. In 2024, 624 of them. I might remind us that in 2023, 261 of those 577 murders, or 45%, were classified by the police as gang-related. And of course, in 2024, of the 624 murders, 273 of them, or 44%, classified as gang-related. The gangs, therefore, contribute the largest single variable to the murder figure on an annual basis. And this state of emergency, as Her Excellency's statement, and as the statements coming from the Prime Minister, from the then Attorney General, the current Attorney General, and yours truly as Minister of National Security, is targeted to deal with that. And we expect that coming here today, the Trinidad and Tobago public, who, by the way, Madam Speaker, from all of my observations on social media, in the mainstream media, in the conversations on the streets, they are in full support of this state of emergency. The only objectors, as usual, is the member for Siparia and her minions. I was about to say minions with a G, but minions. Clip, 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 clip. And might I say, Madam Speaker, last year, as the Prime Minister intimated earlier, last year, 93 of those 624 murders, 93 of them were either double, triple, quadruple, or quintuple. What do we do again? Do we wait? We've heard of the reprisals. We've heard why Her Excellency declared the state of emergency that we are here now to extend, to continue to get the benefit of it. What do we wait for? First to get 10 at a time? When the state of emergency was declared in 2011, I was a senator at the time, took good note of it all. In one weekend, 11 murders took place. So when we say this crime thing ain't new, everybody here knows it's not new. In one weekend, in less than 48 hours, 11 murders, and in a river close to a panyard, I can't remember the name of the panyard, 6 went down in one go. I think it's Angel Harps. Think so. And I hear them talking about knee-jerk. I thought they should be talking today about weak need. I heard the member for Orupuchi sitting close to the member for Siparia talk about knee-jerk. It's not that. Weak knees. Madam Speaker, and 87% of all of those horrific murders are with firearms. Hence our focus on the gangs and their guns. Our focus is not on public marches and public meetings, as was wrongly and incorrectly stated. Our focus is on 5.56 ammunition, 7.62 ammunition. Yeah, agreed. And therefore, what we have observed developing is a gun culture It's grabbing a number of our young people. And of course, we saw recently the phenomenon of the gel plaster guns, some of them looking like the real McCoy. And the children, and they running around and mimicking the real McCoy with them. These are the dangers that we see. So we are here today to speak about an extension. We did not impose curfews in this because the law enforcement platform, who we provided with this tool, they have indicated that it is adequate as it is sufficient as it is for the time being to carry on the work that has to be done, to put a break on this mayhem that is taking place in our society, Madam Speaker. So, the intelligence backdrop to all of this suggested that there's an escalation in organized home invasions with perpetrators targeting victims where they suspect that there are significant quantities of cash and other valuables. The intelligence is suggesting that now that the police is on the move, the criminals are also on the move. And they are looking for places around Trinidad and Tobago where they can hide out to escape the gaze of law enforcement. And this is why, within the last 24 hours, I called on the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago as Minister of National Security. If you observe strangers in your neighborhood, especially if they are hanging around with guys who you know are not as social as they ought to be. And in all communities, we have a good idea who is who. Advise the police, because they may very well be a very dangerous clip, running from wherever they were and taking refuge in your neighborhood. But their desire for jewelry and for money hasn't stopped. And if your home happens to be in the zone they are now operating in, you may very well find yourself as a victim. And this is one of the reasons why we treat crime and violence as a public health concern. It recognizes that every single human person, every teacher, every doctor, every NGO, every religious body, all ministries, all of region is a whole of region, whole of country, whole of government, whole of everything approach. We all have a role to play in this. So call law enforcement and tell them something, and they'll come running. One of the other observations is that they target the vulnerable and elderly in these home invasions, and we saw it with that couple. It's Bashk. May her soul rest in peace. Tragic, horrible. And you see, we can't understand. We have invested, as the Prime Minister said earlier today, so many millions of dollars and opportunities and training opportunities for young people in the recently created Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, offering to young people everywhere in Trinidad and Tobago an opportunity to make good, to earn an income, so you don't have to do what you want to do. But there are those who do it as a business, as a job, and therefore law enforcement is mandated to go with these emergency powers and find them. And they haven't found all yet, so that's another good reason why we want this extended. We want to clean it up and make the place clean and safe again. That's all. There has been an increase in extortion. And we've seen some of that in the St. Augustine area, in the Tunapuna area, in the area of Kelly Village and other parts of the country, but we have seen some concentrations on that. Sorry.
Yes, member, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wrap up your presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I should make use of it. Of course, the growth and the rootedness of transnational organized crime is also an issue. And of course, gang leaders and their financiers placing million-dollar bounties on each other's heads. We observe that jewelry is often used to store wealth among the gang members. Trafficking of contraband into the prison. The prison economy is an amazing place. Whatever, if you're making 20% profit out here, in the prison is more like 60 and 70%. And the prison officials understand that. Madam Speaker, insofar as justification is concerned, the 2024 state of emergency has provided a timely and thoughtful opportunity to address decisively several principal contributors to the complexity and volatility that characterize our threats. It provides as well an opportunity for law enforcement to regain its strength and its reputation from that which was so severely and adversely affected in 2011. Gives them an opportunity. And as you would have heard earlier today, I have the benefit of senior counsel advising me as Minister of National Security. Two, actually. The police has senior counsel, two as well, advising to ensure that we follow the law and follow the Constitution and don't stumble our way through, as led by the member for Siparia back in 2011. We follow the very case the member for Siparia spoke from. It was studied by law enforcement, studied by them, so that we will not walk that unfortunate path and expose the people of Trinidad and Tobago again. So when we act in this state of emergency, we act on the basis of proper legal advice from real silk, and not somebody who thinks you could have a limited state of emergency, when in fact there was none. Right? So, Madam Speaker, I understand that time is ticking on. So far, the police have had 688 intelligence-led operations, resulting in 569 arrests for drugs over gang turf. 13% of the murders last year was over drugs, so they're paying particular attention to that. Possession of army-type camouflage, that's what they use in some home invasions to mislead the occupants that is police and soldier coming. Shooting and robbery, firearms and ammunition, all of those are some of the things. Assaulting police officer, gang activities, larceny, those are some of the things that persons have been arrested for in this. 3,915 searches, 32 firearms found so far, 1,030 rounds of assorted ammunition, cocaine and marijuana secured, found, recovered. Kush marijuana, which sells at $25,000 a kilogram. Creepy marijuana from Colombia, which sells at $27,000 per kilogram, and sells at about $250 per gram out on the street. If that gets into the jail, they sell a pinch, because it's sold by the pinch, I'm told, in the prison, at $200 a pinch. So you could imagine the kind of money that turns over in the prison. And this is why, unfortunately, and this shows the complexity of managing crime, because sometimes the people who are supposed to be paid and sworn to protect us find themselves victims of the virus of crime, if we take a public health approach. And so only a couple days ago, they arrested a prison officer going into the prison, one of many, with a cell phone and a quantity of drugs. It might be a small amount, you think, but by the pinch, it is worth one hell of a lot of money in the prison economy. The traffic police are on the road, 571 traffic operations. They have detected and charged for 1,470 traffic offenses. The Highway Patrol branch in particular, Traffic and Highway Patrol, 621 patrols. All of this adding up to serious police presence. So I did hear the member for Oropouche East ask some of his customers, maybe in a bar somewhere, his constituents, maybe in a bar somewhere, they may have been inebriated, as you know how it is, and they didn't see any patrol. I don't know. All right, I withdraw that. But they didn't see, Madam Speaker, they didn't see any of that. But I can tell you, I take time as Minister of National Security to traverse the land and to look, and I get feedback from my constituents, and I get feedback from people around the country, and yes, there's heightened presence and patrols out there. The SOE so far has been a success. Year to date so far, we would have had about 24 murders as compared to last year. Today we have 12. That's a 50% if I extrapolate. That's a 50% reduction. And if it were one, as the member for Siparia slipped and managed to say truthfully, one murder. And if we saved one, we would have done very well. So far, we have a 50% reduction in murders year to date. And I told you about the Caribbean country that has had a 30% increase in their year to date figure, with 34 murders year to date. And of those 12 murders we've had, the police classify 5 as gang-related, 1 domestic, 3 robberies gone bad, and 3 unknown. And I want to take the opportunity for the benefit of the member for Siparia and her team. Different types of crime requires different types of policing. And the police have to be subtle enough, professional enough on the basis of their experience to be able to tackle every one of those different crimes, applying resources differently. Because while you are doing all these patrols and all of that, it doesn't stop the gang member from the street over the road to come through a backtrack with his gun. And that's why they're focusing on searches and to find firearms too. A very complex issue. And there are many other things, along, of course, with our focus on our border security. And on that matter, I want to say very quickly, we had 3 OPVs. Member for Siparia, and they cancel and scuttle them. When we came, there are now 2 Cape-class vessels, which they shamelessly asked, where are the vessels, where are the vessels? They were not there in 2015, they are there now. And I'm happy to say today, both are in the water patrolling in defense of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And the diamond vessels, I heard the member for Barataria, someone spoke about them. They are in a repair program. 3 have gone to Suriname and they are back, and we are working hard to get all of them back in the water in service of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I'm saying that this state of emergency is doing well for us. There has been an 83% drop in shootings and woundings, 23 year-to-date in 2024, year-to-date in 2025, only 4. There has been a 75% drop in robberies. Year-to-date in 2024, it would have been 67, and year-to-date today, it's only 17. 50 robberies less. In terms of larceny motor vehicles, a 59% drop. 27 year-to-date in 2024, 11 in 2025. We have about 137 people in custody now because of the 500 and something I told you about. They would have been charged, some of them, they go up, and different things, because as the law that the member quoted from today says, you're not going to pick up somebody on emergency powers if it's for some trifling offense, obscene language, or something else. The law says that. So even though you arrest, you charge, they go about their normal business, and you maintain your focus on the gang operators to deal with the gang problem. Do you understand? Good. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, given the fact that time would have run, I just want to conclude by saying the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is in the theater of conflict. They and the regulations are there to support their presence in the theater of conflict. They have conducted 104 patrols to date in this state of emergency, designed to ensure safety and security in the communities. Visible and active presence. And they operate in Malabar, Maloney, Carapo, Arima, Bonnier, Tacarigua, 5 Rivers, Trin City, All these patrols taking place in those areas: St. Helena, Caroni, Cunupia, Las Lomas, Caranage, Diego Martin, West End, Marval and St. James, and in Tobago, Shervan Road, Crown Point, and Plymouth. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is out there doing the business. And I can assure you, in a matter of days, you will even see more of that for reasons that I must now hold to myself. I just have to report that the police service have called out all the police officers who are available, and they are out. And the defense force equally from all of the formations, whether it is the regiment, whether it is the Coast Guard, whether it is the Air Guard, whether it is the reserves, they have all come out and they are on the job, available for service in defense of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And a parent on the way, just before I close, a parent made contact with me and suggested that we consider, and this is probably not the best place to say it, but I think it's worthy of mention, that we should consider a parent, supporting this effort, that we should consider a curfew for children, persons under the age of 17. You would have heard Senior Superintendent in charge of Tobago and the ACP say children are being drawn into this. From 2022 to now, 52 youngsters below the age of 17 lost their lives in this country. 52. And this parent is saying this is a good opportunity, in light of all the achievements you all have had so far, in 2 weeks into the state of emergency, bring it on for the youngsters, keep them indoors. That parent thinks the measure will serve to reduce the risk of exposure to homicide. We saw in Tobago recently, 2 youngsters, one filming, the other one carry another one, 15 years old, to his death. The measure should assist in reducing the level of distraction of our country's juveniles from their attention and focus on their education, and a number of other reasons. I just thought I would share it coming from a concerned citizen. I don't think it is an unworthy call, but I said it in order to demonstrate that there are people in Trinidad and Tobago whose position is at variance with that of the opposition, who welcome the state of emergency and would like to see us extend it for the next 3 months, as indeed, as Member of Parliament for Laventille West, I so commend this state of emergency for its continuation for the next 3 months on behalf of the people of Laventille West and all of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I enter the debate, it would be remiss of me not to wish the members of this House a Happy New Year, entering late as I may be. Madam Speaker, I am entering the debate as a member of the House of Representatives, hoping to be a voice for the constituents of Tabaquite, duly elected as I am. And this motion, this matter of the extension of the state of emergency, is something that should capture the attention of all of our citizens in the Great Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. You see, Madam Speaker, when you are discussing a state of emergency, and it is unfortunate for the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we've had to have this discussion so many times, because it means that our state, for one reason or another, is in some space of unrest. And at this time, we are talking about a state of emergency with respect to a particular problem that has plagued our nation, and that is the problem of crime. And, Madam Speaker, in the discussion of a state of emergency, you are saying, the government is saying, or asking the population for an increase in its power, which means a decrease in the power of the citizens, or the rights of the citizens. So a temporary increase in its power to solve a particular problem. And I think that we have to cut beyond the rhetoric for today's debate on the 3-month extension as to what is really the question facing parliamentarians now. So if, on one hand, you have accepted that a state of emergency is required for the safety and security of the people of Trinidad and Tobago at this time, if you've accepted that, which my understanding is that the debate before we've accepted that as a reality, and if you have accepted that the crime problem requires some sort of increased attention, some increased focus at a state of emergency, and by all accounts, looking on at the press statements made by the business community, statements by citizens, something that is welcomed by the citizens. The question facing us is whether or not a 3-month extension is justified. That is the simple question facing us here today. And so if you have already accepted that the state of emergency is required at this time, the question of the 3-month extension, in my mind, must be put under clear focus as to how, at the end of the 3-month extension, are you determining the success of this extreme action. The member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West stated that a state of emergency is not an action that should be taken lightly. It is not something that the government will put into force lightly. So therefore, if you are saying that it is some unorthodox and urgent action, and you're saying to the population that you need 3 more months to make it a success, you have to tell us what you are using to measure the success. Now, I waited for the Minister of National Security to enter the debate because I was hoping that the Minister of National Security would give us the clarifying point as to how are we going to determine whether this increased state power has indeed benefited the citizens in the manner in which the government intended. If you are looking at murder numbers, for example, because that's so the Minister of National Security listed that the state of emergency has been a success thus far because the murder numbers thus far have been reduced. So if you're looking at murder numbers, then you're saying to the citizens that for this time period, from December 31st until 3 months from today, that we're looking at the number of murders as a success or failure of this increased state power via a state of emergency. If you're looking for a reduction in crime in its totality, you have to say that to us. But more importantly, what you have to say to us is that if you are taking this increased state power as you are for 3 months, in that time period, what you ought to be doing is fixing all of the other problems so that at the end of these 3 months, we are not facing the same problem as we are today. And so that the population, I think, would be very comfortable with the idea that the population is comfortable with the idea that we can temporarily reduce our rights. Those of us who are law-abiding citizens are very comfortable, I believe, to say that we are willing to temporarily, conditionally increase state power so that we can have maximum public good, maximum benefit to the public, the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And so my intervention here today, Madam Speaker, it's really to say that if you're asking for 3 months, in the wind-up, in the communication in the coming months, you have to tell us what the plan is so that at the end of the 3 months, we have not wasted our time, we have not wasted our confidence as citizens in extending the power of the state for a brief time period. And the Minister of National Security raised as well that the state of emergency is meant to will increase the powers of the police. And so we're expecting more from the TTPS as well as members of the Defense Force during this state of emergency as it is. And there is an opportunity here as well for the government to understand that increasing powers alone will not give you the solution that you're looking for. Because if you're increasing powers, you're increasing workload, you're increasing a space, you also have to increase your support for the members of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as well as the Defense Force, or you will not reap the rewards that you are seeking. Because you cannot simply say you can act faster, you can reduce the time for act without the warrants, etc. But if you do not have the manpower on hand or the equipment required, if you do not have things like bulletproof vests, you are not going to be able to act in the manner that you're hoping to get the results that you are. So again, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will be willing to say, you may have 3 more months of extended power, but in that 3 more months, you must give us extended service. You must show us with this increased power that you have equipped those necessary to execute the power that you are giving them, that you're giving them the tools necessary. And Madam Speaker, in the context of a state of emergency, and in a context of putting a stopgap in this rampant crime that we are seeing, because citizens are fearful. There is no doubt in my mind. I, as a citizen, I am also afraid, because when you are going from point A to point B, you aren't even certain that you will make it home. And when you are home, you are not sure that you are safe. So that you want the success of any administration when it comes to a crime situation. But, Madam Speaker, there will be no success in crime if there are no consequences for action. So that you can look up how many other people you want under the state of emergency. If you are not leading to convictions, if there are no consequences for committing crime in Trinidad and Tobago, you would have accomplished nothing in 15 days or in 3 months. And that will remain a fact. So, Madam Speaker, I've entered this debate very briefly to say 2 things. I have no difficulty stating that you may have increased power for up to 3 months, but it is a conditional acceptance on what you deliver to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That our job and our role as parliamentarians is to form a check on executive power. That check on executive power requires us to pay close attention to not just what you say, but also what you do. So in the announcement of a state of emergency, in the conclusion of this debate, tell us as the people of Trinidad and Tobago, how are we determining the success of increased state power for up to 3 months from today? And if you can tell us that clearly, we will then judge you accurately at the end of the state of emergency as to whether or not you have succeeded for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy today to extend happy birthday greetings to the member for Tabakit. Madam Speaker, I will not delay the House much longer, but there's just a few points I would like to raise in response to issues raised by Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and also by the member for Laventille West. So, Madam Speaker, what we are here doing now, as opposed to the first motion, and this motion reads, motion number 2 on our order paper for today, whereas it is enacted by Section 8(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, that the President may from time to time make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists. And whereas the President has by proclamation made on the 30th day of December 2024 declared that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and whereas it is enacted by Section 9(2) of the Constitution that a proclamation made by the President for the purposes of and in accordance with Section 8 shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 15 days. And whereas it is enacted by Section 10(1) of the Constitution that before its expiration, the proclamation may be extended from time to time by resolution supported by a simple majority vote of the House of Representatives. So, however, that no extension exceeds 3 months, and the extensions do not in the aggregate exceed 6 months. And whereas it is necessary and expedient that the proclamation made by the President on the 30th day of December 2024, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, should be extended for a further period not exceeding 3 months. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the proclamation made by the President on the 30th day of December 2024, declaring that a state of public emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, be extended for a further period of 3 months. So, Madam, my understanding of this motion is that we are now engaged in agreeing or not agreeing to the 3-month extension, and the questions will arise, why should we agree to a 3-month extension? Before I get into that, there are some issues that Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, and let me commend the member for Barataria Sanwan and the member for Oakridge East in their contributions. The member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West in this debate spent a lot of time attempting to naysay or belie comments made by the member for Barataria Sanwan. And I really want to set the record straight because the member insisted, Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West insisted, when member for Barataria raised the point about amendment to the regulations under the 2011 state of emergency, when the member said that we had never amended the regulation given the error that was made. And they proceeded, as Barataria Sanwan said, to copy that first error, but we did amend it, and I have the legal notice in front of me. So Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West was misleading the Parliament. Thank you, ma'am. Was misleading the Parliament. We said we did not amend. So I have here legal notice number 171, the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 101, dated 27th August 2011, under the hand of His Excellency then, the late President George M. Richards. And what it says, this was made under Section 7 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Emergency Powers Amendment Regulations 2011. These regulations may be cited as Emergency Powers Amendment Regulations 2011. The Emergency Powers Regulations here and after referred to as the regulations are amended by inserting after Regulation 4.2 the following sub-regulations. So we amended and we corrected what we had picked up almost immediately. This was made on the 27th of August 2011, and the SOE was declared a couple of days before that. What it does now, it says that amendment, which they have also now amended. But first they copied, and as our MP Barataria said, they couldn't even copy properly. They copied the one that was existing prior to this on the 27th, and then only thereafter amended in the same way that we did. The regulations are amended by inserting after Regulation 4.2 the following sub-regulation. A person who contravenes Regulation 1C commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $3,000 and imprisonment for 6 months. The regulations are amended by inserting after Regulation 9.3 the following sub-regulation. A person who contravenes sub-regulation 2 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5,000 and imprisonment for 1 year. So we did amend it, and the member, maybe not deliberately, but the member probably didn't read this and was therefore misleading the House when attacking the comments of the member for Barataria. That's the first thing I would like to deal with. And I have a serious concern, Madam. What we are doing here when we say we want to extend XOE, we are saying that these emergency powers regulations will also be extended during that 3-month period. So what we are looking at is what it is going forward after after this debate is ended and decided upon. I have a very serious concern about Regulation 11, Madam Speaker, and which is being commonly referred to as a gun amnesty. And in these 15 days, government has faced serious legal challenge, pushback over this Regulation 11. Several attorneys have already done the pushback and sent pre-action letters. One has been sent by Attorney General Ramdeen, issued to the government. And this is why we said, this SOE is as by VAPS, Vicky, for political gimmickry, no proper planning. Let's look at Regulation 11. And the person who was overseeing these regulations then, 30th December, was none other than the anointed one whose coronation is yet to take place. The member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, was the acting AG. So the substantive Attorney General will be given a bly on this occasion because it was a Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West was acting Attorney General when putting forward this Regulation 11. This is what it reads. No person who surrenders any firearm, ammunition, or explosive during any period that is prescribed and otherwise in accordance with an order to surrender shall be prosecuted under the Firearms Act or regulation for illegally purchasing, acquiring, or possessing such firearm, ammunition, or explosive prior to the time of such surrender or at that time. This is the Regulation 11 now before us. Regulation 11 is unconstitutional. Now, it is true that under a state of emergency, laws that breach the Constitution, certain rights and freedoms under the Constitution, are suspended and overtaken by regulations then proclaimed or promulgated. However, the law in the Constitution gives us that right for breaches of Section 4 and 5. So certain draconian powers given to the police and other law enforcement officers can override Sections 4 and 5, which are the freedoms dealing with not to be deprived of liberty, not to be deprived of certain bail, habeas corpus laws. Those can be overridden by emergency powers regulations. That's fine. But you cannot go on now to interfere with. You cannot go and trespass upon powers given constitutionally to certain office holders. You cannot do it, Madam Speaker, with the greatest of respect. And no one on that side has helped us with dealing with Regulation 11, which seeks to do exactly that, to trespass upon the powers of the independent office of the DPP. And that's the whole business in our laws of the separation of powers. So the DPP holds an independent office and has certain roles and functions to perform. That cannot be taken away by mere regulations, which is not even a simple majority or no majority, just by regulations put forward through the office of the President of the Republic. The DPP has the exclusive authority to institute, continue, or discontinue criminal proceedings under Section 90 of the Constitution. What does Section 90 tell us, Madam, out of the Constitution? It says, and I read, quote, the DPP shall have power in any case in which he considers it proper to do so. A, to institute and undertake criminal proceedings against any person before any court in respect of any offense against the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. DPP then has that exclusive jurisdiction, Madam Speaker, to also take over and continue any such criminal proceedings that may have been instituted by any other person or authority. And C, to discontinue at any stage before judgment is delivered any such criminal proceedings instituted or undertaken by himself or any other person or authority. Section 90, Madam Speaker. Regulation 11 purports to grant immunity from prosecution. This unlawfully interferes with the DPP's constitutional powers, as I said before. This is very concerning, Madam Speaker, because Section 90 is not just a provision of our Constitution. It is a deeply entrenched provision of our Constitution. It cannot be taken away by way of a simple majority, if you want to pass legislation, nor can it be taken away, trespassed upon by emergency powers regulations. That cannot happen. If you do so, it is totally unconstitutional. So I'm saying again, this regulation, granting immunity from prosecution, unlawfully interferes with the DPP's powers, as I said before. I am very concerned because under Section 54 of our Constitution, which entrenches provisions, the sections 4 and 4 rights, the right to bail, the right to move about, freedom of expression, and so on. They are section 4 and 5 rights, and the Constitution gives the power to use regulations to override those rights because it's a special state to deal with crime. However, Section 90, as I say, is deeply entrenched. You can only amend that. You can only change that by a special majority vote of the Parliament. And that vote, not a 3/5, it is a 3/4 majority, so it's heavily entrenched. 3/4 majority for the House, and in the Senate, a 2/3 majority is required to change or to interfere with or trespass upon or in any way derogate from the powers given to the DPP under Section 19. So, it is clear from that deeply entrenched provision, DPP has the sole power to initiate, continue, or discontinue criminal proceedings. So by granting immunity by Regulation 11, government is overstepping its bounds and interfering with the DPP's independent powers. Now, this raises serious concerns about the separation of powers, and our Constitution is very much deals with separation of powers, so you don't have overreach by the executive branch of government. This Regulation 11, undermines public safety. By granting immunity to individuals who possess illegal firearms, because that's what it purports to do, Regulation 11 jeopardizes national security. It contradicts the public interest in prosecuting offenders. This could lead to an increase in gun violence and create a climate of impunity for those who violate firearm laws. This measure could serve to weaken efforts to combat gun violence, which is the exact opposite of what we are hoping to solve and to deal with. It could create a sense of impunity, potentially leading to an increase in gun-related crimes. This amnesty could be seen as contradicting the public's interest in holding individuals accountable for illegal firearm possession. This Regulation 11 is not yet operational and may be very misleading to the public. Astonishingly, the Office of the Attorney General has stated that no period has been prescribed for the gun amnesty, only in response to a potential legal challenge. So Regulation 11 is not yet in effect. Since the proclamation, news reports have been suggesting that a gun amnesty is in force. You can see, for example, Express article published on 31 December 2024, headline, Gun Amnesty Included in Emergency Powers Regulations. There's a CNC3 article published on 31 December 24, headline, SOC offers gun amnesty clause to criminal elements. There's also a CNC3 article published on January 4, 2025, headline, Gun Amnesty is in place. So these are all in the reports and in the public domain. The government has made no effort to dispel this notion until a pre-action protocol letter was sent by Attorney General Ramdeen challenging this gun amnesty. Madam Speaker, I raised this issue last week at a public meeting, and my concerns were reported in The Guardian, published 8 January 2025, headline, Gun Amnesty Needs Parliamentary Majority, says the member for Sapari. The member for Sapari. And that article says, opposition leader is claiming the gun amnesty offered during the ongoing state of emergency is not valid. As a gun amnesty cannot be implemented by regulation only, government must come to get a special majority, as I said, in the House of 3/4 and in the Senate of 2/3. That has not happened, has not come to this House. These regulations were largely a copy and paste from the SOE regulations previously, 2011. Taking issue with the SOE regulations, Member for Sapari added, the High Court's habeas corpus jurisdiction can and may be suspended, as I say, those matters with bail, access to bail, and with respect to habeas corpus is under review by the Privy Council. The current Regulation 11 about the gun amnesty Regulation 11 regarding a gun amnesty has the effect, therefore, on unlawfully fettering and trespassing upon the discretion of the DPP under Section 90. This is a very important role and function of the DPP. The way it is that you can have influences and undue and illegal influences on who to lock up and not to lock up. And where it is that you have an illegal firearm, and you're given an amnesty and immunity should someone bring that firearm in, then there's very serious cause for concern. National Security Minister, National Security Present Minister, I'm told did not reply to the Guardian's concerns. In that meeting then, when I raised this for the first time, I asked whether any senior government officials were under investigation for possessing a prohibited firearm, who from the TTPS approved the permit for this, and who was a dealer who imported this firearm and sold it to the official. Are there any investigation with respect to any senior government official? If this is so, then this proposed gun amnesty aimed at helping senior government officials, senior TTPS officials, and the dealer, this will be a way for them to escape prosecution for possession of a prohibited firearm. Now we see the AG, under legal threat, has been forced to capitulate on this matter, as detailed in the daily newspapers last week. Express 10 January, a story by Anna Ramdas. AG's office, gun amnesty not in place, challenge to Regulation 11. There is no operational gun amnesty, that article tells us, under the SOE. This was articulated by the Office of the AG in response to a pre-action letter initiated against the AG and National Security Minister challenging the legality of Regulation 11 under the recent Emergency Powers Regs. Guardian, 10 January 2025, Derek Akchong. AG's office admits gun amnesty not in effect under SOE. And then the quotation there, Newsday, 9 January 2025, Jada Laug 2. AG admits SOE gun amnesty not in place. And the quotations of what the story carries us. The Chamber Director of the AG Secretariat gave this assurance on January 7 to Attorney General Ramdeen. Ramdeen issued a pre-action letter challenging Regulation 11, which provides immunity from prosecution for individuals surrendering firearms, ammunition, and explosives during a prescribed amnesty period. So you see, Madam Speaker, this entire fiasco, which is a norm for this government and the AG, and as I say, we gave the AG a blight because this was done under Acting Attorney General Porter Spain North St. Anne's West, who today came to say he wanted to educate us and read law. Well, go back and read the law and tell us how you got this into place. And why did you put this into place when this is clearly a trespass, a fettering of the role and function of the DPP. So as it stands, if you surrender a firearm, you can face prosecution under the Firearms Act. There is no amnesty. Regulation 8 of the regulations. Although the regulation is part of the Emergency Powers Regulation, it is not yet active, according to the Office of the AG. The amnesty can only be triggered when the government prescribes a period for surrendering a firearm. However, the Office of the AG confirmed that no such period has been defined. Now, the media reports suggesting an active gun amnesty. All these reports are therefore misleading and could be detrimental to public safety. Individuals might believe they're immune from prosecution to come in to surrender a firearm. This is not the case. Let us make that very clear. Anyone surrendering a firearm could still face prosecution under the Firearms Act or Regulation 8 of the Emergency Powers Regulations. Now, after all this, the National Security Minister was forced to comment. Guardian, January 13, 2025, Jensen Aven, today's paper. Hinds, well, the minister says government won't be pursuing gun amnesty policy. Despite having a gun amnesty as part of regulations, National Security Minister Fitzgerald Hinds says it was never government policy. So how did it get in there? Police Bay North, St. Anne's West, how did you put this regulation there, which is so clearly in breach of everything? And I ask again, is there any serious investigation into any government official holding a prohibited weapon illegally? And was this a blight to allow such an official to come and handle it and disappear? I think there was some story recently about some official who handed in a gun. Is that still under investigation? I can't see. A prohibited weapon. Someone, might have been a young man, yes, it might have been a young man, who handed in a weapon at some venue. Well, there was no amnesty then, And I ask again, is there any investigation into any senior government official who would fall into circumstances envisaged by this Regulation 11? Madam Speaker, what are we extending? Yes, we're extending these regulations. I dealt with Regulation 11. And just like that pensions bill or so, which is still on the order paper, even though the government say withdrawn, it is still on today's order paper. No attempt has been made to withdraw it in accordance with the process. I'm asking that this regulation, that the regulations be amended and remove this there, because you're giving powers that don't belong to whom, roles and functions that they don't constitutionally belong, and further you're setting up people for prosecution. Notwithstanding, Madam, we have several other regulations that we are now attempting to extend into this 3 months. I recall the last time we were here in 2011 with extending states of emergency and so on. I think it was a member for Diego Martin Northeast was adamant that the extension should not be for 3 months, that it should be for come back in 1 month and give us a review. Let there be a review. You're taking away several very strong, powerful constitutional rights for 3 months forward, and there is no review. Member for Diego Martin Northeast spent a lot of time saying, look, take 1 month, come back, let's review it. Let's see what is working, what's not working, what we need to amend, what we need to take away, what we need to add. Today, astonishingly, the member for Lamington West, 14 days later, now comes to tell us they all spent time here and elsewhere supporting their policy position, no curfew, no curfew. Hey, this thing is great, no curfew. We're not restricting people, no curfew. And then the member for Lamington West comes to tell us to consider putting in the regulations matters relating to curfews. What is the position of his government on that? What is his own position? Has it been discussed, or is that just pelted out here today? As a parent called him, great, we love parents, many of us are parents. What is the thinking of the cabinet? Has it been discussed with the cabinet? Does any other member of the government, is any government member aware that the Minister for National Security is now proposing a curfew after you all stringently, adamantly said no curfew, no curfew? So I would like to hear some answers on that. As we move along, again, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, one of the regulations here that we're extending is to give defense force persons to help in this period of state of emergency. And again, to help the police. See if we find it from here. Yes, so this regulation now was there in the 2011 regulations, repeated here. The Minister of Finance, then and now, whilst he was in opposition, he had a problem with members of the Defence Force being given powers of arrest. And I quote from the Hansard, 3rd September 2011. You say, be careful what you say, and it will come back to haunt you. So Minister Diego Martin Northeast, this is what you said. Very strong. Very adamant. Mr. Speaker, military men are trained to kill. And that is the difficulty when you put the defense force on the streets and you give them powers of arrest. Nowhere in the training of someone who is a member of the armed forces in Trinidad and Tobago is there any training with respect to the whole concept of service. You see, the member said, when you look at the motto of the police service, the motto is to protect and serve. And when policemen are trained, they're given basic training how to interact with our citizens and how to respect fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens. But army men are not trained in any such way. So yes, that was their position then. In 2025, they have no problem whatsoever for this. The member for Diego Martin Northeast had an issue with the impact of travel advisories against TNT when he said, again, Hansard to September, what the Minister of National Security does not understand or pretends not to understand is that a number of countries have issued travel advisories on Trinidad and Tobago. Are you not concerned about that now? In 2024-25, I remember? All the travel advisories are out there. In fact, we made international news across the globe We made well, even when we won Miss World and Miss Universe, we didn't feature in all places across the globe. As a country, we are having the 7th highest murder rate. So we become famous around the world due to this state of emergency. One article in the United Kingdom talked about heaven and hell. Trinidad placed heaven and hell 7th when we come to most dangerous places for national securities. So now we have a number of countries that have issued travel advisories against us. The difference is that now we are one, as member for Rupert East shared with us, election season, and we are also in carnival mode. Carnival mode. And concerns have been raised by stakeholders as to how this SOE will impact. Already there's stories coming out of Tobago that cruise ships are not docking, 2 cruise ships, they're not docking because of this SOE. At this time, we know Minister of Finance and the country needs Forex. How is this going to impact on those other matters? That's why I say we could probably review this in a month's time and see where we are going.
Member for Superior, you have 2 more minutes of original speaking time left. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation. Are you going to take the extended time?
Yes, ma'am. Yes? Thank you very much.
May I just call on the Leader of the House?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that this House continue to sit until the completion of all the business before it.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Member for Superior.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the House. I return to a point I had raised a bit earlier, but just expand on it a little more. It deals with Regulation 22, which gives the Defence Force the same power as a police officer regarding search, arrest, and detention. In 2013, I think mention was made of it before, the then government, which I led, introduced the Miscellaneous Provisions Defence and Police Complaints Bill 2013 to give the Defence Force powers of arrest. Then, in opposition, the member for Diego Martin West rejected the bill and is quoted in the Trinidad Express on 11 March 2013 as follows. Then opposition leader, present member for Diego Martin West, said the government has come with a 1-clause bill to create soldier police. He said, P&M said, no way. He said the act was about giving precept powers to soldiers. Under the current law, the Commissioner of Police can precept anybody he thinks fit, still quoting from the story. The law as it stands can allow that precepting, P&M leader stated. He said the government, which started out with the argument that the bill would precept 1,000 soldiers, have now brought to Parliament a law which gives soldiers the entire powers of the police. He said soldiers will have the right to detain persons, to search them, etc., with that power being directed by the minister. Continuing from the honourable member's words, soldiers will now have police powers without the protection existing in the Police Act, because soldiers fall under the Defence Act, he said. He said while the police powers are accompanied by serious responsibilities on the part of police, the duty people can challenge it in any court of law. It was not so with the soldiers in the Defence Act. So what has changed? Now you're giving these Defence Force persons the same powers as the police. What has changed, and why was it bad then, and why is it good now? And how will you give the protections that you were so concerned about in 2011? How will those will operate now under your emergency power regulations? We have given also by regulation, time please, power to stop and search. Regulation 9 gives police the power to stop and search any person on the street or public place. Also gives the police the power to seize and detain firearm, ammunition, explosive. As my colleague pointed out, this is already in the law. This is an existing law under Section 27 of the Firearms Act, giving the police officer the power, where he has reasonable cause to suspect that any person is carrying firearm, ammunition, and so on, The officer may search that person, may seize and retain any firearm, ammunition, or pepper spray carried by that person until such time as legal proceedings. Now, this is not the only regulation that mimics or replicates matters found in existing law under the Firearms Act and others. This is not the only provision under these EPR. It's not the only one. There's several. And my question will be, what happens then when you detain someone? Will you charge them under the EPR, the regulations? Will you charge them under the existing substantive law? The substantive laws, those were passed with the requisite majorities in this Parliament, and therefore there could be some level of confusion from the law enforcement officers who have to put into effect or carry out powers given to them under other law, Firearms Act, for example, and under the regulations. 57, thank you. So I asked that question. Again, we have preventative detention under regulation. Preventative detention. This year, the regulations provide for the Minister of National Security to make an order for preventative detention, directing a person to be detained under grounds for his detention. But this detention is not automatic detention for an indeterminate period. Here, the tribunal now will be supervisory to review detention. If there's any information to justify detention, it can be reduced into affidavit evidence, submitted to the court, and applied for ex parte orders. So again, there are provisions that we can look at. The one I have a serious problem with is when it comes to bail restrictions and so on. Where it is under the existing law, that famous, infamous Anti-Gang Act, you remember that? We were bullied and we were threatened. We had to pass this. And we did pass it. We gave the special majority to pass it. We gave it. And then it lapsed. There was a sunset clause. It lapsed, it had to come back. And at first we didn't, on our side, we did not support it. And then eventually I wrote to the Honorable Prime Minister and I said, listen, the crime situation is really bad. Let's see if we can find a way. Let's work together and bring it back, even though we were bringing it back outside, within a period when it should not have been brought back. We said, no, we are willing, by consent, to bring back that anti-gang law. And let's pass it. And what we did is we proposed amendments, which were accepted, and we were therefore able to pass that Anti-Gang Act. But I'll never, ever forget the words of the Honourable Member for San Fernando West. When we were debating that act, that bill, he said, we know who they are. We know the gang members. We know their names. We know where to find them. Just pass this and let's get along with it. We will pick them up. How many have been picked up since then? Tell us. None. So you have stronger powers under the Anti-Gang Act, but you bring lesser regulations here to deal with bail restrictions and so on. And if arrested under Regulation 14, charged with an offense, if released, will be likely to incite or engage and so on. The Bail Act, again, I say, which we supported, not just the Anti-Gang, the Bail Act, we supported with a special majority. You know, if I remember correctly, we supported over 37 pieces of anti-crime fighting legislation in this Parliament. Over 37 pieces of legislation to fight crime. And so, that Bail Act of 2023 already makes provision for the denial of bail in many circumstances. Where a person is charged with an offense of possession of firearm and ammunition with a pending charge or commits an offense with the use of a firearm, they can be denied bail for a period of 180 days. 180 days denial, up to 1 year. So you already have strong provisions. Under the current Bail Act, again, which I say we supported, the person can be denied bail for a period of 180 days or up to 1 year, where the person has a previous conviction. I think the words were mentioned of the revolving door and the repeat offenders and so on. Yes, those were some of the things that we dealt with. And you know, I recall in the 2011 debate, then opposition leader, the member for Labour Martin West, regaled this Parliament as to why we should not have that SOE. We should not have it because the Honourable Member told the House there was a special committee set up of members of the House, of both of this House, of members on each side, a joint select committee, and they recommended to bring the Anti-Gang Act, I believe, and the Bail Act. And well, you have now passed the Anti-Gang Act, so why are you coming for the SOE? This is what was recommended by members of this Parliament in a joint select committee, and really spent a lot of time saying there's no need for the SOE because you have this piece of law already passed, the Anti-Gang Act. Well, Honourable Prime Minister, you also have that Anti-Gang Act with modifications and amendments over the years. Then tell us, why are we not using that Anti-Gang Act? Well, that was a comment, that was the reasoning in 2011 to use the Anti-Gang. And as I close, Madam, I say in conclusion, okay, you can leave this there, thanks. I conclude, I say to the government, if I were you, I'd feel very foolish, having ranted about my proposal, our proposal in 2011, and my proposal at the start of last year, January last year. You know how many lives of those 625 could have been saved if we had taken that step then, to come now and admit, in effect, that we were right all along to call the state of emergency. In the public, some in the public see as a joke to be kicked out of office or voted out of office for inflicting nearly a decade of death, destruction, and disaster on our country. I say to you, I will not object to these motions, but I do not believe they will succeed because nothing this government touched succeeds. They are the embodiment and architects of chaos, destruction, death, and desolation. I say again, the only way to bring real change and restore safety and security to TNT is to vote the UNC into office. A UNC government has a comprehensive actionable plan to combat crime. We will not hide. We will not fail. We will act. Today, I call on all right-thinking, law-abiding citizens to join with us in the upcoming months and ensure we vote out this incompetent government so that we can give our children a better future. We can give them a sense of hope, and we can give them a fair chance. We can give them peace, safety, and security. Many years ago, Madam Speaker, in a budget debate, I said, give me the hammer, and I will nail up the bandits. I will nail up the criminals. I will nail up the corrupt ones. When the country gave us this opportunity in 2010, we steered our country through the best period of prosperity, success, progress, development, and peace and security in our recent history. In the next 5 years, we give citizens assurance that we in the UNC will banish the blight, the darkness, the death, and despair brought on by this incompetent government and restore our great nation to a place of peace, progressiveness, prosperity, and happiness. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for San Fernando West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to join in supporting this motion before us. We've just heard from the Leader of the Opposition speaking really essentially to the vires, the constitutionality, the legal effect of the regulations. May I remind, Madam Speaker, that we are dealing with motion number 2. And motion number 2 comes from the supreme law of the land. It's the Constitution. It is specifically that we are considering, after the proclamation of a state of emergency, as it happened on the 30th of December, that within the constitutional prescription that 15 days after that, we must now debate whether there should be an extension of the state of emergency for a period not exceeding 3 months, to be taken by a simple majority vote. We are not here to debate the regulations which exist. We may be guided by some of the submissions coming from members opposite, but I wish to address some of those raised by the Leader of the Opposition to present a case as to why those submissions are not relevant. In fact, it was the Honourable Member for Tabaquit whom I paused to wish happy birthday as well. It was the Honourable Member for Tabaquit who really said what I consider to be the most material contribution coming from members opposite. show us the reasons why this should be extended, what measurables are to be put into place, and the honourable member said that there would be a listening ear and no doubt a vote when it comes. So let's focus on why we are here. We're pursuant to the Constitution. We're here pursuant to the emergency powers. And the emergency powers are to be found under Part 3 of the Constitution, exceptions for emergencies, Section 7, Section 8, which deals with the period of a public emergency. Extension of proclamation, that's dealt with under Section 10 of the Constitution. Now, Madam Speaker, all of that said and done, the Honourable Member for Siparia raised a few interesting points, which I hope to go through quite quickly, not to extend this debate more than it has. The context of this debate is that we take note of the previous debate. We can't revive it, but I'd just like to say that the Honourable Prime Minister, the member for Diego Martin West, the Honourable Member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, the Honourable Attorney General, the Minister of National Security, they've all spoken. I adopt all of their submissions. I commend them to your attention. The Leader of the Opposition, the member for Siparia, took issue with Regulation 11 on gun amnesty, took issue with the supposed collision with Section 90 of the Constitution, that is the DPP. The Honourable Member took issue with Regulation 21, which deals with the powers of the Defence Force. The Honourable Member asked about issues concerning the anti-gang law. The Honourable Member spoke about the bail amendments. So permit me to go into a few of these areas. We are very well assisted, Madam Speaker, by the judgment that the Honourable Attorney General put us into the full version of that judgment, following upon the Leader of the Opposition. But let me, for the purposes of this debate, not in revival, but for the relevance to this debate, refer you to Civil Appeal number S003 of 2018, claim number CV 2015-00892. That is the Earl Ellie case and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, Ashmead Mohammed and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, Dominic Pitilal and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. This judgment is particularly useful because it traverses what one needs to have on the record to allow a state of emergency, because the consolidated appeals which came from the judgment that was being considered by Madam Justice Miradine Armour, as she then was, the court was invited to consider whether the circumstances for the existence of a state of emergency were satisfied. That's relevant to today. Why extend the state of emergency? Obviously, it's axiomatic. The first reason to extend it is that it is legitimate. In saying that it is legitimate, the President in a previous motion, we considered a statement, but today that motion having passed, all I need say, in accordance with the Court of Appeals decision produced by Mr. Justice Mendonça, now retired, backing Madam Justice Miradine Armour then, was quite simply that you have to look to the evidence prescribed by the President, set out as special reasons pursuant to the Constitution, that there existed effectively at a particular time. That is in December, the end of December 2024, the state of emergency proclamation has told us and reasons today that there existed a serious situation addressed by then Acting Attorney General, the Minister of Energy, and the Minister of National Security after a cabinet meeting, after a National Security Council meeting, where specific evidence was put on record that there was an imminent reprisal circumstance in gang activity which caused the trigger of a state of emergency. That's on the back of general crime statistics. That state of emergency and the reasons offered by the President, which flow into this debate today, the first reason for its extension is very similar to the circumstances painted in 2011, which were the subject of this decision by the High Court and Court of Appeal. Effectively, it said you must look at the evidence before the court. And the evidence before the court that is relevant to today is what is the evidence before the country? There is no inconsistency between the Minister of National Security and then Acting Attorney General, because they were both speaking to the very relevant issues as to a state of emergency. One, the state of the country and where we were and what we're dealing with. And if you look to the reasons of His Excellency George Maxwell Richards back in 2011, it's the exact groundwork that was laid out in the statement of the President then. And two, that there arose from that situation something which the Acting Attorney General had done so commendably in a public press conference, a circumstance of events of reprisal activity that required a proclamation of a state of emergency. So first reason to the Honourable Member for Tabakit, why extend the state of emergency is that the circumstances exist. We are now 15 days into the state of emergency. We have been asked by members across the floor, tell us statistics, tell us particulars. Madam Speaker, there is something called a law against tipping off in a series of laws that says that you cannot, as a member with knowledge of the prosecution and the investigation of an offense, you cannot speak to certain things unless you trip the law of tipping off. Even here in the Parliament, we are bound and constrained by that law. What we are obliged to do is to continue to act, to give law enforcement an opportunity to act, and to have the results of it measured by what the Constitution prescribes as safeguards. The safeguard, the second reason for supporting the state of emergency, is that there are safeguards in the Constitution, one of which we are exercising right here today. We are in a public debate in the People's Parliament under the privilege of the Constitution, Section 55, talking to the reasons for extension. And in this particular circumstance, Madam Speaker, the judge, the leading judge in the Court of Appeal, the president of that court acting, Mr. Justice of Appeal Alan Mendonça, set out for us, have a look at the evidence. Now, Madam Speaker, in looking at the evidence today, in saying that we can't speak specifically to what the evidence actually is, what we can say is that there have been arrests. That is in the public domain. There are active investigations. That is in the public domain. The people of Trinidad and Tobago have a live conversation about the need to feel safe and the need to have things going. We are seeing those results, and that evidence will come. But the safeguard of the Constitution, reason number 2 to extend the state of emergency, is that, as the Honourable Minister of Energy put on the record, there is a tribunal established, led by 3 leading silk. There is in that tribunal the power to be heard there, Madam Speaker. Justice of Appeal Mendonça mentioned all of those factors in his judgment. The other safeguard is that you must come with a periodic review in the Parliament. Whilst you can come with simple majority today for an extension beyond 15 days, if you move beyond 3 months, there is another opportunity by simple majority. But at 6 months, you need 2/3 of both houses of Parliament to get an extension of any state of emergency. Now, it's true, as the Leader of the Opposition put it, that the state of emergency provisions, if you go to the Constitution specifically reflects upon how a state of emergency will derogate against Section 4 and Section 5 rights. Those are the enshrined rights in the Constitution. The judgment in the Al-Rawi case very helpfully tells us that there are Section 4 and 5 rights, the right to liberty, the right to your freedom of movement. In Section 5, we're talking about being denied bail, etc. There are Section 4 and 5 rights, but when you look to the Constitution, it specifically allows for a derogation away from those things. The question as to whether you can actually take away or limit those rights is viewed and expressed by the Court of Appeal They held on to the judgment of Suraj, which held on to the judgment of Surat. They said you must look to the proportionality of what you're doing. Number one, is there a legitimate aim in having a state of emergency? The president has been satisfied that the state of emergency, gang reprisals of the nature that we are seeing, is a legitimate aim. Public safety is a legitimate aim. Allowing the effect of it to operate, there's a wide berth given to the executive, to national security, to measure those interests. Two, is the aim rationally connected with a purpose? And the answer to that is to be found by the very submissions I just made on number one. Number three, are you going any further than you need to? You look to the Constitution. The Constitution says 3 days, 15 days, come to the Parliament and debate it publicly. Get a simple majority on it. Members of this House assembled. If you want to go beyond 3 months, you can on one more occasion. After that, you need 2/3 of both houses of Parliament to say yes. The Constitution says you have a tribunal to review matters. The judgment of Al-Rawi very usefully tells us that you can't just arrest people on suspicion. And if you look to the damages awarded by the Court of Appeal, that aspect which was upheld, the position was you can have state of emergency regulations. You don't need to go any further than the evidence put before by the President's proclamation. And in that case, fortunately, there was a decent public servant who became minister. His name was Minister John Sandy. He gave an affidavit. And let me tell you my personal knowledge of this. Madam Speaker, I was Attorney General at the time. This case of Al-Rawi came up. The Pitilal case, the Ashmead case came up as well. Madam Speaker, in defending the state in the civil litigation brought against it, Minister Young and I together, member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, we were together at the Attorney General's office. We were battling with defending the state because we were exposed to damages. The government had just changed. In December 2015, Senior Counsel acting for the state, Mr. Russell Martino, said, we need evidence to defend the state. So as responsible ministers, because we worked in tandem, the Honourable Member and I, Madam Speaker, we wrote to the two people who spoke publicly and at length, the then Prime Minister in the period of the state of emergency, the member for Siparia, and the then Attorney General Anand Ramlogan. The sole response we got from the member for Siparia is on a Leader of the Opposition letterhead, dated November 14th, 2015. Mr. C. Charles, Chief State Solicitor, Cabildo Chambers. Dear Sir, I make reference to your letter dated November 9th, 2015 in the Al-Rawi matter, and the citation is given. Please be advised, I have only received your letter on Friday, 13th November. Therefore, I have not been able to properly peruse the document or seek legal advice. Please be guided accordingly. Kamla Persad-Bissessar, SC, Leader of the Opposition. Despite repeated attempts to get evidence from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition in defending the state in claims for damages as called in a state of emergency brought by the leader, where we were told that this was going to make things look like a Christmas party. It was so bad, it was so severe. The Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member, Senior Counsel, refused to give evidence in the state's defense. Downright refused. But that wasn't all. Listen to the response coming from the member who was then the Attorney General. And I read from a letter from Anand Ramlogan, SC, 4th day of December 2015, again written to C. Charles, Attorney at Law, Chief State Solicitor acting at Cabildo Chambers, in the same matter, Al-Rawi. Thank you for your letter dated 9th November 2015. The delay in responding is regretted. However, my court schedule was quite hectic. The intelligence and information which prompted the declaration of the state of emergency concerns sensitive matters of national security. Section 34 of the State Liability and Proceedings Act authorizes the Attorney General to protect the state and public in such circumstances by issuing the relevant certificate. This is obviously necessary in a case such as this. Unfortunately, I cannot usefully add to the evidence of the then Minister of National Security in this matter. Please be guided accordingly. Anand Ramlogan, SC. Madam Speaker, for the record, the State Liability and Proceedings Act, Section 30, under Part 4, Miscellaneous and Supplemental Miscellaneous, Section 30, says, without prejudice, I'm going to the direct subsection, to subsection 2, any rules made under for the purpose of this section shall be as to secure the existence of a document will not be disclosed if, in the opinion of the Attorney General, it would be injurious to the public interest to disclose the existence thereof. So the Attorney General at the time of the state of emergency in 2011 basically said, seal the documents, don't tell the public, and not give any of the evidence. The leader of the opposition, then Prime Minister, refuses to give evidence, and it's a civil case. Thank the Lord God for his mercy in the respectfulness that John Sandy had for this country to stand up and give us evidence. Because if you read the Court of Appeal judgment in Earlelly, it is only the statement of the President and the statement of then Brigadier General John Sandy as Minister of National Security, his affidavit evidence, that allowed the state, along with 6 other affidavits of lesser individuals from the prisons and other bits, to give us a chance to defend the state, as we had partial success in the Court of Appeal and had success in the High Court. It's now gone to the Privy Council. I'm raising this in the context of why extend the state of emergency. The law tells us now in summary, you have the reasons of the President, you have the specific circumstances, you have the proportionality test for Section 4 and 5 rights, and what are those? Dealing with bail, arrest without bail, or immediately being brought before a magistrate, etc. The writ of habeas corpus, for those who don't understand that, the right to go to the High Court specifically and immediately to challenge why you're there. Bring the body, is what habeas corpus means, to the court. In those circumstances, Madam Speaker, by way of comparison, I'm now addressing the submissions of the person who told us, don't listen to the government. And my submission on the character of that contributor is to be judged by the evidence that when in times of need, you can't rely on the member for Siparia to give you any assistance at all in defense of the state. The honorable member was very forthright, one could say bold-faced, to tell us that the UNC government would return power and stability to this country. The member for Oropuch East made a question, well, how come you have a state of emergency in an election year? Really? A state of emergency is confined to whether it's in an election year or not? I return the question, after you had your state of emergency in 2011, how did life sport happen? When life sport happened, and it spawned murder, mayhem, it spawned corruption, I put the country upon notice that there are members and persons associated with the life sport scandal that are now seeking high office in this country and have serious questions to answer to law enforcement authorities. I say no more, lest I am guilty of tipping off. But I don't say those things lightly at all, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when we are looking at the regulations as a flavor to whether we extend the state of emergency as we're doing now, and we come to the Leader of the Opposition's submissions, let me jump to the other aspect of submissions that she's made. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition says that, in effect, an aspect of the regulations is unconstitutional. It's not the first time I've heard the Leader of the Opposition make submissions on regulations. The Leader of the Opposition, when we were doing life-saving regulations, and let me say this publicly, the Honourable Prime Minister chaired us during COVID, and we had an SOE and we had regulations then during COVID. The member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, the member for St. Joseph, and me then acting in capacity that I was, the three of us spent night, day, midnight. The Honourable Minister of National Security then, the member, now Minister of Energy, we drafted from our heads, line by line, regulations. Line by line. Novel regulations that didn't even exist in this Commonwealth. We were at each other constantly debating the propriety of things. We had heated arguments. We had great arguments. We were reflecting on it just the other day. Thank the Lord God for the member for for the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, the member for St. Joseph, and the Honourable Prime Minister who allowed us to do the hard work and backed us all the way with the technocrats. But, Madam Speaker, I'm raising it in the context that it was the member for Siparia that took us to court. It is now Attorney General Reginald Armour, Senator Armour, who was retained by the state and worked with a team of competent attorneys to defend this country in attacking the regulations which were saving lives. Madam Speaker, and the Honourable Member wants to tell the nation, don't look at this team and their ability. Madam Speaker, that is what the member is saying. I'm proud to be a member of this team any day, anytime, all the time, every time. Because when it's time to do the work, we will do the work. And on these regulations, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member comes to tell us concerns about Regulation 11, gun amnesty. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me read Regulation 11. No person who surrenders any firearm, ammunition, or explosive during any period that, 11 here, during any period that is prescribed and otherwise in accordance with an order to surrender shall be prosecuted under the Firearms Act or regulation for illegally purchasing, acquiring, or possessing such firearm, ammunition, or explosive prior to the time of such surrender or that time. So, it must be a prescribed period, meaning there's another step to bring this to life. You have to prescribe the period, and it must be under an order. And an order is defined in the regulations as something to be put on and in effect. And if you look at the context of an order, it is defined, it is operationalized, it is orders means orders made under these regulations. And the Commissioner of Police, the President must activate certain orders, the Commissioner of Police has certain powers that flow. So, Madam Speaker, let me translate what I've just said into plain English. Regulation 11 is not an active, turned-on, operational regulation, Madam Speaker. It is, in fact, quite correctly, a regulation which has not been applied and put into effect. But, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out to you something else. Regulation 11 is, in fact, a regulation which has a precedent. And the precedent for Regulation 11, Madam Speaker, is to be found in an instrument, Emergency Powers Regulations 2011. It is, in fact, something which is Legal Notice number 163, published 21st of August 2011. And listen to what Regulation 12 of that 2011 regulation says. No person who surrenders any firearm, ammunition, or explosive during any period that is prescribed and otherwise in accordance with an order to surrender shall be prosecuted under the Firearms Act or regulation for illegally purchasing, acquiring or possessing such firearm, ammunition or explosive prior to the time of such surrender or at that time. In other words, Madam Speaker, the precedent comes from the then Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the senior counsel occupying the seat of Siparia in this House today, as that member occupied the seat in 2011, under Attorney General Anand Ramlogan, senior counsel, with esteemed lawyers from the state paid high money for plenty briefs, including one Gerald Ramdeen, who is now quoted today as the person prosecuting the constitutionality of the same section, Regulation 11, which is not even in effect, so clarified by our Attorney General, Senator Armour. Really, Madam Speaker? And Madam Speaker, the argument is, it's quite an interesting legal argument, you know. Effectively, the honourable member is saying that Regulation 11 offends Section 90 of the Constitution. Section 90 of the Constitution is the discretion that the DPP has. It's entrenched by Section 54 of the Constitution that says you can't amend Section 90, but we are not amending Section 90. The question is whether the regulation itself could survive in the face of Section 90, and that, in fact, is a legal debate yet to be explored. There are parameters to be considered in that. There are arguments to be considered. I feel comfortable that our Attorney General, the Attorney General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, has the ability and capacity and expertise to guide us very capably as a nation on that. But Madam Speaker, in this country, how many of us receive repeatedly the WhatsApp, BBC link to El Salvador? We need to do like El Salvador. We need to go house to house and just lock up people like El Salvador. The inside view of the president of El Salvador creating a campus to detain people, Madam Speaker. You know who would be the first people in Trinidad and Tobago marching against the El Salvador president?
Honourable Member, you have 2 more minutes left of ordinary speaking time, and you're entitled to additional 15 minutes to complete your presentation. Please,
Madam Speaker, so we're being given the entreaty to have El Salvador as the precedent. But Madam Speaker, what if and when, and perhaps when the Attorney General looks at this provision, taken quickly as he returned to the jurisdiction, I support the then acting Attorney General including this on the advice of the CPC, on the advice of precedent. There are other precedents for it in 1990, etc., Madam Speaker. It's there, it's elsewhere in the world. Madam Speaker, it could be activated after we amend law. We could go and amend the Firearms Act. We could do lots of things, Madam Speaker. Lots of things. But you mean to tell me, in calling El Salvador as an example, Madam Speaker, that people in this country wouldn't be very happy if a TIPS hotline was put on and money was given for information for the return of weapons? We are telling people, stop hiding firearms for people because people getting killed with them, Madam Speaker. Stop hiding. Well, what are you going to do with the firearm? Give it to a bandit so it's safe there? Let the bandit come and collect it? Madam Speaker, common sense must prevail in this country. You know, at some point, we're going to have to agree how to make the country work better. And Madam Speaker, I heard the leader of the opposition make some underhanded comment about some senior government minister handing over a prohibited weapon. We know none of that. But in case the honourable member is talking about a member of the government returning a firearm that he lawfully possessed under the Firearms Act with an FUL permit and lodging it in a station, don't try to play smart today and confuse people that we're hiding anything for anybody, because everybody on this side of the House could defend themselves with the truth and with the law, Madam Speaker. All of us. So, Madam Speaker, there's no merit in saying that we can't extend the state of emergency regulations today because a regulation, one regulation, Section 11, is not in effect. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition jumped to Regulation 21, Regulation 20, which is the powers to assist. Madam Speaker, one more reason for the member for Tabaki to support this. We are allowing the manpower of the state to be multiplied. Look at what and who can assist. The definition of police includes supplemental police, municipal police, SRPs, Madam Speaker, Special Reserve Police. Madam Speaker, Regulation 20, which the Leader of the Opposition condemns, which again has exact precedent in the 2011 SOE regs produced by the Honourable Member for Siparia, then as Prime Minister. Regulation 20, the Honourable Member poured scorn on it, referring to the contribution of the Prime Minister, then as Leader of the Opposition, when we were debating what the country called the Soldier Police Bill. The members opposite brought law to say, give the Defence Force the powers of police by themselves. Full stop. This is not what Regulation 20 talks about. Regulation 20 talks about the Defence Force, if called upon to assist by the Commissioner of Police, can assist in the performance of duties. Comitas is well known in law as a concept in the common law since the 1600s. Subsection 2, it gives the members of the Defence Force certain powers of police, but Madam Speaker, the proportionality of this clause, of this regulation, is circumscribed by the fact that the regulations have to be debated in Parliament. Sorry, the SOE extension must be debated in Parliament at day 15, at month 3, and if at month 6, support by 2/3 majority, all other occasions prior by simple majority. Secondly, the tribunal exists. Thirdly, the court exists. But another reason for supporting these regulations is that it strikes a balance between lives and livelihood, a lesson which we learned well under the Prime Minister's guidance during the COVID pandemic. Madam Speaker, in allowing the freedom without a state of emergency, and the Minister of National Security never said today with any purpose or at any point earlier that there will be a curfew, Madam Speaker, but in the conferences that the Acting Attorney General then and Minister of National Security had on the announcement of the state of emergency, and at all points subsequent, all rights were reserved. If the tempo has to be picked up and the heat has to be brought, it will be brought, as is proportionate and measured in the circumstances, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member mentioned the anti-gang law and the bail law and said, the member for San Fernando West, I had said when we were piloting that law, we know who the gangs are. Yes, Madam Speaker, but you need evidence to deal with them. And the same members of the opposition blocked the evidence amendments that I brought, that the government brought, asking for witness anonymity. They say if you want to spill the beans on a gang member, stand up and say, I, Faris Al-Rawi, member for San Fernando West, I see that man and he's a gang leader. They wouldn't give the protection for witness anonymity. They wouldn't support the whistleblowing legislation, which deals with crimes and civil offenses. They would not support the bail amendments until they collapsed completely. We had one strike effectively. Charge. If you're on a charge and you come for bail and you get another charge, you can't have bail. We cascaded back to the 1994 position on bail with 3 strikes and 10 years and 20 years, Madam Speaker. They feel that nobody remembers the truth, Madam Speaker. Applying the words of the Honourable Member for Diego Martin West on another bill to say it was state of emergency, Madam Speaker, it's just wrong. It's untruthful. And it's deceiving the population, I believe, by intent. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we are in a battle against crime. The month of January has not been anything other than an epically different month. It's a month just coming off of the back of December that demonstrated a lot of courage to call a state of emergency, to face the issues on the deck, to give the citizens of this country literally a fighting chance, to witness unprecedented in Trinidad and Tobago certain decisions of our Prime Minister, who I salute publicly as being one of the most courageous people in certain decisions that he has made. We have witnessed in a month the democratic process of this Parliament and the democratic process of political institutions, where glass ceilings have been broken that people said could never be broken in this country. And the members opposite want to throw scorn and throw shade upon the democracy of our party and our country. Madam Speaker, in this debate on a motion to extend the state of emergency for a period of 3 months from its date, you are witnessing a government that has the courage to stand up and be counted. You are witnessing history in its making, Madam Speaker, and you are witnessing proportionate law brought before you, well within the Constitution. I fully support and endorse the extension of this state of emergency. I am confident that the regulations will be applied and that the police will go to work. We stand up today in extending and supporting the extension of the state of emergency with a simple purpose. Let us give the people of Trinidad and Tobago a fighting chance at a better society, because, Madam Speaker, there's still a lot for us to do. And this is a good country with good people in it. We cannot allow a minority of criminals to take advantage of the majority of God-fearing, decent people in this country. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute, Madam Speaker.
So just before I call on the member for Vancouver South, just want to remind all members, in case they've forgotten, about the use of their phones and their phone cameras in this chamber. Okay? Some members may have forgotten that we have circulated a procedural bulletin about the use of cameras in the chamber. And I want to warn any member who's been abusing that today, that it will be dealt with severely. If I find any pictures in circulation, it will be dealt with very severely. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member for San Fernando West ended his contribution, or in summing up his contribution, he said that there is the need for all hands to be on deck, and that the government was in a battle against crime on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And in that regard, 10 years ago, we must ask, what did the government promise, what they have achieved, and why are we here today? And the truth be told, Madam Speaker, we are here today because we are in a state of crisis. And the crisis is because of a lack of leadership and a lack of direction in tackling the issues that have impacted on the law-abiding citizens of this country for the last 9+ years. That is the simple fact, and that is the reality of where we are today. And this is further exemplified because my colleague during his presentation, the MP for Sawa Bharat area, indicated that on the 7th of January 2014, there was a CNC news report, and in the 7 p.m. news, the People's National Movement said and indicated that it had an overnight plan to fix the police service and crime on the whole. And, Madam Speaker, why have we lost the battle on crime? And that not one of them on the other side, in attempting to make a case for an extension of the SOE for another 3 months, have done any sense of introspection and apologized to the over 5,000 persons who have been murdered and through their families, issue an apology and man up from a leadership point of view, and admitted a shortcoming on the part of the government as it relates to where they were, what they promised, and where we are today, and what they hope to achieve in the couple of months before the next general election, which is due sometime before the end of the calendar year. And, Madam Speaker, it is important from this side to put on the record, because there seems to be a continued narrative to attempt to convince the population that the opposition has been irresponsible in this parliament. The member for Sipari and all of my colleagues have not been responsible in understanding our duty inside of the parliament from a lawmaking point of view. And I want to again to put on the record, because the member for San Fernando West, in a subtle manner, when he attempted to speak and focus his presentation on getting the level of support from the opposition as it relates to crime-fighting bills and other pieces of legislation, the member for San Fernando West attempted to create that sense of feeling to those who may be looking on, who may be listening, that the opposition has never given its support to this government as it relates to crime fighting and the measures that are needed from a legislative point of view. And I want to remind the population again that the opposition, through the members of Siparia, supported the bill, Amendment Bill 2017, and we made extensive amendments and recommendations. We supported the government in the miscellaneous provisions for mutual assistance in criminal matters, the Proceeds of Crime, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Customs and Exchange Control Bill 2017. And again, through our bench, we suggested and made numerous amendments in committee stage. The amendment to the Administration of Justice Bill 2019, the Firearms Amendment Bill 2019. The opposition support was not needed, but we still gave our support to it. And again, we gave support to the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Well Bill 2019. Again, the opposition support was not needed, but again, in displaying our sense of responsibility in wanting to assist the government in fighting crime, we supported the legislation that was before the House. So I want to put on the record for the umpteenth time that indeed the member for Siparia and all members of the opposition will be responsible in discharging our responsibilities in this House, whichever piece of legislation, whether it is from a crime-fighting point of view, once as it is in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and it is good legislation, the United National Congress will indeed be on board. I want to make that absolutely clear here, Madam Speaker. And in addition to that, because we have reached the stage in the debate that I just want to clear up some positions that have been adopted by the government during their respective contributions, which is their right to attempt to put forward their case, but it is our right to rebut and it is our right to correct what needs to be corrected, Madam Speaker. And in this regard, the member for San Fernando West attempted to go to Regulation 20 of the Emergency Powers Regulation 2024, and he indicated, which points to, and it states 21, that notwithstanding any rule of law contrary to the commander of the Defense Force established under the Defense Act shall hold his forces in readiness to assist, and if called upon by the Commissioner of Police, shall cooperate and assist, and the Commissioner of Police in the performance of his duties under these regulations and so on, Madam Speaker. And the member for San Fernando West, again, in his subtle way, tried to point in the direction, well, this was the solution for the manpower requirements in the fight against crime. And I think that was really being disingenuous. And the question which really has to be answered from the government is, why has the government failed in its duty and responsibility to recruit police officers in terms of the requirements that are needed? We have all heard about a manpower audit that was conducted into the police service of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker. And I have to ask, why in 9 years, why in 9+ years, we have not been able to get the necessary manpower requirements that is needed to fill the vacancies in relation to ensuring that law-abiding citizens indeed will feel satisfied that we have the appropriate boots on the ground in relation to crime fighting. And in addition, I have heard that joint police-army patrols are part and parcel of what has been unfolded through the emergency regulations and so on. And I heard from the member for Laventil West during his contribution about these joint operations taking place all over the country. I'm the Member of Parliament for Couva South, and I have publicly made a call for joint police-army patrols that goes back even to 2016 and 17 in relation to the fight against crime. At one point in time, I was told by the Honorable Prime Minister and the member for Diego Martin West that if I look in the constituency of Couva South between 2016 and 17, joint police-army patrols were indeed taking place, and a number of streets were called out. Well, I want to tell the government, up till today, I continue to look with a microscope through the streets of Couva South, and indeed I cannot see any joint police-army patrols taking place in the constituency, or by extension, I have colleagues with surrounding constituencies and so on, Caroni Central, Pointe-à-Pierre, Couva North, and so on, and I can bear, them can bear me out, indeed, that there are no police-army patrol, joint police-army patrols taking place, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, again, we have been regaled by the member for Laventille West about the successes of the SOE, and indeed, that has been probably his main platform to advance the cause for the extension of the SOE here this evening, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the member for Laventille West, during his presentation in attempting to focus us on the successes of the SOE, indicated that murders have been reduced by approximately 50%, and in addition to murders being reduced by 50%, he indicated that serious crimes have also been impacted upon, and so on. And Madam Speaker, from the Newsday article, Monday the 13th of January 2025, and I will paraphrase for the benefit of the member for Laventille West, praises SOE ahead of the Parliament debate. Criminals on the run. I want to tell the member for Laventille West that indeed, if the statistics that he presented to the Parliament today gives him the impression that criminals are on the run, he must look at the statistics which prevail in the comparative period of January 2023. And indeed, criminals are not on the run. Probably it is because criminals have gone underground. Criminals have gone underground because of the SOE, and this is why their statistics can be pointed in that particular direction. Because, Madam Speaker, if we, and I will not display, in keeping with your continued ruling and guidance and so on, Madam Speaker, this government has been on the run from criminals since 2015 and consistently over the last 9+ years. And I will just refer to a couple of headlines which will indeed tell me and should tell all of them that an SOE should have been called way before, given what has unfolded in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, the Daily Express, Monday the 15th of July 2024, 14 killed in bloody weekend, gunmen run amok. And the sub-headline, Erla, 7 gang-related, 2 drug-related, 2 robbery-related, 3 no known motive. And again, Tuesday, the 9th of July, 2024, Bloody Monday, triple murder, Rocks, Tobago, Carsonfield, home invasion, son killed, father critical. And a sub-headline again, Erla fails again on crime. On the 24th of July, 2024, mayhem in the city, a Guardian headline. The 9th of July, Trinidad Guardian, Tobago tragedy, 4 men gunned down in revenge killing spree. And the sub-headline, police eyeing criminal sleeper cells. And again, another headline from the Newsday, Tuesday the 23rd of July 2024, mother of murdered pregnant teen, cops scared of criminals. And that leads me to the point, Madam Speaker, because we heard from the Prime Minister during his presentation during the course of today's session that criminals were indeed, not criminals, but law enforcement officers and specifically police officers were afraid of criminals in terms of how they conduct themselves within the precincts or within the compound of police stations and so on. And Madam Speaker, when a government is elected, it is elected of the people, for the people, and by the people. And it is supposed to reflect the will. And one of the things that I am sure that we can all recollect in their respective manifestos, whether it was in 2010 or 2015, the then leader of the opposition went to the people, the member for Diego Martin West, and he and all members of the PNM sold themselves or marketed themselves as the saviors to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, whether it was crime fighting, law enforcement, employment issues, growing the economy, health, education, we could go on and on, Madam Speaker. And part of that, being the savior of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, was to ensure protection for all law-abiding citizens. And that protection extends itself to all law enforcement officers throughout Trinidad and Tobago, whether you are off duty or you are on duty. And today, police officers, if they are indeed scared and if they are locking up police stations and they are taking off their lights and so on, it is because of the lack of leadership that has not been provided. And at the end of the day, all of them, every member of the government has to take the responsibility for the sad state of affairs as it relates not only to crime fighting, but the crisis, the overall crisis that we are involved in. And when we stand to speak in a debate like this, it is not that we take any sense of joy. We don't take any sense of joy, Madam Speaker, but we have to call a spade, and it is our responsibility as the loyal opposition in the context of the constitutional framework of this country to point out the shortcomings that we have observed in Trinidad and Tobago over the last 9 years, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I have not heard from any member of the government what have been or what benchmarks have they used to guide us over today's, the 14-day, and what benchmarks they have used as it relates to evaluating really the success.
Okay, so what I want to say is, Member for Coover South, part of the challenge is when you come late in a debate, so that tedious repetition becomes a greater issue when you come late in a debate. That ground has been traversed already. So let's get on to something else. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am guided as it relates to your ruling, and I will move towards the next point about the whole issue of the focus. The focus of the SOE has been on gang activity or dismantling gangs, and we heard about the use of high-caliber weapons and the threat that it would have posed to public safety and so on. And all good in its intent and so on. And the member for San Fernando West, in his presentation, attempted to point in a direction that the opposition was not forthcoming in its support as it relates to assisting the government in relation to dismantling gangs and addressing this issue of gang membership. And pointed, which went off, or he attempted to create again the perception that we did not want to play our role as it relates to supporting legislation when persons...
Been there, done that. He started off on that grounds. And you listed several pieces of legislation. So let's get on to another point. Please.
Yes, Madam Speaker. But I was going in the direction of dealing with the very fact that the member for San Fernando West indicated during a presentation in 2017 that the government had identified or was aware of 2,459 confirmed gang members. And indeed, the opposition in some way would not have wanted persons to stand and give evidence against members of established gangs in Trinidad and Tobago. The point I wanted to make, Madam Speaker...
That point very quickly, because I don't recall it as much as you said, but maybe if you make the point very quickly, it might get me there. I don't recall hearing what you've said.
I was relating to the whole question of the witness protection program that was raised by the member for San Fernando West during his presentation. That was the point. That is the point I was making in relation to the witness protection program, because he attempted to berate members of the opposition for that. And all I am saying, that persons, it is not an non-issue, because the witness protection program has collapsed under your government. That is the issue.
All right. Okay. Could I have a little silence, please? Now, member for Couva South, I'm sure I was here for the entire presentation by the member for San Fernando West. I don't think I rose then. I'm positive I didn't rise there. I didn't hear any talk about the witness protection program. I'm not going to allow you at this stage to widen the debate at all. There was no mention about the witness protection program. If you want to respond to certain things, of course you're entitled to. If you want to make other points on the reason for the extension or not, you're entitled to. But we're not going on to the witness protection program. Yes? And while I've stopped you, so while I'm on my legs, let me just tell you, you have 5 more minutes of ordinary speaking time left. You're entitled, I really can't hear myself. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation if you so wish extended time. Yes? Are you availing yourself?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yes,
Thanks.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue at hand continues to be where we are in relation to assessing the SOE and taking into consideration that an SOE indeed cannot exist in isolation. What seems to be the government modus operandi in relation to seeking an extension has not been clearly brought out or has not been clearly articulated here this evening. And this is why we will continue to make the point that an SOE indeed cannot exist in isolation and in a vacuum. Because at the end of the day, we have to ask and will continue to ask what will happen post-SOE in the context of the law-abiding citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Speaker, respectfully, Standing Order 55(1)B, that has been asked over and over.
Tedious repetition.
In fact, again, that is part of the whole measurement argument that you were going along, that I said tedious repetition. So, as I said, that's the challenge of coming late in the debate, and I'm sure if you look hard enough, you'll find a novel angle to use your other 17 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, that where we are today is as a result of a neglect on the part of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And, Madam Speaker, I am not in any way suggesting that it is easy to conquer or address the issue of crime. But in reality, when you look very hard and fast and you do the appropriate measurements, the PNM government has clearly failed to address or to deliver on the issues that are affecting the people of this country. More so from when we look at the police service and the issue of vehicles.
All right, let's go on to something else, please.
Well, Madam Speaker, I know that you have pointed at that, but I know that issue was raised, and as the Member of Parliament for Couva South, that is something that the police officers of the constituency in the context of the Freeport Police Station and also the Couva Police Station has continuously sought to engage me and asked me to address in the context of the parliamentary framework of Trinidad and Tobago. Because
that has been raised, and having put the 2 police stations in your constituency on record, ask you to move on to another point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the important issue, again, is that the way people feel as it relates to how the SOE exists in Trinidad and Tobago. And the jury will be the final arbiter. The jury who will be the final arbiter as it relates to this particular issue, indeed will be the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I simply want, in my final minute or two, to indicate what reflects the will of the people of this country. And in fact, a letter to the editor from one Modica Martin, and I just want to get the source right. The 31st of December 2024 was written to the Trinidad Express. They should hang their heads in shame. And it reads, these bright-eyed and bushy-tailed people waited until 5 people were murdered and one on Besson Street to have a news conference and to call a state of emergency. 6 people in 2 days And these people come now to do what they should have done months ago. Our murders are over 620 in our little country. And the worst thing about it, they knew what to do about crime, but they refused to take action and to take action about the situation before it got out of hand. These people are so deceptive. They have no shame. Imagine Chicago, with a population of over 2 million people, is under 600 murders. They should hang their heads in shame. Every one of them should just resign. Now when the horse is out of the stable, they have the audacity to talk. All the time, people have been murdered. Families in mourning in this country, and not a word from them. Like cat got their tongues. Well, too late, too late. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know it's late in the afternoon, in the evening. I see some representatives from Trinbago, so we will be discussing an important item afterwards, so that I will be brief, very brief. I will also like to, I like to operate in a mode of assisting Trinidad and Tobago to pass the best legislation. So as we consider the state of emergency and the extension, we have already accepted, the Parliament has already accepted a state of emergency. So we want to look at the reasons for the extension and how we can make it work better for Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, and I just want to say that there's no need to reinvent the wheel, that we could look at experiences globally and in the region. If we must have an SOE, then there are lessons to be learned from our CARICOM neighbors. Jamaica, for instance, has faced similar security challenges and has implemented states of emergencies in response. However, their approach has included clear timelines, include robust accountability measures and targeted community initiatives. I think it is possible that we could look at whether we could have a national state of emergency but target specific communities in a holistic approach. Jamaica government has paired states of emergency with comprehensive social programs aimed at reducing poverty, creating employment opportunities, and fostering community engagement. So we don't see this as a one-step, standalone crime suppression focus, but a focus that, and I'm using the term that they have used, the question of an all-of-government approach to solving crime. A whole of government. Their focus on improving police-community relations and investing in youth development programs has shown measurable success in addressing the root causes of crime. Trinidad and Tobago must adopt a similar multifaceted approach if we are to achieve lasting peace and security. I don't want this to be a one-step, one solution, and at the end of the day, we revert back to the status quo ante. Madam Speaker, the question, and we determined how we could make this work for us. Why can't we not examine what work, and this speaks to a point raised by my colleague from Tabakit, the question to have measurable indices to point out whether we succeed or not. If we succeed,
I was giving you some leeway because I thought you were going to try and craft it a bit differently. But from the time you made that reference, you've committed the very infraction that I was trying to see how much leeway, and that's tedious repetition. Okay? Wait. We're not talking about measures again. We heard it from several people. You heard me stand up several times with Cuvasau. Okay? We're not going back there, and you have admitted it. It came late in the day, so, yes.
Could use the successes in this state of emergency, identify them, and see how legislatively we can come to Parliament to prolong the benefit over a period of time, rather than it being for a specific 3-month period or whatever we agree to. The other question I want to raise, and let us be careful, because I am hearing talk about the need for more police officers. This flies in the face of the data, Madam Speaker. Trinidad and Tobago currently has 6,491 Trinidad and Tobago police officers. Approximately 1,000, we heard there's some recruited, some not, officers, 3,000 Special Reserve police officers, and many thousands of Defense Force officers to assist. Maybe we are looking at a total of over 15,000 persons involved in Trinidad and Tobago in dealing with crime. This is 8 times more personnel per capita than the city of Toronto. And Madam Speaker, this doesn't make sense. So when I hear the talk, I want to warn my friends opposite. Do not fall for the talk, the panacea, the false hope that if we get more officers, that we will solve crime. The city of Toronto, with 3.5 million citizens, has a police service of only 5,000 officers, and their crime detection rate exceeds ours by over 500%. And police are seen walking the streets, driving in cars, and even on bicycles. And therefore, the question we have to ask is, what do we need more police officers for? Is it a question of management? And I want, as we get into the state of emergency...
Again, I will ask you to move on. We dealt with resources. And remember, that while crime is part of this, this is not a crime debate. This is about extending the state of emergency for 3 months. Okay? And not everything that is tangential is a matter of relevance for the debate. Okay, so I think we dealt about resources and making full use of resources, etc., etc. Let's get on to something really novel at this stage, please.
Much, Madam Speaker. The last point I wish to raise is the question of the SSA and the better utilization of it in the state of emergency. Not only should we have it working, but we should be monitoring carefully to see whether we're getting value for money with the SSA. The question of the cause, the reason why we're here today is because they say that there are gangs and there's a possibility of retaliation. And my view is that if we had a properly functioning SSA, they would have been able to monitor it. It's not 10,000 people. Monitor the communications, infiltrate, and know what plans they have to retaliate. And if we knew the plans that they had to retaliate, perhaps we might not have to be here today, because that is the reason. Now, the question I want to re-emphasize, I have said repeatedly on 43 occasions, 23 in this Parliament, that we need to review the SSA. And as I close, I want to make the point very carefully that we are spending $300 million a year plus on an agency, and I do not think we're getting value for money. So if we could have an SOE, and if we do not do the things, and I know we do not want to be tangentially involved, as you say, but the question is, we do not look at these things. We're wasting money, spinning top in mud, and at the end of the 3 months, we'll be back to square one. I thank you.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, this has been, as expected, a very detailed debate on a subject which is of great interest. The one thing that has been missing, Madam Speaker, is the clear logic of many of the positions taken by my colleagues on the other side. The temptation was just too great for my colleagues to stick to any consistent logic. There were so many contradictions that I'm not sure which side I should take to say that that is the side of the opposition, because they've argued on all sides of the octahedron. But I want to just, for the record, touch on one or 2 points. And one is, I heard one of my colleagues, I think it was Baratarius Sangwan, make the categorical statement, or was it Orapuch East? But it was one of them who, speaking as a member of Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, put on the record of this Parliament and for the consumption of the world that one of the reasons why we're having a difficulty with the number of murders as part of our crime problem is that the intelligence gathering agency of the government of Trinidad and Tobago is used instead to collect information about the political opponents of the government. Madam Speaker, I want tonight to categorically deny that and to ask my colleagues on the other side to point to one instance that any one of them can get up in this Parliament and say, this is what has happened, involving any member of the SSA in abusing the authority of the SSA against any political opponent in Trinidad and Tobago. It is a blatant untruth. And like much of what they've said tonight, said to sound good, but at variance with the fact. That has been the approach. Hoping that, of course, it will sound like something the government is accountable for. And in the normal situation, go on to call on the government to apologize for people murdering people. Madam Speaker, my colleagues on the other side, especially the leader from Siparia, go on to tell us how much they have embraced and supported legislation to fight crime. This is not a debate about crime, but it was said by them, and again I have to reply. Madam Speaker, you will recall that as they claim today to be the great supporters of the anti-gang legislation, which is still problematic because it is still being identified as having flaws when matters go to the court, and you have the police saying that they're having difficulty applying it because of interpretation issues. But it wasn't a matter of supporting. It was voting against it or refusing to give the support, and it was a public outcry in this country against the position that they have been taking of not providing support, which caused them to come back and ask the government, bring it back and we'll support it. In response to public outrage that they could have been so uncooperative. And as they attempted to give their support, it was against amendments to the bill that in fact watered it down and make it problematic in application. So we're not here to discover that. We lived it. We lived it. I need not mention the bail bill, because that is not what this debate is about. But the illogic of the whole proceeding here, keeping us until 9 o'clock tonight, my colleague from Barataria, there are 21 clauses in the regulations. My colleague cherry-picked 9 of them under the heading that this provision exists somewhere else in the law. Well, Madam Speaker, we knew that all along. And what the state of emergency has done is to relax some of these strictures of the existing law, or to take note of them and to make changes, but he very carefully did not mention of the 21, he picked 9 to refer to make a political soundbite that the state of emergency is election gimmickry. But the other 14 he didn't touch, because the other 14 were clear changes required, brought about by the effecting of the state of emergency. But I had to sit down here and be tortured into sleep by hearing that it is political gimmickry. And while Baratarius Sawan is saying that the coming into being of the political, of the state of emergency in response to incidents that were threatening to accelerate beyond what we were prepared to tolerate, political gimmickry. But in Siparia, I was telling you to do that since January. So what do? One is saying, do it since January. The other one is saying, you've done it for elections, January of the next year. But, Madam Speaker, everything the government has done, as far as they're concerned, is for elections. You pave a road is for elections. You declare state of emergency in a murderous climate, it's for elections. Because all they are concerned about is elections. As they made their illogical complaints today, end on the note, call the election. And one would think that that was something that bodes well for them. Madam Speaker, the election would be called. And we're going to beat them in the east, we're going to beat them in the west, we're going to beat them in the north, we're going to beat them in the south, and we're going to beat them under the foot sole. Because, Madam Speaker, you hear them talk today about the respect for law and order. You wouldn't believe that they are the architects of Section 34. Madam Speaker, you wouldn't believe that they are the owners of live sport and the nurturers of parliamentarians who have questions to answer before the court. I'm talking about if you call the election, they have some benefit to get. Madam Speaker, we have a problem. The problem is engaged by the government. The one aspect of logic that they are not prepared to engage, as they say that the government has done nothing and that we have been, intransigent in dealing with the whole challenge of the criminal element, is that had we not done what we have been doing, is there any concept of what might have been taking place in Trinidad and Tobago today? When the police take over 1,000 guns off the street and tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition, some of them getting wounded and killed in the process, being engaged by violent people across the community. If we weren't doing that, what would have been the outcome? It's easy for them to get up and say that the government is doing nothing. But, Madam Speaker, it took the member for Naparima in his very brief intervention to point out that we are saturated with police officers. If the Minister of National Security had drifted off from the main subject today, he might have been able to go into the amount of effort we're placing in training and exposure and cooperation with other entities in the region and outside, all of it as part of the crime fighting. If the member for Lahokata Talparo had entered the debate today, he could have spoken for 2 hours on the tens of millions of dollars we're spending on young people.
in a plethora of programs of all kinds to guide young people away from crime and criminality into being citizens who can, in fact, contribute in a lawful way while improving themselves. And if the Minister of Education had entered the debate today, she could have spoken about what's happening in the schools. So, Madam Speaker, when our colleagues get up and make it look as if nothing is going on and the government just watch everything fall apart, and as far as they're concerned, every difficulty we face is the government collapse. Nothing is further from the truth. Trinidad and Tobago has an engaged government on this matter of crime, which is across the Caribbean, and we've taken a leadership role in it at home and abroad. We have gone to the source of the gun manufacturing. In fact, when we associated ourselves with the government of Mexico to go to court to take issue with the American gun manufacturers who are making and selling guns and taking no responsibility for their product in our nation, they accuse us of what I don't know, telling us that we are exposing Trinidad and Tobago to legal liabilities because we have joined Mexico and other countries in dealing with gun manufacturers who are attempting to force the American government to make American companies be responsible for pushing guns at our nation. I don't know how many of you all know that it has been a deliberate policy in the American Department of Commerce to export arms and ammunition, putting pressure on little countries like us. And we make that argument to the Americans in Washington and in Texas and in Florida. Huh? So to get up and say the government is doing nothing, it was by our agitation and representation that caused the American government to make illegal gun trafficking across states to be a federal crime, to bring to bear resources that we don't have onto people who are doing that. It's our own people doing that. I spoke about crime as commerce. There are people in our society who believe you get up in the morning and you go to job, you go to work, you wait for a fortnight to get paid, others wait for a month. They decide that they're going to get paid by menacing people and taking away what they have on the streets. And if they can't get it on the street, they come into the home to do that. That is their decision. And you're coming to tell us that all you're interested in is elections. Talk as much confounding nonsense. Obstruct as much as you can. And feel very happy, elated at fact, when something goes wrong and crime in the country escalates as it has been escalating since you were in government. During your term of office, almost 3,000 people were killed. I didn't hear you taking responsibility personally for it and apologizing for it. You had a state of emergency. 379 people died that same year. And after that, it has been higher every year going up. We as a people have to engage, and you don't make excuse for criminals, and you don't give yourself a pass, especially when you take up so much police time yourself investigating trafficking, investigating fraud, investigating misconduct by people who are supposed to be honorable in this country. But at the same time, Naparima is saying we are numerically over-policed. Another one is saying, you said you want to hire 1,000 police officers and you haven't hired any. Madam Speaker, I don't have the exact figures in front of me. I'm sure recently I saw in the public domain that of the 1,000 recruits that, I think it was the Commissioner of Police who spoke about it. Yes. We had a target of 1,000. I think about 800 was going through, and in fact, there was a point being made that while we had the numbers coming to go in, as we examine them and being more careful as to who go into the police service, we're finding that a number of young people who express an interest of going into the police service are in fact not qualifying for a number of reasons which I won't go into, not the least of which is being found to be not suited, even though they have the ambition of going in. But you wouldn't believe that the halting of people at the barracks had taken place when? It is this government that ramped up the training of officers at the barracks. We have done a significant amount of improved training. And of course, attack the Commissioner of Police as though the government handpicked a Commissioner of Police that is incompetent. It is you all who put that arrangement in place where the Police Service Commission has to select by detailed process and put before us their finding, and it's from that we have to choose. This government does not have the option to go and choose a Commissioner of Police of his or her choice. The law hamstrings us into accepting what comes to us from a Police Service Commission. And as we may be dissatisfied, as you are making a case of it, with the performance of our current Commissioner of Police, if that is what you're saying, the government cannot jump in and rectify that. Madam Speaker, you wouldn't believe that the interpretation from the Police Service Commission at a time when there's dissatisfaction with respect to the police effectiveness and the demand for a new commissioner, the Police Service Commission takes the position that we're not going to begin the search for a substantive commissioner during a period when an officer on extension, a retired officer on extension is there because there's no vacancy. Try and explain that to me. Because an officer is there on a year's extension, a retired officer, in Logic House, that would mean that while that year is going on, the commission is searching for an extension. No. It is only when a vacancy occurs. And of course, when the vacancy occurs, we have no commissioner, so we extend the commissioner who is there again. This is a madhouse. And the government does not have it within its power in the law to intervene in that. My friend talks about Chicago. We talk about Chicago as 3,000 people and 5,000 to Toronto. But you're comparing apples and oranges. Recently, I heard somebody comparing us with El Salvador, that the president in El Salvador come in and lock up everybody who smell or look like a criminal. We can't do that. Because at the same time, today, one or two of them speak about the rights that the government is breaching. And you are so concerned about the semblance and even the misrepresentation of the government's actions because citizens' fundamental rights are being destroyed by a very carefully tailored state of emergency that stays away so far from the law-abiding citizen to be minimally disruptive of the law-abiding. Proportionate, you call it? Yeah. Proportionate. Yeah. What an appropriate word. Because, and that's what we've done. But the senior counsel, self-appointed, spent the whole evening telling us that we are breaching the rights. There is no greater breach of the right of a citizen than to be having to lose your life to unlawful action. It is precisely that which causes us to intervene to protect the right of the life of the law-abiding. And you're making a big to-do about the government acting whimsically, capriciously, in violating the rights of citizens by attempting, because when you make law, the reason why law is amended is because the original version has been found not to be totally all-embracing. So you have provision for amendment. And even as you've done so, and you think you've done the work, you go to the court, and another arm of the state can make an interpretation that the law is deficient in certain ways as they interpret it. Law is an evolving thing, it's a living thing. But you want to believe that if you make, I know you all, because when I was growing up, there were some people like you around, young boys, you meet a girl, and the girl is interested in another fella. And the only way you could get through there is to come and bat out the man, you know. That is what it used to be. But you come here as parliamentarians, you know you spend all your time in here being obstructionists. But you come today to come and tell me and read out to me a whole list of law that you support. Master, know you. We were here with you. We were here with you. The question is, today's issue, we have a state of emergency in place. One side is saying it's a waste of time. The other one is saying it is for election because crime will go down and you'll take credit for the crime going down. What is your story? It can't be, I mean, it clearly can't be both. So you suspect that crime will go down. Another one, spent the whole evening talking about measurement. The most obvious measurement is whether the number of instances of outrageous action would have been reduced. Obviously, we see it. You can count it every day. 11 people have been murdered for the coming into being of this state of emergency, aimed at the criminals who have not given up, who will not give up. You have to, in fact, extract them from the enterprise. Nobody said that by declaring a state of emergency, there'll be no murder. As I'm speaking to you now, there's some imp out there who is thinking about who he might kill tonight. Total disregard for what we have done and said here today. Yeah. Total disregard. There's some man who out there waiting to go and kill his wife because somebody tell him about something the woman do. They're all there. You can't pretend to know what their mind is going to do. What we can do is to put things in place as far as we are able to. One, to dissuade up front if we are able to. Two, to detect if they commit the crime. And three, to so respond that they will think twice. The bottom line is much of that succor and comfort provided in a variety of ways encourages the outcome that we are trying to prevent. And as long as you decide that this is about, this side of the parliament versus that side of the parliament, and it's all about election, call the election because you have the solution. You had no solution when you were in government, and you have worse when you're in opposition. What we as a people have to do is to draw a line between the law-abiding and the lawless and rigorously enforce the regulations against unlawful conduct in this country. That's what we have to do. I take no pleasure in hearing you reporting that you're not seeing patrols, right? But we initially have the defense force backing up the police in what you call joint patrols. It is impossible to put a patrol on every street for 24 hours a day. It is impossible to police every doorway for 24 hours a day. It's an instant and sometimes reactive arrangement. And because of the resolute attack from the criminal element, you see that it appears as though we don't have enough police officers, and as we allocate larger amounts of the budget to safety and security, you get the impression that we're not spending enough money because we need to spend more, because the criminals are resolutely going after the law-abiding citizens. And the best thing we can do to them is to tell them that we are all together against their actions. And of course, acknowledge, it will not hurt, it will help the morale. Acknowledge that something good is happening, there's a lot more to happen. We're expecting more from our police officers, we're expecting more from our intelligence agencies, we're expecting more from our... But all of us have a responsibility. As far as you're concerned, it is only about the government, and as long as you could target the government for elections, matter fix. Madam Speaker, that's myopic, and it gets us nowhere. And I would not want to detain you any longer, except to say that we are seeing some additional action by the police. We are seeing more activity by the Defense Force because the leader of the Defense Force, Chief of Defense Staff, the commissioner of police and senior officers, they're driving the junior officers, and we are seeing some improvement in the short order. And for another 3 months, we believe if we keep that on, we will prune the spike. But the question arises, and it arose in some of the presentations, what happens after the state of emergency? And the answer is simple. We remain engaged and we try to improve our response to the criminal element. And we expect that it's not only the government, but all aspects of state responsibility will take it on as a responsibility to respond to the criminal element. There's no point in the police doing the work, and when they get to the courthouse, the criminals are happier than the police. Rights, rights, rights. No responsibility, no responsibility. Revolving door operating in the bail system. Leniency from the magistrates and the judges. I mean, we all have to tell the criminals, we see you, we hear you, we know you, we catch you, we convict you, and we will restrict you. That's what it has to be. Very frequently, I understand the difficulty of working in the prison. I understand the difficulty in having a population of criminals as your day work. But we have to also say that some of the problems in the prison are assisted by some of the behavior of the very prison officers themselves. But don't say that, because the government shirking its responsibility. We have difficulty in the prison. I mentioned today that guns are coming into the country. And I said that if you are a custom officer and you turn a blind eye to allow a barrel to come into the country, you might have facilitated. And I'm not speaking here hypothetically, you know. We have done serious work from national security, along with some of the best police officers, to make sure that a barrel of guns didn't come in here, you know. And sometimes it takes serious work to watch and wait. And when you ask yourself, who is this citizen that is attempting to facilitate? There was one barrel of guns. What it was, 15? Yeah. 15! Assault weapons. Persons trying to bend through the system, and the system attempting to assist. Suppose that.
Prime Minister, you have 2 more minutes of ordinary time left. You're entitled to a 15-minute extension if you wish. Huh?
I think enough has been said, and I think we're all reasonable. The political arguments have been heard. We need to extend the state of emergency, as tailored as it is, as inobtrusive as it is to the law-abiding citizen. Let's extend it for another 3 months, and hopefully at the end of that 3 months, we can tell you that we have made some significant progress. Madam Speaker, I beg to you.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that the proclamation made by the President on the 30th day of December 2024, declaring that a state of emergency exists in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, be extended for a further period of 3 months. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Bills, second reading. The Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act, Chapter 1904, to provide for a new coat of arms and other related matters, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I thank you for recognizing me to make this contribution in pilot in this House. And I want to take the opportunity to wish you a Happy New Year, as well as my colleagues in this House. And I also wish at the outset to join with my colleague from Naparima in acknowledging the President and Executive members of PAN Trinbago, and I welcome them here as they sit in the public gallery, always interested and supportive of the steel pan and the steel pan movement. Madam Speaker, this bill, although short and simple, is a very significant and consequential piece of legislation. The bill seeks to bring into force government's position and intention to modify our country's coat of arms established in 1962 by replacing the representation of Columbus's ships with our national treasure, our very own national musical instrument, the steel pan. Madam Speaker, for the benefit of Hansard, it is helpful to describe what a country's coat of arms is and its importance. A coat of arms is a symbol that represents the identity, history, values, and sovereignty of a nation. It serves as an official emblem. It encapsulates the core identity of a country and seeks to represent the nation's culture, heritage, and values in a single, cohesive image. In summary, Madam Speaker, a coat of arms holds great significance because it represents the soul of a country, weaving together its history, values, sovereignty, and unity in a powerful emblem that communicates pride, strength, and identity. It is a cornerstone of our national identity, a seal of authority, and its importance goes far beyond mere decoration. It is a symbol of what the nation is, where it has come from, and where it hopes to go. Trinidad and Tobago's coat of arms as we know it today, also called back then as an achievement of arms, was designed by a committee formed in May of 1962 to select the symbols that would be our own, symbols representative of a new independent nation and its people, ushering in the dawn of a new era. The committee included the late noteworthy master artist Carlisle Chang and carnival designer the late George Bailey. In July of 1962, the coat of arms was approved by the College of Arms and came into force on Independence Day, August 31st, 1962, along with our national flag. In the words of our then Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, in his broadcast to the nation on that day, he described the importance of our new national emblems when he said, "Our national flag belongs to all citizens. Our national coat of arms, with our national birds inscribed therein, is a sacred trust of all our citizens. So it is today, please let it always be so. Let us always be able to say with the psalmist, 'Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.'" Since the introduction of our national emblems and over the 5-year period from 1962 to 1967, the Cabinet managed and regulated the use and management of the country's national emblems until the coming into force of the parent legislation to this bill in 1967, the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act. This National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act came into effect in 1967, sought to, among other things, vest the copyright in the national flag and coat of arms in the government, to the exclusion of all else. Set up a committee of standards, make provisions for the granting and revocation of licenses, and penalize the misuse, mutilation, or defacing of our national emblems. There is a schedule to the Act with 3 parts that properly describe the coat of arms in Part 1, the national flag in Part 2, and the national flower of Trinidad and Tobago in Part 3. And our main business here today is primarily to make adjustments to the coat of arms as described in Part 1 of the schedule to the parent act. So how did we get here, Mr. Deputy Speaker? In August 2024, the Honorable Prime Minister announced the government's position that it would bring to Parliament a proposal to remove the depiction of 3 ships which represent the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus on the national coat of arms and replace them with the depiction of our national musical instrument, the steel pan, along with its iconic playing sticks. Government's proposal, as espoused by the Honorable Prime Minister, was made in direct response to the loud and decades-long clarion calls of our citizens clamoring for the removal of painful colonial vestiges of our past. There was and still is a loud cry for those in authority to decolonize national symbols and narratives, not to attempt to completely erase our history, Mr. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding how painful that history might be, but to decolonize, to change those national symbols that serve to represent our national identity in this modern day. And what better way to achieve this replacement and renewal by removing and replacing Columbus's ships on our coat of arms, and with a most important unifying symbol of our excellence, the steel pan. Placing the steel pan on our coat of arms can only be seen as a powerful way to honor Trinidad and Tobago's national identity and history. Mr. Deputy Speaker, not that I have to remind us in this House, but as we know, the steel pan is an indigenous invention of Trinidad and Tobago, and the only percussive and acoustic musical instrument invented and developed in the 20th century, and is a global symbol of our country's contribution to global musical excellence. While the depiction of Columbus's ships reflect our colonial past, tied to European exploration, colonization, and domination, the depiction of the steel pan shifts our focus to our people's achievement and our own pride as an independent nation. The steel pan is a symbol of the creativity and resilience of Trinbagonians and of our experience and endeavor in creating beauty and excellence from adversity. Furthermore, the steel pan is already a globally recognized emblem of Trinidad and Tobago, and to include it on our coat of arms could only enhance our global brand and image, emphasizing the steel pan's cultural uniqueness, innovation, and its ability to symbolize unity across all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Therefore, the steel pan's depiction on the coat of arms remains relevant to our nation's present and future identity, making it a more authentic representation of our people. And since the announcement, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this proposal has received widespread commentary and support in numerous editorials, articles, and public contributions. For example, in an article from the Daily Express by Camille Rodriguez entitled "Ship Shape, Historians Welcome Move to Change Coat of Arms" on August 20th, 2024, Dr. Claudius Fergus, chairman of the National Committee on Reparations, explained that the placement of the Columbus ships was an error from the very beginning. It should never have been placed there, and its removal is really long overdue, and I commend the government for taking action to remove and replace it. In an article by Randall Dolat in the Trinidad Guardian on the 24th of August 2024, historian Bridget Brayton articulates that the ships should never have been there in the first place, but it was perhaps understandable in 1962. Now, in 2024, it is clearly inappropriate. Replacing them with the steel pan, our national instrument, is a progressive change reflecting our times. Additionally, Ms. Marina Salandi Brown, journalist, cultural activist, and founder and director of the Bocas Lit Fest, explained in a Guardian article titled The Coat of Arms Debate on 8th September 2024 that the three ships as we know them today were not the creators, Mr. Chang's. Mr. Chang's original design. Mr. Chang originally had a copy of a ship from the Genoese coat of arms, Columbus's birthplace. But only on registration with the College of Arms in London did they change Chang's design to the Santa Maria. Thus, there are three Santa Marias and not the Pinta, Nina, and Santa Maria. Swapping that historical inaccuracy out for the pan would be a more correct representation of an idea and much more meaningful. As it turns out, notwithstanding the symbolism of the arrival of the old world in the new. Shabaka Kambon, Caribbean Freedom Project leader, the late historian Brinsley Samaru, Reginald Dumas, and others have long supported the removal of colonialist imagery in Trinidad and Tobago. For example, in 2020, the group petitioned for the removal of colonialist statues and monuments, which was submitted to the National Committee to review and report on the placement of statues, monuments, and other historical signage in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, government's proposal was formalized and agreed by Cabinet in August of 2024. The Cabinet also agreed that the Office of the Prime Minister engage the services of an individual to develop the design and make recommendations for the consideration of the Cabinet. Subsequently, local artist, designer, and jeweler, Ms. Gillian Bishop, was asked to prepare renderings of the coat of arms to be then considered by the Cabinet and taken to Parliament, which is what we are here to do. Ms. Bishop is a highly acclaimed artist with over 50 years' experience, part of which has been in creating national awards, as she notably designed the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Medal for the Development of Women. Following the recommendations on the design made by the designer, the consideration and endorsement of Steel Pan's world governing body, Pan Trinbago, was sought on the said design and received by them in November 2024. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill before us today seeks to provide for a new coat of arms and has 5 clauses. Clause 1 provides for the short title of the Act. Clause 2 provides for the commencement of the Act to be on such date as is fixed by the President by proclamation. Clause 3 provides for the interpretation section and, importantly, introduces an interpretation for the former coat of arms, which refers to the present coat of arms depicting the Columbus ships. And this interpretation helps with giving meaning to Clause 5, Subclause 2. Clause 4 amends Part 1 of the schedule of the Parent Act to modify the coat of arms to remove Columbus's ships and replace them with the steel pan. Part 1 is amended by deleting the words arms per chevron enhanced sable and gules, a chevronel enhanced argent between a chief, 2 hummingbirds, respectant gold, and in base 3 ships of the period of Christopher Columbus, also gold, and the sails set proper. And substituting those words with arms per chevron enhanced sable and gules, a chevronel enhanced argent between a chief, 2 hummingbirds, respectant gold, and in base a gold steel pan and its iconic 2 pan sticks, also gold. Clause 5 provides for savings and transitional arrangements. Clause 5, Subclause 1, makes provision for licenses granted under the Parent Act that are valid prior to the commencement of this bill to continue once this bill is approved and proclaimed. And these licenses, as we know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are granted by the National Emblems Committee of Trinidad and Tobago. Clause 5, subclause 2 makes provision for a period of transition once this bill is passed. It provides for the current coat of arms, the coat of arms that precedes the passage of this bill, that is, the coat of arms with the depiction of Columbus's ships, to be used until January 1st, 2026, or such date as the minister may, by order, prescribe. And this is very important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because once this bill is approved, by this clause, there will be no great or disruptive urgency to change out the old coat of arms for the new coat of arms. There will be no mad scramble, and there will be no need for citizens to desperately line up at government offices to replace the old coat of arms. There simply will be no disruption to citizens. Of course, in a case where the coat of arms is in digital format and online, that coat of arms, the new coat of arms, can be reproduced on documents such as official correspondence or on other paraphernalia, and those can be done with immediate effect, easily and at minimal cost. But where the coat of arms are in the form of physical installations, for example on government buildings, Clause 5.2 provides for a period of transition, where all government agencies can now plan and budget in the upcoming appropriation bill in the coming months for changes that will be needed to be put into effect by January 1st, 2026. And further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where, for example, certain documents, such as passports, ID cards, and driver's licenses, money bills, currency, legal tender, are issued to subsist for a number of years, the minister in this case, Minister of National Security, can by order prescribe a later date that the former coat of arms on these documents will be valid in respect of those documents until they expire, so that government is able to minimize costs and reduce wasted costs. And this is a very important point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because it is one of the main criticisms of this measure, that there will be some onerous and unbearable cost to taxpayers. There will be no need, no mad scramble for citizens to go at government agencies to have their documents renewed. And any suggestion to the contrary is simply false. While there will be some cost to change physical signage at government offices and on government vehicles, etc., and to change our physical reproductions, this argument about having to change our entire money supply and that it would cost hundreds of millions of dollars is simply not true. Bills of currency, as we know, are taken out of circulation from time to time, and new bills are injected into the system. And those new bills will contain the new coat of arms. Passports, for example, that are already in stock may still be used and issued for shorter periods so as not to suffer undue wastage in costs, the costs used to procure them in the first place. The minister may, by order, again I repeat, ensure the validity of those documents as he may prescribe a later date by order in accordance with Clause 5, Subclause 2. Our birth certificates, for example, may also continue to validly subsist. And that would be a strategy up to the Minister of National Security and, of course, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs to treat with that in other pieces of legislation or in this legislation. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there will be no undue financial burden to the taxpayer once these measures are accepted and passed, and neither will there be the need, and I repeat, for any disruption to citizens to be lining up in government offices seeking to have their documents changed. And I hope this is clear and puts an end to that misinformation. Another criticism is that government should only focus on pressing matters only, and that this amendment to modify our coat of arms to remove the Columbus ships ought not to be government's priority at this time when there are more pressing matters that deserve our attention. And this is a common fallacious argument, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is used in the public space all the time. The argument's premise wrongly presumes that governments must only treat with pressing matters at any given time, and further, that a government does not have a wide sphere of responsibility that must be addressed at all times. It is true that there are pressing matters such as crime, and we were in this house for the last 9 hours dealing with those matters. But it does not mean that government must not get on with other matters under its remit and responsibility, and that is what we're doing here today with this bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's also another argument out there that accepting that the Columbus ships should be removed, but suggesting that other musical instruments representing all ethnicities should be included, such as the tassa drum. The tassa, like the multitude of African drums, were brought here by our ancestors, and in some cases adapted, continue to be used in Trinidad and Tobago, and continue to be built and manufactured here. But to accept this argument would probably result in musical instruments brought here from Africa, India, China, and the Middle East all need to find some place on the coat of arms, and I simply cannot accept that argument. It is an undisputed fact that the steel pan, the only percussive musical instrument developed in the 20th century, was invented and developed here in Trinidad and Tobago, and is therefore the only symbol, the best symbol, that ought to be included on our new coat of arms. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, today is undoubtedly a landmark day for Trinidad and Tobago, a day of renewal and resolve. We have clearly identified where we as a country would like to go, so the time is now, in 2025, for us to take a truly proactive, strategic, and meaningful measure necessary to enhance our national identity and brand. Given the remarkable strides and achievements we have made as a nation, it is time to reinvigorate, to update the message we communicate not only to the international community, but also to ourselves with a renewed energy, ingenuity, and spirit. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we are recreating here is a dynamic and powerful heraldry to last for generations of Trinbagonians to come. The continuation of a new national consciousness. With the passing of this amendment bill, Trinidad and Tobago will imbue itself with a strengthened state dignity, build a stronger, more modern state that is able to secure itself in the modern and ever-changing world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago, Regulation Act, Chapter 1904, for a new coat of arms and other related matters be now read a second time. I'll recognize the member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to join this debate. Firstly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the members of Pan Trinbago that is in the gallery, and also let me apologize to the members of Pan Trinbago, because we on this side would have understand the significance of this bill that is put before us here today. We were only notified of this 2:40 on Friday, and as of today, we were told that it is being added to the order paper, and we were only given the bill essentials and necessary documents via email. I believe 4 o'clock this afternoon, I got that email. So I do apologize, because the members on this side, we were vested in the SOE debate, and rightfully so, as it affects the entire country. This bill in itself affects everyone in Trinidad and Tobago. So I apologize that PAN, again, is not being treated, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the significance that it ought to be treated. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I begin, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate again. We had a young Panis that took on a mammoth feat, and that is Panis Joshua Reguero. On his record-setting accomplishment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he played for 30, he played for 30 continuous hours. 31. I stand corrected. He played for 31.
Members, please. Members, please. Members.
My apologies.
Proceed.
Joshua's amazing feat has instilled pride in every Trinidad and Tobago national across the world, Mr. Deputy Speaker. He has also helped showcase our national instrument to those beyond our nation's borders. So again, I say congratulations. This bill is really about the symbolism of placing the steel pan on the coat of arms and what it means, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and whether it is the best way, again, to honor our national instrument. I love the steel pan, but I love many things. I love my country. I love the people of Muruga Tableland, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I love my family. And how I show my love is by doing all I can do for my community and my family and my country. Symbolism alone doesn't show love. Your actions demonstrate your love. And if you judge the government actions here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you need to really ask if they indeed love the steel pan as much as they claim. Year after year, I am disheartened to see this government sideline the pressing issues affecting our pan men and women. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is in context. So while the minister would have given us the history about the coat of arms and when it was formed and the committee, when I received the bill essentials today, 4 p.m. to be exact, Part 4 of the bill essentials state that apart from, I think, Part 2, where we are here because of announcement made by the Prime Minister, Part 4 would indicate that we are also here based on recommendations by the Constitutional Reform Committee that would have recommended that the government put more emphasis on our national instrument. So that is the backdrop of why we are here today. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to say disheartened because this government keeps sidelining our national instrument and the issues affecting pan men and women, while choosing to focus again on symbolic gestures that do little to improve the lives of pan men and women and our citizens. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must ask, how does this decision before us today improve the lives of our people? How does it address the struggles of our pan players who continue to fight for survival in a system that overlooks their contributions? Symbolism cannot replace substance, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this proposal to change the coat of arms comes with a cost, and we would have heard the Honourable Minister try to clarify, but there is still, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I sat here and I listened to the Honourable Minister, and I know the average citizen is still perplexed as to the cost. What would be that overall cost to taxpayers? Now, we heard that there would be no haste, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is still a cost. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the beautiful chair that you sit in currently, if we look over your head, we see our national coat of arms in its current state. After this bill passed, it will change. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there will be a cost attached to changing. Whether it's real gold, whether it's false gold, it is still a cost attached to the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. As simple as this stationery, it is a cost attached to the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago.
No display.
So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the minister's wind-up, or I would like some commitment that documents would come to this honourable chambers or placed in the public domain where we would see the actual cost of changing out the coat of arms. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the cost of redesigning and reproducing official seals, currencies, documents, uniform signage, as the minister rightfully itemized. We need to know at...
Honourable member, if they will stop muttering and mumbling, they will have their term, sir. On a point of order.
Again, okay. Fine, members. Again, and members. Again, MP for Superior, I heard you, but again, on both sides, there have been discourse taking place. Right? So, but I'll protect every individual that is willing to enter the debate this evening. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to stress with regards to the cost, because when this announcement was made in the public domain, that was one of the main issues, as the minister rightfully stated, that the general public was concerned about. And also, although the minister would have given his contribution, it was vague, and we still don't have a figure. For a country already struggling to address key economic issues, we need to know the cost, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I heard the ministers speak of the time frame, but for the average man, that time frame is a year, which is basically January 2026. And yes, the minister would say that that is sufficient time to conduct the business of changing out, whether it be your license, and he said that the Minister of National Security would later give us a date. That still puts the country in limbo because we don't know that date. So in the minister's winding up, or later on in the public domain, these things has to be clarified. Mr. Deputy Speaker,
focus.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know the members on the other side, they are not concerned about the public purse because they do things ad hoc, but the public would like to know these things, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Please. It's late in the evening, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, would this money not be better spent on tangible programs and initiatives that would uplift our steel pan community? For hundreds of millions of dollars, we could create meaningful, sustainable opportunities for pan men and women across the country. Opportunities that would directly improve their lives and livelihoods, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do apologize. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me examine the reality of the day. Economic insecurity. Pan players remain trapped in a cycle of uncertainty. They are celebrated only during the carnival season, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but left without support for the rest of the year. This seasonal recognition cannot sustain livelihoods or nurture long-term cultural growth. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government could focus on improving this. The lack of institutional support, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as recommended by the Constitutional Reform Committee, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government could have come here today and itemized how they intend to improve such. Missed global opportunities, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was also mentioned by the Reform Committee, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The government did not come here today.
Standing Order 48-1, please. This is totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant.
All right. Okay, so remember, I'll give you a little leeway. Tie in your point quickly. Right, tie in your point very quickly, and then I'll make a decision.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. PAN has the potential to be a global ambassador for Trinidad and Tobago, yet we leave our PAN players struggling, Mr. Deputy Speaker. More tying on that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while we focus on symbolism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the government truly values PAN, it must go beyond the rhetoric and take tangible action. Here are the steps, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if this government was serious. It would look to address sustainable livelihoods for our PAN players, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by creating year-round opportunities for PAN players.
That's serious.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, more institutional support. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the launch, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of global-led government initiatives. This is needed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we cannot afford to let another generation of PAN players struggle under this government's indifference. If we truly cherish our culture, we must prove it through action. The steel pan deserves more than token acknowledgement. Done here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that will cost the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. Let us stop looking backward and start investing in the future of our youth and our PAN players and our cultural legacy. Symbolic gestures will not put food on the table or provide opportunities for growth, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I promise every single steel pan orchestra and the officials of PAN Trinbago seated in the gallery. In mere months, when the UNC, and this will get a rise out of them, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in mere months when the UNC returns to government under the leadership of the member for Superior, we will listen to the voices of the steel pan community with urgency and purpose and give more than symbolic gestures. We will show how we love the steel pan on this side and improve the lives of everyone involved in the industry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The future of PAN, and by extension, the future of Trinidad and Tobago, depends on it. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would not keep the House any further because we know that this bill was mere gesture, and we know that it's an election year. But the people will soon have their way. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is clear that some people's talent is not about pan, but burning tire is their forte. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first thing I observe is that not even in a matter that is so unifying to the people of Trinidad and Tobago can we count on the support of our colleagues on the other side. Because any member of parliament coming here and saying that they needed extended notice to be able to decide
whether they will support the modernization of our emblem really could not be serious, especially since this issue has been around since last year, August. And to come and say that you were ambushed and therefore you have nothing useful to say is really, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not a serious contribution. I would like to speak in silence and not be disturbed by my colleague from St. Augustine.
On both sides, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it has been raised as to why we're doing this now and why we're in a hurry. So in one breath, we didn't do it all the time. Now we're doing it, we're in a hurry. But let me tell you why we're doing it now. Over the years, as we pay attention to ourselves, who we are, what we have become, and what we are engaged in, we have come to realize that symbols matter and symbolism is important. So this government, in responding to the concerns of us glorifying innocently, inadvertently, those who oppressed us, under the guise of superiority, that the representation among us of those people as part of our history requires to be revisited and the emblems and symbols be replaced by what is of us. And that is why, as I speak to you now, there is a committee close to conclusion of its work, only delayed by some additional work in Tobago and some consultation in Tobago, before that committee puts its report to the country on the ongoing vexing issue of what do we do about colonial symbols and emblems in our country. That's a fact. But last year was a particularly special year for us, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, there was a time when we acknowledged that we were onto something good, because skilled persons had used the refuse, the oil drum, and had discovered that they could create music out of it. Music that has evolved, and a skill that has evolved, that today, chrome steel pan in any venue in the world as a performing art of music is something that the world is thrilled by, and the people who invented it should be impressed with and feel good about themselves. It is not for me to tell you the role that steel pan has played over the last how many years, to the point where there was clamor that we should acknowledge this instrument among us and claim its ownership, get a patent for it, and in fact ensure that it is known to be of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Not some people, you know, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And if you say that symbolism doesn't matter, then, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you clearly don't know what you're talking about. Because there's no greater symbol than that piece of cloth behind your head there, painted red, white, and black. That is us. That is the people. Look above your head. You see in that, at the back of your chair, there's a symbol there of the scales, equally balanced. That is justice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, symbolism matters. And it's not a question of either or. We can have it all. We can have the symbols, we can have jobs, we can have food, but at the end of the day, symbolism matters. And that is why, if I may acknowledge the presence of the executive of Pan Trinbago in this house, it is not
to be trivialized, as my colleague from Maruga Tableland said, because it's elections. Nobody call elections. Last year, this country took the step to make the steel pan the national instrument of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. National instrument. Acknowledge it as the national instrument. You know how many years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the pan playing fraternity and others have been saying that we should do that. And of course, as we got the United Nations to acknowledge World Steel Pan Day, the 11th of August, so every August 11th at the United Nations, and those who care to look around the world, it is an acknowledgement of an instrument invented in the 20th century on the island of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would have thought anybody who would have heard the calypso by Coco about where pan reach, and seeing today in this parliament that the parliament has taken the step to remove the misrepresentation of Columbus's ships on our national coat of arms and replace it with the steel pan, would know that pan has reached the heights in Trinidad. But you want to belittle that. It's symbolism. And it's for elections. And you can't see what the symbol is. Let me tell you what the symbol is. As a black man, as a Trinidad and Tobago citizen, when I went to Cape Coast in Ghana, and I visited the fort in which slaves were kept before they were shipped to the Caribbean and other parts of the world in the West here. There's a courtyard, there's a gate, a door, and a walkway down to where the ships used to be. And it's called the gate, the door of no return. It means once you had gone through that door, you will never set foot back in Africa again. And to think that after 400 years, I was able to go back there and say to whoever labeled that door the door of no return, I have returned. And the symbol on those ships, on that coat of arms of Trinidad and Tobago, those ships of Columbus, that genuine invader who came into these parts, disregarded the lives of the indigenous people, treated them worse than animals. And as late as the 1860s and the 1870s, the 1960s in America, a man was what? Three-quarter a person? Quarter of a human? Yeah. And of course, all of that is at the root of a lot of the racism that exists in the world today. And the hardship and the pain that followed. Yes, many of us here in the region are doing better than some persons in Africa. But the symbol says that we don't accept what you think of us. And if when we came here, we pick up the pan that used to carry oil and hit it in a way that we discovered that we could make music, and we now make the magic as it comes out of the steel band, then we should be proud to say that we claim that on our coat of arms and not the misrepresentation of Columbus, Santa Maria, Pinta, and me. And the ships were the link between the take and the break. Because after they abused the indigenous people, there's a place in Martinique, a cliff, where the local people who refused to be enslaved went there all at once behind their leader and jumped over the cliff, committing mass suicide. And then, as if it was a good thing, the Bartolomé de las Casas said to the oppressors, well, the local people can't take the pressure of slavery and oppression, go to Africa and get Africans. And they did that. And those ships symbolize that. Bringing Africans here like animals, treating them like animals. And then you symbolize that as a great success of the colonial master on your coat of arms. It should never have been there in the first place. And I'm particularly pleased today as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago to be standing in this debate supported by my colleagues, because we're going to take it off and put the pan on there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to hear my colleagues say that pan is only played at carnival time. Where you live? Who do you represent? Late last year, I had the pleasure of being the patron of Pan Classics at Jean Pierre Complex, way beyond Carnival. Way beyond Carnival. We were down there in the National Stadium, I think it was, for the finals. We had Pan at Queen's Hall, small ensemble, and of course we had the major instrument. Where you live? And coming here to talk about symbolism not enough, and you can't even pay attention to what's going on in the Pan fraternity? And I'm supposed to waste time talking to you? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the steel pan has been struggling, yes. But it's not just that every day you have Carnival, but Carnival is a big event in Trinidad and Tobago. And the pan is an integral part of that economic and social well-being. But as a matter of fact, it is interesting that today, the day that we're talking about state of emergency because of violent crime in our society, is the same day we talk, paying this honor to our steel band, because if there is any discipline and production and tolerance in this country, it is during Carnival time when our young people, our old people, our nation come out and make music and attract the world to us and display that skill that we invented here in Trinidad and Tobago. And you come here talking about symbolism is not enough. And as for government support, government should do more. Maybe you're implying that government should employ every steel band man and give him a work. That is not what it's about. Nobody's saying that. And as for saying that the government is not doing anything, you have no idea what the allocation is to support steel band music. And as of course you didn't hear that the government has taken steps to put Pan Trinbago on a solid economic footing. We're just about to build a headquarters here on Wrightson Road. And that would allow Pan Trinbago to have a steady revenue by renting in that building and using the building for commercial activities, a museum and other things. So whenever, the intention is, whenever a cruise ship pulls up in port, one of the things that can be done is that people on board can book a short concert in Port of Spain in walking distance from the ship, and no other city in the world offers that. Our steel band, in many instances with government support, travel all over the world to festivals. The Defense Force goes to all over the world, and when they go, they carry that pan and that red, white, and black. They carry the soul of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The soul, not symbol, the soul of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And if you can't support that, then you're not worthy of the title of honorable member of being in this house. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Madam Speaker, today is a great day in Trinidad and Tobago. And I look forward to the embrace of the Pan fraternity, the same way they have embraced the government $15 million Pan theater built in Port of Spain for Despas. The same way the government has assisted invaders to own the property on which the mother of steel bands exists, for invaders on Wrightson Road, on Chagreach Road, and to have encouraged the corporate entity to improve on it by owning the parcel next door, because we are supporting the steel band in a way that has not been supported before. Right? Corporate entities have come in We're not talking about pan judging here today. We're not talking about judging, we're talking about the pan as a generic entity. And we all lay claim to all steel bands in the country. It warms my heart, Madam Speaker, when I see the junior panorama and the bands come with the school children from all over the country. There's a group from Sangre Grande that has laid hold to the trophy so far. The city bands. It is something that we should all be proud of and encourage. It is so much of us. It is one of the success stories of Trinidad and Tobago. Not every one of them will live by playing pan, but playing pan will contribute to the development of every one of them who take part in it. So, what is it that we are objecting to? The cost. What is it we are objecting to? The cost. And to make it sound ridiculous, my colleague from Maruga Tableland comes here and talks about hundreds of millions of dollars to remove the 3 ships. How many times do we have to explain that it is not going to be any huge cost? Because insofar as the arrangements are made for what is in use, remains in use, until it is replaced in the normal cycle of replacement. For example, if you have a box of paper in a ministry and the emblem is on it, you use it until you've used up that stock. And when you are ordering new stock, instead of ordering the old emblem, you order the new emblem. So in other words, you incur virtually no cost. It's the same thing with the money. As soon as this idea came up, somebody, one of these loudmouths jumped out in the country, you know how much it's going to cost, hundreds of millions of dollars to change the billions of dollars. Rubbish. Because as fast, once the Parliament approves this, as fast as they do the frequent reordering of new bills, the new bills will come with the new logo, and there will be a period of time when you'll have the old one and the new one, and the old one just gets phased out. Where do you come from? I remember since I was in primary school, when we used to have penny and cent, and 10 cents and 5 cents. Every so often, they will print new ones. And there was a time when we used to be in school exchanging old ones for new ones, because they make changes, and eventually all the old ones disappear in the normal scheme of replacement, and the new ones become what it is. So why is it that you are refusing to accept and raising the fact of cost? And you want to know the cost, and you're giving the impression that we are irresponsibly running up some big cost. The cost is minimal. Minimal, because you are not wasting anything to replace it with something new. The passports that we have will be used up. But when you come to change it, you're going to get a new one with a new logo. Why is that so difficult to understand? As a matter of fact, the only real cost is the cost of actually changing the template from the old to the new. And in today's technology, that is minimal. Hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think you know better, but you decide that you're going to throw water on it. You must throw cold water on it. You must talk about elections on it. You can't embrace it as something. This is the moment that we all should embrace and feel good. Let's leave here tonight feeling good, all of us, that when I see that coat of arms again, I want to see the gold emblazoned pan on it. I can't wait to see it, because I'll feel proud. As a matter of fact, Pan Chimbago, by the time we finish here in the Parliament for Panorama this historic year, let it be the year when you tell all our children, this is a new step forward. We claim our independence, we claim our heritage, not only here in the country but worldwide, because as we go forward, the golden pan on our emblem says something about us which Christopher Columbus and his Santa Maria and his Pinta and his Nina could never say for us. This should not be a difficult decision for us. It should be a moment of triumph. Whether you play pan, whether you don't play pan, whether you take part in carnival, because pan is not only about carnival. You know. I mean, you listen to the pan, play classical music, play locally choreographed music. You listen to that. It is music. Music is not only for carnival. There's carnival music, yes. But there's also chamber music. Have you ever spent any time listening to the National Philharmonic, the National Symphony Orchestra, steel pan? Have you ever heard a soloist play some of the classical music, tunes that we know, hear it being played on the pan? Did you listen to Joshua play for 31 hours? Have you seen the guy who plays about 6 pans using both feet and both hands? Have you seen those things? They say something about us. Today we are exporting steel pan to universities abroad, pan made at a factory in Diego Martin. Of course, Diego Martin is Diego Martin, what I'm talking about. I think only last week, the Minister of Trade and Industry opened the chroming business where the pans are chromed. People are placing orders in the factory. People are there employed making those pans. The tuners are there tuning them. They're packaging them and shipping them off, filling orders. That's happening right now in our country. And the same way as Stradivarius violin can only be had from a certain place. And the best saxophone can only be coming from a certain place in Germany. The best steel pans in the world can and should only come from Trinidad and Tobago because we are modern. We're not done yet. We only just begun because the future is bright. The future is large. And today, given the economy and the technology where people from anywhere in the world can stay home on the computer and place an order for a pan or for a whole orchestra in Diego Martin. It's happening. It wasn't happening 20 years ago or 40 years ago. It's happening now. And maybe 20 years from today, more container loads of pans would be leaving this country, carrying that same symbol that you poo-pooing now, that emblem of a country that you're not giving the recognition that you want to give now simply because you want to oppose for opposing sake. But I know that that is not really the point of your heart. I know genuinely you all believe it's something good. Well, support it now. Don't come here and talk about hundreds of millions of dollars for symbolism. Right? And come here and talk about you weren't given notice to support it. What notice do you need? Madam Speaker, it is with a particular sense of pride and satisfaction that whatever else we want to change, road sign, street sign, sign on buildings, whatever else you want to change, do that on your own time. But right now, in this time, I want to stand with all my colleagues here and all of Pan Trinbago and the Pan fraternity and say that nothing happens before its time, and this is the time for the pan to be on the festival. Thank you.
Member for Superior.
Very much, Madam Speaker. We really did not intend to prolong this debate, but the Honourable... I will. That is my right in this Parliament, and I will speak. I will speak. This bill, Madam Speaker, laid on the order. You know, just be quiet. You will have your turn, but you're leaving the Parliament. You will not have another chance to speak. No, you should go first.
All right. Member for Superior.
Okay.
Member for Superior. Member for Superior, please, kindly have a seat. 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 Members, Minister of Finance, I actually thought you were ill today. Actually thought you were ill. It was such great demeanor. But all right, it's very, very late. We are debating something that I think we all need to respect. Let's don't disrespect it. All right? So, one way we weren't disrespected is by disrespecting each other, if we're saying that it represents us. So Standing Order 53 is now in effect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. So before us is a bill for an act to amend the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act, Chapter 1904, to provide for a new coat of arms and other related matters. This act may be cited as the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Act 2025. The Act will come into operation on such date as is fixed by the President by proclamation. Madam Speaker, all that is fine. We've seen this before where bills passed will come by way of assent or by way of proclamation, and we ask without being subversive or in any way contradictory, do we have any idea of when this may be? By way of proclamation. We passed many bills in this Parliament to come into effect on proclamation, and up to today, many of those bills still have not been proclaimed. So can we get an idea what is in mind from the goodly government? In this Act, former coat of arms means the coat of arms of Trinidad and Tobago, formally described in Part 1 of the schedule of the Act, immediately preceding the coming into operation of this Act, and the Act means the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Act. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to see that one on top there go first. That coat of arms up there should go first. Give us an idea. That one is not going to be printing bills or printing passports or identity cards. Whatever it is, that can be gone once we have passed this and replaced with the new coat of arms. Do you really want me to point to you, sir?
You're not a national emblem. Relax.
The schedule to the Act is amended in Part 1, and then the descriptions are given as to what is to replace the existing one. Then, in Clause 5, a license granted under Section 5 of the Act, which is valid immediately before the commencement of this Act, continues to be valid after commencement to the extent that it would have been valid has this Act not come into operation. So we have savings and transitional provisions which will take us through the 1 year, I think, that is now being envisaged for this to be fully into effect. The former coat of arms may be used on 1st January 2026 or such a later date as the Minister may by order prescribe. I note there is no restriction on making of the orders, wherefore subject to negative resolution of Parliament or subject to affirmative resolution. So the Minister has free rein under this provision to keep, by order, extending time to get the job done. So, Madam Speaker, I was very, very disappointed today, and in fact, very saddened that a senior member of this House would stand in this Parliament to chastise a junior member, the member from Maruga Tableland, by putting words into the mouth of the member from Maruga Tableland. At no time did the member from Maruga Tableland say that we were not supporting this. And I want to place on record that we fully support this amendment bill. We fully support the amendment bill. Long in coming, but it has come, and the day has come, and we welcome that day. But I think it was most unfortunate that a senior member of this House used time to berate the member who was saying, listen, the symbolism is great. You change your coat of arms, you take off these ships, you take off all these foreign ships, you put the national instrument, you put the state power. Yes, all that's fine, but we need more. We need, in addition to the symbolism, we need substance. And this is all that the member was saying. And again, I say it is very, very unfortunate the time this House was used to berate the member who was really saying, let's do more for our pan men. Let's do more for our pan women. Can we have more than just the changing of the coat of arms. When the Prime Minister responded, he didn't mention a few things that were being done and are being done. But let us remember, you have been in office for going on 10 years now. And when the member says election year, let's be real, it is an election year. And for 10 years, this was not important, but suddenly an election year has become exceedingly important. And I can hear the passion. I can hear the passion in the voices from the members on the other side. But do not take down the words of the member from Maruga Tablan. I will defend her words because she knows we discussed this matter. We focused on this matter. We said, yes, we were going forward, but then the Prime Minister creates windmills or sees windmills and is fighting windmills. Correct. Creates an enemy to fight. Saying those who are objecting, well, those sitting on this side never objected to this at any point in time. I remember when the first pronouncements were made last year, I did issue releases, we did. And at no point did we say we were not supporting, Madam Speaker. It is a national instrument. We are all proud of that national instrument. As the Minister said, the only instrument of its kind invented in this most recent times, in the last century. So it is something to be proud of. And I really just stood up to say, we place on the record, we fully support this move. But I also endorse the comments of my colleague from Maruga Tablan that we need to do more and go further than just a symbolic changing of those foreign ships and so on. The birds, put on the hummingbirds, all that we fully support. But it is unfair for a senior member to say that this member was not supported or misrepresented what the member said in this honorable. For that I say, Madam, I thank you for the time.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And in my wind-up, allow me to thank each member who contributed to this very important amendment bill, this very important initiative. So I thank the member from Maruga Tablan, and I thank the member for Siparia, but I especially thank the member for Diego Martin West, the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister very expertly dealt with all of the arguments and the rebuttals to the member from Maruga Tablan. Because I would confess, Madam Speaker, I myself did not want to be uncharitable to the member from Maruga Tablan. I think I've turned over a new leaf this year, and that is not something I would want to do. Because, Madam Speaker, while the member from Maruga Tablan was making entreaties to the executive of Pantrinbago, indicating that once they get into office, they would do this and they would do that for Pantrinbago, I think it was a little insulting that for the past 5 years, the member and the member for Siparia had not taken notice of all the things that this government has been doing for the steel pan movement in Trinidad and Tobago. You call for more. This government increased our support for steel pans, the unsponsored steel pans. Just this year, we have increased the amount of money that we give in remittances to steel pan players. We have done that this year. And the Prime Minister touched on one of the competitions, but when you have in the steel pan movement, in the steel pan world, you talk about having more competitions, more events throughout the year. But over the last 2 years, you have the carnival season, which occurs in the first quarter of the year. Then you go into festivals under the Prime Minister. August, just this year in August, we had the World Steel Pan Festival in August, which is Steel Pan Month. And you had events throughout the month of August, July into August. And then, in October, November, competition again starts and practice starts for the very next year. Not to mention the Tobago Carnival, where events also take place. So it's entirely incorrect to say that we have not created, along with Pantrinbago, an enabling environment to have steel pan throughout the calendar year. Pantrinbago themselves has said they're moving away from this idea that steel pan is a seasonal thing. It's an annual thing, it's a yearly thing. So perhaps you may not have noticed that. Perhaps you may not have also noticed that over the last 2 years, it is this government, in 2023, that went and moved a motion asking the United Nations to declare World Steel Pan Day on August the 11th. This government did that, bringing international recognition to the steel pan and to Trinidad and Tobago. It is this government that passed the National Musical Instruments Act in 2024, formally declaring the steel pan the national musical instrument of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is this government, last but not least, Madam Speaker, that worked for over 2 years along with Pantrinbago, along with the steel pan movement, to acquire intellectual property rights in the steel pan in the form of a geographical indicator, something that they said could never be done. It is this government that has done that. So, and you know, the member for Siparia talks about when will this thing be proclaimed. There is a proclamation section, and there's a proclamation section for good measure. Because now, as the bill is passed, those who are charged with causing this change must now plan, must now budget to effect this change and bring it into effect. That's sensible. The member for Siparia also talk, and the member for Moruga Tableland also talk about the cost. There must be a cost. Of course there's a cost. There's a cost to maintain our present national emblems. Flags are purchased all the time. Flags are changed out all the time as they experience wear and tear, and so too do coats of arms. But it's very difficult hearing those arguments coming from the member for Moruga Tableland and the member for Siparia, because I distinctly remember between the years 2010 and 2015, perhaps it's capriciousness, that almost every quarter new ministries were created, new ministers were installed, new ministers were fired, and there was a blossoming, a burgeoning of new ministries. And every time that happened, you had to do new signs, you had to do new signs on vehicles, you had to put up physical signs, and those things bore a significant cost to the taxpayer in Trinidad and Tobago. And you didn't complain then, but it is this government that condensed the number of ministries, condensed the number of ministers, and controlled that cost. So it's very difficult to listen to those arguments coming forward. Madam Speaker, I think I should put into the record the letter coming from Pantrinbago in support, endorsing the change to the national coat of arms. And it was sent on November the 22nd, 2024, addressed to Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Dear Honorable Prime Minister, Pantrinbago takes this opportunity to express our heartfelt gratitude for being invited to contribute to the development of the national coat of arms. It is both an honor and a privilege for us to participate in this historic process, underscoring the integral role of the steel pan in shaping Trinidad and Tobago's cultural identity. After a thorough review and thoughtful consideration of all designs, the Pan Trinbago team is pleased to express our enthusiastic agreement with design number 7. We are particularly heartened that this design features the steel pan alongside its iconic 2 pan sticks. This inclusion celebrates the steel pan's role as the national musical instrument of Trinidad and Tobago, symbolizing resilience, creativity, and the indomitable spirit of our people. Pan Trinbago, as the world governing body for steel pan, is committed to preserving, promoting, and advancing the steel pan as a symbol of national pride and a tool for cultural diplomacy. Our mandate extends to empowering steel bands, fostering youth development, and ensuring the steel pan remains a vehicle for social transformation and community building. The steel pan, forged in the fires of ingenuity, embodies the rich cultural heritage of our Twin Island nation and stands as a beacon of Trinidad and Tobago's contribution to global music and innovation. Its journey from the streets of Laventille to the global stage mirrors our nation's evolution, serving as a testament to the creativity and determination of our people. Design number 7 aligns seamlessly with our vision, as it not only elevates the steel pan, but also encapsulates the essence of Trinidad and Tobago's identity. The inclusion of this iconic instrument alongside other national symbols will inspire pride among citizens and resonate deeply with the diaspora and global audiences. We are confident that this design will serve as a fitting representation of our nation's unity, creativity, and enduring cultural legacy. Pan Trinbago stands ready to support any further initiatives to enhance and celebrate the prominence of the steel pan and our shared heritage. Thank you once again for affording Pan Trinbago the opportunity to contribute to this landmark initiative. We look forward to the unveiling of a national coat of arms that reflects the essence of Trinidad and Tobago's rich and diverse cultural tapestry. Yours respectfully, Mrs. Beverly Ramsey Moore, President of Pan Trinbago. So, I'm very happy and heartened to hear that we will receive the support from members on the other side. We have demonstrated government's commitment to the renewal and rebirth and prosperity of our national identity through the formal modernization of our coat of arms. And this is in direct response to the reverberating call of our own citizens over the decades. Madam Speaker, I don't think there is much more for me to say. I thank you, and I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act, Chapter 1904, to provide for a new coat of arms and other related matters be now read a second time. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. I'm sorry.
Titled, An Act to Amend the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act, Chapter 1904, to provide for a new coat of arms and other related matters.
The Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. This bill has 5 clauses.
Clauses 1 to 5.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 5 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now committed to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is now adjourned. The House will resume. Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Bill 2025 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Amendment Bill 2025. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act, Chapter 1904, to provide for a new coat of arms and other related matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act, Chapter 1904, to provide for a new coat of arms and other related matters be now read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Emblems of Trinidad and Tobago Regulation Act, Chapter 1904, to provide for a new coat of arms and other related matters.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now is now adjourned to a date to be fixed.